merely a caution that this comic will evoke a great deal of rage. Prior to developing an affection for it, the central character is an underachiever who navigates dungeons on mobility aids. Indeed, he makes his way into the cavern using walking aids, and thereafter begins delivering support strikes on the creatures. His sibling, whom he assisted throughout his entire life. Existence stirs as Cess achieves a status of prominence and averts his gaze from him, spits onto the dish he consumed from. However, undoubtedly in the forthcoming period, he will unleash some ridiculous abilities and seek retribution against all. Events here commenced precisely as they did in Solo Leveling. Gateways across the globe. Our current setback is employed at a relocation firm. With the emergence of the gateways, individuals consistently aspire to relocate to distant places. You can even consume water during this role. It appears to be a lucrative enterprise, consistently benefiting from the misfortunes of others. The main character labors to assist his little brother, purchase Pokemon cards and similar items. You identify as homosexual, the sibling who remains enrolled in educational institution. On a particular day when they were scheduled to undertake a relocation task, they observed that one of the gateways, what was once obscured, was now crimson, and due to their lack of focus on the path ahead, they ultimately collided with an object, and it was directly into Satan's concoction. The entity was famished and approached them. In that instant, he believed he had forfeited his employment and his supervisor. However, when he glanced to the side, the situation was even more dire. Numerous creatures were emerging from the gateway. The gateways link to subterranean chambers, and as they weren't finished promptly, the creatures emerged to partake in their midday meal. Immediately, hundreds perished within moments. In this instance, they engaged the relocation service for the journey to the beyond. It might be more advantageous to establish a mortuary at this time. The individual remained anxious regarding the position, so he sought out the supervisor, when he abruptly beheld powerful arms grasping the creature. I had no idea that elderly gentlemen visited the fitness center. The reality is that the individual grasping the creature was the elderly man's spouse. Are you bold enough? Have you been using anabolic steroids? Evidently, alongside the gateways, enlightened beings also emerged. Observe that coincidence once more. At this point, we are simply lacking Sungjin Woo, correct? However, recall that I mentioned the main character possesses a sibling enrolled in school. His coach overturned. That setback of your younger sibling also stirred. He is among the select individuals who emerged with an S rank globally. He is known as Sungjin Woo. Oh, I misspoke. His name is Han Yu-hyun. Thus, 8 years have elapsed swiftly. At this moment, a woman who had discovered her abilities was elucidating on television that they possess a system interface, and with this framework, she is capable of utilizing powers. In her situation, she is the Woodland Maiden. Subsequently, she became a member of a guild to tackle dungeons. Peddling what emerges from within you can lead to immense wealth. I'm referring to wealth on par with that of Elon Musk, possessing wealth in abundance. For instance, in South Korea, Han Yu-hyun gained notoriety following a revelation while in secondary school, and establishing the Abyss Guild. He was perpetually impoverished and experienced the loss of his family at a young age. However, now at 25, he possesses sufficient funds to purchase a single can of Coke. Must generate a minimum of $600 net each month. The young woman who was recently questioned would inevitably acquire wealth as well, wouldn't they? Incorrect. She additionally engaged the relocation service for the hereafter. She perished in the depths of a subterranean chamber. Oh no. Do you believe life is a berry? Existence is an exceptionally tart citrus fruit. Having now elucidated all aspects of this platform and financial nonsense, let's focus on what is essential. Individuals were eager to explore a subterranean lair. However, there was an issue. The hunter utilizing crutches of rank F, named Han Eugene, was also present in that dungeon. As you likely recall, this is the main character. Certainly, he engages in this behavior to endure. However, the other hunters perceive him as a liability. Only the team leader advocates for him, as his employment is cost-effective. And the cost is low because he has previously endured several unsuccessful dungeons, where all perished. He is a leech. The hunter even claims he was forsaken by his sibling despite having shattered his legs. This infuriated him, prompting him to advance. However, in the end, he is merely rank F while his opponent holds rank D. The disparity in their strength is staggering. He ought to have at least hurled the crutch at the individual. At the very least, the former team leader is somewhat concerned for him. The hairless man employed a skeletal fortification technique to assist him for several hours. He is aware that he is a hindrance. However, he requires this to survive. Thus, he rises, extending his hand and commending the elder. It sufficed to utter a few phrases such as "your hairlessness is exquisite," that he was already filled with joy. Ultimately, what the individual with the crutch desired was to grasp the elderly gentleman's hand to utilize his skill. When he sways an individual, that person is included as a target, and shortly we will discover its purpose. Now, let us focus on what is significant. The objective is to seize the supports and venture into the abyss. Currently, within the underground chamber, the group was assaulted by Pokemon resembling bats. Nevertheless, the hunters swiftly managed them. Nonetheless, the guild leader encouraged them to remain vigilant. A few assert that they had no reason to be afraid within a dilapidated prison. The hunters even regarded it as amusing that 8 years prior, such wretched beings had caused them to flee for their safety. The unfortunate entity in question subsequently bestowed upon them a bounteous token after its demise. Upon encountering the rather large figure of rock, the hunters felt quite delighted. D-Rank then faced our protagonist and encouraged him to expedite the excavation process, considering he only received 20% of whatever he unearthed. Eugene deemed this unjust as he did not receive nearly as much. However, the pursuer reminded him that he would receive nothing from the gems discarded by creatures. Furthermore, his sole source of revenue in this place was through excavation. In that instant, the main character found it impossible not to liken himself to Cinderella, while the pair of tormentors resembled her two self-absorbed siblings. With that in mind, Eugene resolved to endure the situation while crooning about his predicament as a vulnerable figure in need of rescue. Now isolated, he started to reflect on his anguish and the way he had been forsaken by his sibling following the loss of both their guardians. Soon after taking on the role of a hunter, his sibling departed from the home. Our protagonist implored the youth to remain with him, as the outside world was perilous, yet the boy disregarded his warnings. After a period of time, once the main character was enlisted in the armed forces, his younger sibling established Haiyan, his own faction, which swiftly ascended to become the foremost in the country. And simply that way, the main character was deserted once more. Eugene found himself completely isolated in existence. Consequently, he started to yearn for a revelation, believing it would transform everything. Thus, our protagonist relinquished all he had and committed his complete savings to a broker who seduced him with persuasive words, claiming he could facilitate a transformation. However, to everyone's astonishment, the elder sibling of the top Korean hunter proved to be an insignificant F-rank. Speculation started to circulate regarding how the ineffectual individual was attempting to exploit his younger sibling and how he had deceived the investors. Ultimately, the central character discovered himself to be the media's preferred subject, as well as burdened by an enormous amount of debt. His younger sibling felt deeply embarrassed by the controversy he had instigated and derided his authority. Eugene even asserted that the individual who had nurtured him was an utter shame. His unfortunate fortune didn't cease there, as it resulted in a leg impairment during an expedition into a dungeon. The younger sibling didn't even offer his guardian one of his healers to assist with the injury and emphasized how this should prevent him from raiding in the future. That being noted, the one who possessed everything commanded the one with nothing to cease tarnishing his reputation. Consequently, the main character was toiling like a drudge these days. Eugene experienced an emptiness within, yet ultimately he asserted that he comprehended his sibling for abandoning him. Ultimately, he could not entirely refute the reality that he was merely a low-tier hunter attempting to exploit his younger sibling. The occupation, nonetheless, was especially perilous, and the sole reason an F-ranked individual like our protagonist remained alive was due to his extraordinary ability. Eugene was recognized as the caretaker. This enabled him to include certain individuals in his retinue. The individuals in reference were Eugene, for whom he had dedicated his entire existence tending to, along with those who developed close friendships with him. His ability was straightforward to utilize, as it merely necessitated him to utter 3 straightforward enchanted phrases to place individuals under his guardianship. Once they were in his charge, the protagonist could bestow upon his subjects a plethora of enhancements. However, ultimately, this proved insufficient, as he was merely a rank F hunter with rank F abilities. Eugene possessed a covert method that enabled him to endure seemingly insurmountable situations, even when all of his colleagues were eliminated from the equation. His endurance was not a matter of chance. Rather, it stemmed from a concealed strength that accompanied his designation as custodian. That might alone permitted an individual as feeble as our hero to endure the truly unthinkable. This ability was referred to as final gratitude, yet since the ability in question was triggered unexpectedly, our champion was left astonished. In his profound quest for dominance, it unexpectedly consumed his whole being. It didn't take our protagonist long to recognize that this was the essence of the guild leader. At that instant, his heart plummeted to his soles. He dashed in alarm, contemplating how this was supposed to be a secure D-rank dungeon. Utilizing the strength of final thanks, the main character would obtain twice the skills and attributes of the individual he was mentoring for a brief period. period. In other terms, if the individual beneath our protagonist's protection was remarkably formidable, even the F-rank hunter could momentarily transform into a giant. However, this strength was not solely filled with positivity and delight, as it possessed quite a grim criterion for activation. This stipulation was closely associated with the one concerning the protagonist's guardianship. Eugene declined to accept that anything occurred to the guild leader. Abruptly, he found himself immersed in a puddle of shia. Ultimately, in order for the gratitude to be instigated, it necessitated the individual under his protection to forfeit their existence. At that instant, our protagonist was engulfed in terror as his cherished guild leader lay a motionless cadaver upon the earth. Frantic cries for assistance compelled him to glance upward. The D-rank from earlier was now engulfed within the immense maw of a colossal dragon. The hunter was acutely conscious that such a formidable beast had no place within a D-grade dungeon and attributed it all to the malediction of the F-rank. In an instant, the individual clad in crimson was ripped apart. That terrifying beast was none other than the sovereign dragon of poison and malediction, Rokitas. That being who certainly did not fit in such a lesser-tier dungeon was a supremely formidable, invincible dragon that none had ever managed to vanquish previously. And to exacerbate the situation, our F-tier, who was unable to walk properly, was now compelled to confront everything by themselves. He remained perplexed by the reality that one of the most secure dungeons was now harboring an actual Tier 1 dragon. Thus, to evade capture, our protagonist employed an ability that enhanced his lower limbs. He was now harnessing a reinforced manifestation of his guild leader's strength to exert maximum effort in his attempt to break free. His objective was straightforward: to exit the labyrinthine depths as swiftly as he could. However, what appeared to be a potential objective was swiftly thwarted by the flick of a tail. The dragon had obstructed the exit. In the face of the approaching assault, the main character resolved to protect himself by reinforcing his arms. Yet the creature made no attempt and effortlessly cast him aside. Eugene subsequently plummeted to the earth. Soon thereafter, he began to regurgitate blood. Despite the augmented strength of his guild leader, the main character remained excessively wretched to confront the three-headed dragon. Ultimate gratitude. He then began to flood his mind with the final moments of the supervisor. It caused him to realize how the aggressor who tormented him endeavored to grant the elderly man some additional moments. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the creature had already launched its assault, and in an instant, crimson sprayed across the surroundings as wails reverberated throughout the cavern. Such atrocious recollections left the protagonist appalled. His legs had now collapsed, injured, and before the elite dragon, Eugene had no means of fleeing. Yet, despite being completely aware that he had no opportunity, our main character wasn't prepared to face demise quite yet. Abruptly, a formidable strike struck the creature. Through a stroke of destiny, a champion arrived to aid our protagonist. Was none other than his younger sibling, the S-tier hunter. Eugene concealed his elder sibling behind a rock and implored him to remain calm. However, the champion attempted to caution him regarding the three-headed creature. With that noted, the most formidable hunter in Korea prepared himself for the battle. He relied on one of his abilities. A whirlwind of plumage then emerged as he employed his technique Blue Willows. With that stated, he elegantly leaped into the sky and released a barrage of rapid strikes that the creature simply couldn't match. The prodigy subsequently utilized one of his additional skills, enabling him to transform his weapon into a shade of black. The shadowy fires had been invoked. He subsequently directed all of that energy into a singular focal point prior to delivering a catastrophic blow to one of the three heads of the creature. Eugene was astonished by the swiftness of his younger sibling, since it was the inaugural occasion he had witnessed a distinguished predator engage in combat. Eugene swiftly observed the second head assembling something. Just at the critical moment, the youth managed to dodge the approaching strike. He cautioned him that this was a hazardous toxin with no recognized remedy. Eugene subsequently intervened on behalf of his elder sibling and employed his Titan shield to safeguard him from the toxins. Nonetheless, he did not emerge unscathed either. Witnessing this, the elder sibling was appalled for Eugene. Meanwhile, the younger sibling remained resolute. The distinguished predator subsequently unleashed a succession of potent strikes, frantically seeking to injure the creature. To the sibling's dismay, the weapon had begun to liquefy. Eugene swiftly understood that his brother was unable to unleash his full strength, observing that he was overly occupied with shielding him. At that instant, our protagonist comprehended that he was hindering the S-rank hunter. Eugene, in a surge of rage, confronted his elder sibling and yelled at him for re-entering the prison despite having fractured his legs. He even accused him of the devastation and asserted that he was exhausted from compensating for his errors. Eugene yelled at his sibling to cease his efforts and simply surrender. Receiving Hearing this from his brother in such a pivotal moment profoundly stunned our protagonist. It was at this juncture that he realized his sibling did not wish to have him as a burden. Eugene, who had anticipated that Eugene would arrive to assist him in the spirit of their camaraderie, was reminded of his ineffectiveness, and consequently he resolved to address the matter with Eugene. Eugene rose to his feet. He drew his sword while inquiring of his younger sibling if he was weary of having someone as unhelpful as him nearby, and prior to the S-rank hunter fully comprehending it, the frenzied F-rank lunged at the Tier 1 dragon and pierced it. The focus of the creature was now entirely fixated on the diminutive bug. Eugene asserted that because he felt like such a burden to his sibling, he would prefer to perish at this very moment. He even remarked that by finding himself in the Valley of the Beast, he would spare his sibling from the burden of arranging a memorial service for him. The main character even highlighted that the Guild of Heya would be pleased to hear of his demise. Consequently, as the creature charged toward him, he resolved to embrace his destiny with tranquility. Eugene experienced anxiety and utilized all of his strength in an effort to rescue his elder sibling. And just like that, the formidable tracker confronted the indomitable creature. Ultimately, it was human blood that permeated the earth. The main character was astonished, and upon comprehending what had just occurred, he stood before his younger sibling, skewered by the talons of the creature. At that instant, Eugene commenced to ponder where everything had taken a turn for the worse. In their youth, the two siblings shared an exceptionally strong bond, and following their loss of parents, they virtually became inseparable. In spite of the sorrow, the elder sibling consistently maintained a grin in the presence of the younger one. Eugene resolved to exert every effort in nurturing his younger sibling. Similar to that time, it was merely the two of them versus the universe. At this moment, as calamity struck anew, Eugene discovered himself grasping an impaled Eugene. The protagonist could not comprehend the selflessness of his younger sibling. Nonetheless, the tracker was effectively able to eliminate one of the three heads. At that instant, the prodigy elucidated to his kin how the dragon could remain alert for merely 5 hours, and that 4 had already elapsed. And as he highlighted that following an hour the main character could securely flee, this individual was left profoundly perplexed. Ultimately, this was the identical sibling who failed to reach out to him following his accident and even abandoned him during his time of need. Eugene, who attempted to persuade his brother to relinquish hope, was now providing him with a portal stone, an object that would effectively enable his escape. Eugene asserted that he ought to be the one to utilize it, subsequent to mending his wounds. Yet to his dismay, the aforementioned rank hunter asserted that it would be futile, as they both understood quite clearly that he was not going to escape from this dungeon. Having stated that, Eugene ultimately shut his eyes. Eugene was utterly astonished. At that instant, it was activated. The ultimate gratitude had been initiated and would endure for a full 60 minutes. Following the demise of the top Korean hunter, the main character would now have the opportunity to harness double his abilities. Furthermore, in that instant, Eugene gained boundless power as immense force began to surge within his physique. The creature resolved to conclude what it had initiated. However, as it attempted to overpower the human, the tracker utilized his Azure Willow to quickly evade. Eugene effectively created a gap between himself and the creature. Eugene subsequently embraced his sibling. He could feel the strength surging through his bloodstream. Armed with his recently acquired skills, he resolved to forge an armament. The guardian now wielded a lance. He even inquired of the creature if it genuinely wished to assault him in his current state. As the dragon lunged toward him, the champion inhaled profoundly. He then leapt aside prior to thrusting at one of the heads. He asserted that the creature was astonishingly swift. Ultimately, he was now double the strength of the finest tracker throughout all of Korea. With that, one individual had been removed and merely 2 remained. Ultimately, the guardian was presented with the recollections of his younger sibling and how he chose to sever ties upon learning of his F-rank. Eugene was acutely conscious that if his brother were exposed as his vulnerability, those individuals would fervently attempt to exploit it. During the influence of the recollection, the hero lunged at the creature. With his astonishing swiftness, he swiftly leaped onto the crown of the dragon. Now, in the atmosphere, he prepared himself to deliver a forceful blow. At that precise instant, he began to realize how his younger sibling instructed his associates to monitor him attentively, as he would be devoid of safeguarding in his role as a hunter. Upon Eugene's admission to the hospital, Eugene was consumed by fury and insisted that those who harmed his sibling be dealt with. At that instant, our hero executed a formidable strike against the dragon. On the day he expelled his sibling from his premises, Eugene instructed his men to hand him some funds prior to escorting him away. The young man was fervently intent on shielding his caretaker from the perils of the dungeons. Eugene loathed himself for the manner in which he was treating his brother, yet this was the sole means he had to safeguard him. Returning to the current moment, all was now still. The tricephalic serpent had ultimately been vanquished. Nonetheless, the victor was unable to discover any joy in triumph. Ultimately, he had just come to understand the extent of the sacrifices his younger sibling had made on his behalf. At last, his vigor was nearing its conclusion, which would permit the dragon's venom to eliminate the last sibling. However, just as the protagonist resolved to embrace his destiny, the system unexpectedly notified him that he had accomplished a milestone by vanquishing a dragon single-handedly. Consequently, the Guardian obtained the illustrious title of Dragon Slayer. As a reward for his remarkable achievement, he would now receive 10 gate stones, 5 Tier 1 enchantment drafts, and the Red Dragon Greatsword. Furthermore, the system bestowed upon him a gem that had the power to fulfill a single desire. It didn't require our protagonist much time to formulate a desire. However, as he attempted to summon his sibling back, it became apparent that the stone does not interfere with the matters of the deceased. Consequently, the sorrowful individual regarded this object as insignificant. Yet, only at that moment did he attain an epiphany. He recognized his desire to surpass his sibling, aspiring to become the foremost individual on a global scale. All of this was motivated by the need to safeguard what he cherishes. Moreover, he consequently managed to formulate a desire. Eugene yearned to return to an era when his sibling was still living. Upon reflection, he even longed to revert to an era prior to his enlightenment. The main character was utterly indifferent to whether this choice was a poor one. Ultimately, he reached a decision and affirmed his desire. Just in that manner, the stone commenced to reverse the flow of time. Eugene Han's objective was to prevent the numerous calamities that transpired from ever taking place. After a brief period, the main character eventually awoke. He was no longer in the subterranean prison. The caretaker swiftly recognized that he was within the central office of his younger sibling. Observing his inability to access his status interface, it appeared that time had indeed reverted. The protagonist then glanced at his device and verified that he had now traveled 5 years back in time. Eugene reminisced about how, on this particular day, he desired to encounter a revitalized broker. He couldn't shake the feeling of being pitiful. At that time, he withdrew a portion of his savings to attempt to become a hunter, oblivious to the fact that it was a con. It was during this instance that he became aware of a revelation. Eugene, who was now expected to enter the chamber, perceived the door ajar. As the main character pivoted, he discovered an individual keen to reprimand him. Upon witnessing a youthful Eugene imploring him to cease ridiculing him, the hero found himself unable to hold back tears. His sibling was once again alive. Eugene Han's desire had genuinely been fulfilled. Eugene found himself completely bewildered, only to become even more captivated by his sibling's apology. Our protagonist asserted that he profoundly lamented his actions. Observing this, the younger brother presumed that the caretaker had made a significant error, only for him to assert that this was not the scenario. Eugene highlighted how he had just come to the realization that his brother was hardly in his 20s. He even started to reproach himself for not recognizing the extent of his brother's solitary struggles while tidying up those daunting dungeons. The protagonist vowed to remain in place from that moment forward to avoid causing the S-rank hunter any further difficulties. Eugene was deeply touched by this, and he could finally reclaim his elder brother. Even though I recognized the awkwardness of this instance, the main character found it impossible not to relish it. At last, he possessed the opportunity to mend his bond with his sibling, allowing them to become inseparable once more. Eugene subsequently conveyed his affection to the young man he had nurtured. Having ultimately grasped his position, he resolved to conduct himself properly henceforth and refrain from the realm of hunting and the labyrinths. Abruptly, the system commended him for attaining the status of an awakener. Eugene struggled to comprehend this. To add to the bewilderment, he obtained the designations of Dragon Slayer and Ideal Guardian. Additionally, he acquired a fresh ability referred to as Super Nanny. As per the system, Eugene's development rate had now been magnified, considering he was under our protagonist's supervision, which left him rather curious. After a while, the dish was set on the burner. Eugene was nearly done preparing the meal. Our main character experienced a profound sense of displacement. In the initial chronology, this signified a significant conflict between him and his junior sibling. However, circumstances had changed. He felt pleased to have mended their relationship, but still considered it strange that they were now partaking in dinner together. Eugene subsequently directed his focus to his status panel. As the chronology reset, he had undergone a fresh awakening, markedly distinct from the former experience. He had obtained the L-ranked Dragon Slayer designation, which could solely be awarded to the individual who vanquished the creature unaided. The caretaker swiftly recognized that this was the sign he had received from the creature and sensed that something was amiss, as this occurrence was unexpected at this moment. The main character swiftly realized that the designation L denoted legendary, which surpassed the S rank. To enhance matters further, this designation encompassed 4 competencies. These newfound abilities left their bearer astonished. Our main character had attained L rank immunity to toxins and hexes, in addition to 2 additional abilities that would render him highly effective against all draconic creatures. Eugene Han had become rather enthusiastic. He began to envision himself as the central character in one of those tales where he would emerge as the mightiest in existence following a journey through time. With that having been stated, he began to daydream about it. Eugene envisioned Yuyun being overwhelmed by the dragon, and just as they believed they were on the brink of being vanquished by the toxin, an astounding event would occur. An extraordinary rescuer would make an appearance. Our protagonist would subsequently execute a remarkable big brother gesture, as he was eager to cultivate some prestige in the presence of his brilliant younger sibling. Eugene was convinced that he was now akin to a superhero. Indeed, he hurried to verify his score, believing that he had attained S rank or possibly even L rank. However, the statistics were indisputable. Eugene remained at F rank. Upon recognizing that this was not one of the conventional Isekai narratives, he started to feel a sense of alarm, believing that he would be ineffective once more. He was so disheartened that he began to believe that L actually stood for loser. The caretaker had obtained several new E rank enhancements that were better than his previous ones, yet none were particularly remarkable. On a positive note, his custodian designation had elevated to the legendary tier. Consequently, he had gained 3 additional abilities. In spite of its potency, Final Thanks was a technique he hoped never to encounter again. The initial novel ability was referred to as Super Nanny, which enables the individual to amplify the development speed of the subject for a duration of 3 days by articulating the key phrases. Eugene perceived it akin to his former ability, but opted to verify the enhancement in growth rate. Moreover, to his astonishment, it turned out to be an astounding 2 times. Eugene recognized that this would be extremely advantageous for Yuhen, particularly when paired with the ability Who's a Good Boy, a novel power that would enable the user to enhance the attributes of his target by articulating the keyword in the presence of a discerning audience capable of comprehending it. In essence, vocalizing the keywords before an audience of 100 would bestow the S-rank hunter with a complete 100% enhancement in all attribute points. Consequently, if Eugene rallied support for his younger sibling in front of 100 individuals, his strength was certain to be multiplied. The elder sibling was especially delighted with this ability, as it would enable his brother, along with the entirety of his guild, to attain remarkable prowess that would astonish all. Elevated to the position of the premier guild, and recognizing his pivotal role in achieving this status, the champion would be venerated by it as a sovereign. However, just as circumstances began to favor our hero, the pivotal phrase was unveiled to be "I cherish you." Suddenly, the elder siblings began to thump his head against the table, as this situation couldn't possibly become more humiliating. He swiftly discerned that the keyword must have altered when he rebooted the timeline. Nevertheless, whenever he employed the term with anyone he encountered, he was certain to experience a pleasant evening in custody with the authorities. Noting that this ability was impractical, the protagonist opted to explore the last option. The ultimate ability would enable the main character to discern the perspective level of an unactivated subject and unleash their complete capabilities by reciting the trigger phrase. However, just as he was immersed in his reflections, the meal was ultimately complete. His sibling offered him some rice. Eugene was uncertain whether he would appreciate the dish, given that it was concocted from remnants in the refrigerator. However, his brother's response conveyed everything. Eugene felt joy witnessing his sibling relish the meal and cheerfully remarked that there was plenty more in Japan. He had not anticipated his brother's culinary skills and was genuinely fascinated by it, considering he had the means to dine out. Eugene mentioned that it was a more secure choice. At that time, he lacked both antidotes for venom and items for removing curses when he embarked on his adventure. This prompted the elder sibling to understand that certain individuals had previously attempted to harm the younger one. As Eugene noted, some must have become resentful of his extraordinary abilities despite his tender years. After all, the majority of major guilds had aligned themselves with colossal corporations in pursuit of advancement, whereas he had established his empire independently. And as Eugene remarked that he might have fared better by joining one of the prominent guilds, he was abruptly seized by the face. Eugene was quite enraged that his sibling had concealed such vital information from him. The early hunter implored the F-rank not to condemn him, as ultimately this was the existence he had opted for. The 20-year-old then articulated that his greatest remorse was the decline of his bond with his brother. Eugene was compelled to vigilantly monitor his sibling while feigning indifference to protect him from malicious individuals. The young man even asserted that he maintained all of this in secrecy to avoid becoming a burden to his brother. However, it became evident that he conceded his mistake. Eugene was profoundly profoundly moved by his sibling's apology and the way he conveyed his affection for him, particularly after having shown him indifference. Observing his younger sibling behave in this manner, the elder brother promptly loaded his plate, as he was uncertain of any alternative course of action. Eugene Huan felt thankful for having reversed time, asserting it to be the finest choice of his existence. At that juncture, the younger sibling opted to depart. However, prior to his exit, he insisted that the protagonist erase the broker's contact, noting that he wouldn't be responding to calls anytime soon. Overwhelmed with apprehension at the implication of his brother's words, our hero promptly complied. As the guild master was departing, Eugene vowed to resolve everything before he took his leave, but his brother did not fully grasp the meaning. Eugene clarified that he was to remain here. In fact, not only was our hero going to reside with him from that point forward, but he was now also strictly prohibited from ever leaving. Eugene struggled to comprehend this, as if he had inadvertently transformed into his sibling's captive. Upon comprehending this, our central character sought clarification. Thus, his sibling merely indicated that the exterior was exceedingly perilous. Everything had now transformed for our protagonist, as he had mended his bond with his younger brother. In other terms, he had become a mobile target for his numerous adversaries who would be keen to eliminate him. This implied that the caretaker was prohibited from leaving the residence. However, on a positive note, he would have the opportunity to reside in the opulent flat of his younger sibling. Nevertheless, unable to acknowledge this reality, Eugene hurried to the entrance, merely to swiftly discover himself incarcerated. At that instant, a postal worker arrived in the room and prompted the main character to endorse the document so he could receive the items he had ordered. It became evident that Eugene didn't hesitate for a moment and contacted a relocation service to clear out his brother's apartment and transport all the belongings here. Eugene was perplexed as to why his guardian was opposed to the arrangement, given that he had previously consented to everything. As soon as he expressed his regret and pardoned him for the frosty demeanor, everything fell into place. To the 20-year-old, by taking this action, his sibling had consented to become his captive. Nevertheless, Eugene, with a hint of rebellion still within him, insisted that this was not true. In an instant, the caretaker discovered himself isolated and snared in a prison of gold. At a certain moment, he began to believe that his sibling had lost his sanity. Subsequently, he had turned back the clock, lacking. Without wasting a moment, our protagonist gathered a bag of necessities and resolved to depart the house before his sibling came back. However, just as he was on the verge of departing through the main entrance, he unexpectedly encountered an individual. Before this colossal, ape-like figure, our diminutive protagonist could only tremble. That individual was Sungon Kim, the trusted aide of Eugene and an A-tier hunter with formidable protective abilities. When inquired whether he could leave, the F-rank hunter was refused permission to depart. Eugene was unable to refrain from considering this absurd, as his sibling went so far as to provide him with an A-tier hunter as a guardian. Our protagonist attempted to reason his way out and asserted that the individual ought to be less concerned about his actions. Consequently, observing this, Sungon Kim resolved to embrace an alternative method, which constituted coercion, and judging by its appearance, it appeared to be functioning exceptionally well. At present, before a more advanced predator, our protagonist couldn't shake the sensation of being a tiny hare before an enormous grizzly bear. Nevertheless, he made every effort to stay composed. Only at that moment did one of his novel abilities, recognized as oppose apprehension, activate. With its strength, the guardian ceased to tremble in his footwear. In truth, he felt no fear whatsoever. At this moment, the formidable A-rank hunter appeared more akin to a giant stuffed toy. Consequently, witnessing this, our young protagonist chose to resist. He subsequently referenced Article 12 of the South Korean Constitution, asserting that it was his entitlement and prerogative to experience liberty. And as he started to assert that the offenses of his jailer warranted imprisonment, he was abruptly lifted. As the grizzly bear lifted the petite rabbit, the small creature understood that his newfound abilities alleviated his apprehension, yet did not eliminate his frailty. Thus, as he was transported indoors like a young child, our protagonist could not resist exploring his various talents in the hope of reversing his fortunes. However, as he relied on his abilities, akin to how a sapling is shaped, so flourishes the tree, he discovered something fascinating. Suddenly, the small hare seized the visage of the colossal grizzly bear. There was no doubt about it. This individual possessed the capability to evolve into a top-tier awakener. This would position him as the second distinguished hunter in the guild following Yuhun. Our protagonist was keen to harness this capability to its utmost and started to ponder whether his ability might be of any assistance. The system communicated to him that even if the individual was not within his control, he could still unleash his complete capabilities by articulating the key phrases. In other terms, he genuinely possessed a method to assist. Yuhun conjectured that by assuming the role of the guardian for the grizzly bear, he would obtain a congenial S-rank companion and also reclaim his liberty. Nevertheless, the petite rabbit experienced a sense of humiliation as he needed to convey his affection for the grizzly bear, and thus, finding myself unable to articulate it, he opted to utilize sign language. Initially, he began creating heart symbols. At first, the individual was perplexed. However, upon comprehension, he was rather vexed as he did not lean in that direction. Consequently, now regarded as an oddball, our protagonist was thrown within, prompting him to understand that he required fresh terminology. Eventually that evening, the younger sibling at last came back. He inquired of his elder sibling regarding his day, as if everything were evident. Yoo-hoon encouraged Yoo-hoon to unpack his belongings immediately, since he had an available room that he could occupy, yet our protagonist continued to lament about being confined. Observing this, the distinguished hunter reassured the main character that he was destined to reclaim his liberty one day. Yoo-hoon clarified that currently, their guild faced numerous adversaries, but circumstances were sure to alter once they amassed an indisputable level of strength. The protagonist's aspirations of attaining freedom shattered once more upon discovering that he could only depart this location once. Hyen ascended to the position of the premier guild. The younger sibling vowed to accomplish this within a year, yet the time traveler was acutely aware that it would require him 3. Yoo-hoon remarked that his elder brother was not entirely a captive, as he could leave the house at any moment provided he was accompanied and restrained. The leader of the guild then started to contemplate that he couldn't merely abandon him after a negative experience, as it would require him numerous days to navigate a dungeon. At that instant, the caretaker recognized that his skills might prove beneficial. Prior to rejuvenating the timeline, Yoo-hoon devoted all of his time to investigating every hunter, which allowed him to possess extensive knowledge of who would emerge as the most powerful. His strategy was to discover one of those concealed treasures before they stirred and transform them into warriors, in return for serving as his protector. By assembling his own formidable allies, Yoo-hoon would no longer be entirely at the mercy of his sibling, and his rank and abilities rendered him an ideal scout. With that stated, Yoo-hoon conveyed to his sibling that he desired to independently locate an A rank. The younger sibling felt bewildered, while the elder brother was resolute, as he was keen to achieve an A rank or perhaps even an S rank. The most appropriate target would probably be youthful and unwary, and to his luck, there existed an individual of that sort outside, someone he might eventually persuade to transform into an S-rank hunter. Lacking, without delaying, he arrived to elucidate his extensive scheme to his younger sibling. When questioned about how he could possibly identify an awakener, the youth asserted that he possessed his own mysteries. It didn't take the distinguished individuals long to understand that his younger sibling had roused. Apprehensive that his sibling had now developed a reconnaissance ability, the S-rank was concerned that his brother could potentially become a focal point. In that instant, the main character comprehended that being honest with his younger sibling would entail decaying in his dwelling indefinitely. Thus he asserted that his ability was an F-rank skill that enabled him to perceive whether an individual possessed positive or negative potential once every month. Yoo-hoon deemed this ability to be insufficient to garner interest. Indeed, as per his assertion, this ability would soon be eclipsed by the forthcoming awakening hub. The protagonist was subsequently reminded that during this period, humanity had discovered a method to assess the abilities and promise of awakeners. Hubs served as a secure haven for awakening, distant from ineffective detectors, and where individuals were not criticized for their abilities. Yoo-hoon asserted that he was fortunate. In his view, with the surrounding focus, he had become even less of a target. He implored his sibling for an opportunity to investigate an A rank. Ultimately, Yoo-hoon consented, but insisted that his brother assist him in relocating all of this equipment beforehand. In that instant, the main character had embarked on his initial stride toward liberation, as he was now setting out to assemble a team of formidable awakeners. He even started to envision how significant he would be with his team by his side, and that they might eclipse the importance of his siblings. The following day, at the enrollment hub of the Korean Hunter Association, all were astonished to behold Hyen's shield. However, the A-rank hunter did not arrive here solo. Everyone presumed the individual he was protecting to be someone highly significant and a prospective S rank on the verge of emerging. However, the truth struck when he was categorized as an F rank. Everyone felt let down and branded him a charlatan, even though he hadn't spoken a single word initially. Yoo-hoon subsequently resolved to verify the amount of money his sibling had bestowed upon him for acquiring new equipment, and was delighted to discover that it exceeded $800,000. Our protagonist swiftly made his way to the shopping center, detecting the aroma, the gains. The employees started to encircle him like scavengers. Initially, he was presented with some extravagant-looking objects that provided a significant enhancement, but he was not enamored with the aesthetic. The main character insisted on something more understated. In an instant, he obtained the distinct gems of Dark Fairy clay that enhanced his sorcery, the manticore skin gloves that enhanced his power and endurance, along with the lightweight fabric belt. With the upgraded equipment he had acquired, our guardian was now equivalent to a C rank. Noticing that he still possessed a bit of currency, he opted to utilize it for acquiring several elixirs and agreements. Subsequently, his security detail confronted him regarding his tardiness, but the irked bodyguard displayed the formidable bear that was merely wandering within that particular structure. The bodyguard encouraged the main character to be more cautious about his actions and opted to take him back home. Nevertheless, this individual still had an additional destination in mind. Eugene started to contemplate the ice sorceress, Yerim Park, who was likely now an orphan employed at a family-owned barbecue eatery. In the initial timeline, she was among the most exceptional A-rank hunters, could transform into a valuable resource for Hyan, and should presently be a dormant 15-year-old. The protagonist was keen to assess her potential to serve as his protector, ultimately striving to reclaim his independence. At some point, subsequently, at the Nocturnal Bazaar, the main character inquired in every direction regarding the abandoned child, but no one possessed any knowledge of her. Eugene didn't anticipate the abundance of grilling establishments in the marketplace, indicating that his quest was quite a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, he found it challenging to concentrate due to the aroma of the savory meat, prompting him to suggest that his bodyguard take a morsel, but the bodyguard declined. The A rank attempted to contend that numerous grilling establishments surrounded their guild, while the F rank asserted that he had detected a potent aura in this vicinity. This prompted the grizzly bear to deride the small rabbit, who was deceiving himself into believing he was a Jedi. However, just as the caretaker started to envision a delectable meal, he abruptly encountered a disagreement. A young adolescent was earnestly attempting to defend her position. Ultimately, she flung her apron in fury and hurried into the darkness while lamenting her supervisor. In the interim, our protagonist was rendered speechless, as he had ultimately discovered the impending Ice Sovereign. However, prior to him being able to converse with her, she abruptly departed. Eugene requested the large man to grasp his sausage. As he chased after the girl, he began to contemplate her speed, even though he remained in a state of drowsiness. It was only at that moment that the impact of his belt manifested. With the acceleration provided by his gear, even an F rank could match her pace. Eugene discovered himself elated, having utilized for the inaugural time the most powerful cheat code, Wealth, to explore the entire marketplace at maximum velocity. Eventually, he successfully found the young woman. Having stated that, the young woman eventually perceived him uttering her name. Initially, the adolescent presumed that our protagonist had been dispatched by her uncle, and thus she resolved to flee, as she wished to have nothing to do with him. It was only then that the guardian was rendered astonished, just as a vehicle was on the verge of colliding with the girl. Yet just as misfortune was on the verge of occurring, Eugene took action and shoved the young homeless child aside. In an instant, the young woman was rescued. Had it not been for him, the chauffeur might have turned into a killer. Astounded, amidst the spectacle, an assembly of onlookers began to converge. Although the young woman is secure, Eugene lamented not appearing any more stylish. In reality, this minor tactic merely cost him a few charisma points. Soon thereafter, while savoring meat, the main character noted that it had been quite a while since he had relished Korean barbecue. Noticing that he was using his siblings' funds, our protagonist opted to treat the young woman and even proposed to purchase additional items for her. Eugene inquired of the girl why they weren't dining at her uncle's eatery, to which she asserted that it was unpleasant and the meat was too tough for seniors like him. Yerim highlighted how this unfamiliar individual asserted that he was the elder sibling of Eugene Han. When inquired about why he wished to meet her initially, the youth professed that he sensed her energy. Believing he was an unusual oddball, the girl attempted to resonate with his vibe before departing. In that instant, our protagonist concocted a falsehood, asserting that her late parents had assisted him and his sibling during their moments of crisis. Eugene even expressed remorse for taking so long to return the kindness, as it had weighed heavily on him. However, the adolescent was unconcerned, as he was not taking advantage of her. The main character then remarked on the girl's latent ability that lay within her. Eugene elucidated how his abilities could enable him to identify prospective awakeners and assist them in their development. He even elucidated how the adolescent before him could indeed ascend to a B rank, and observing how they were being supported by the association of his younger sibling, Yerim would garner complete backing if she decided to pursue a career as a hunter. The caretaker expressed his desire to become her benefactor, and consequently, he presented her with the opportunity to join him and become a seeker. Yerim was profoundly astonished by this. This reaction was entirely understandable. After all the popular youths aspired to be hunters someday. At this point, the sole task remaining to persuade her was to perform a brief spectacle. Out of the blue, the main character conjured a pact that he insisted the girl examine examined prior. The adolescent was thoroughly astonished and recognized that the individual was utilizing a concept referred to as an inventory. Eugene clarified that she would also obtain her own pocket dimension upon her awakening, and that the parchment before her was crafted from materials sourced from dungeons. And just like that, he presented her with the agreement. The main character elaborated that by affixing her signature, she would be recognized as a legitimate hunter. However, she would also be compelled to affiliate with the guild of his younger sibling and refrain from disclosing any of its confidential information. However, I was also obligated to serve as his personal protector for a year. Endeavoring, in an attempt to portray himself as a victim, Eugene elaborated that he required safeguarding from a menacing individual who was attempting to confine him, only for his self-respect to be wounded when the girl highlighted how he sought a literal child for his defense. Eugene attempted to assert that there was no justification for his embarrassment, as upon awakening she would grow more powerful than he. Nevertheless, someone inquired whether enrolling would grant her the opportunity to reside independently. He was notably perplexed, yet he clarified how she would officially acquire the rights of adulthood upon becoming a hunter, leading her to choose to sign without delay. At that instant, Eugene promptly halted her, as she had yet to completely review the document and had not incorporated her conditions. This prompted the young woman to recognize her error. Our main character indicated that if Urim failed to thoroughly examine the document, she would eventually fall victim to a fraud. He elaborated to her the necessity of managing contracts with great caution, and given that these matters could present challenges for youngsters, she would be wiser to have a caretaker. However, while he was expounding, the main character found herself bewildered, as the girl remarked that this would be futile if the caretaker himself was a fraudster. The adolescent was becoming exasperated, convinced that, irrespective of the agreement, she would be unable to retain her funds if her guardian was malevolent. However, just as she was mustering the bravery to elucidate the circumstances to our protagonist, an individual abruptly burst into the eatery. That individual was none other than the young woman's uncle, in pursuit of her. The man utterly disregarded our protagonist and lunged at the girl, who was expected to be at work. The uncle attempted to pull his niece back to the eatery, but was halted by her new benefactor. Initially, the man presumed that our protagonist was the individual exploiting his niece, but our impoverished caretaker promptly refuted the accusation. The uncle believed he was contending with a robust individual, as he was unable to liberate himself, yet he was unaware that this was the mechanism in operation. Uranium then started to shout at her uncle to cease bothering her, merely for our protagonist to thoroughly observe her, and came to a realization. Her attire was in a deplorable state, and the footwear adorning her feet was scarcely holding together. As he recalled the altercation they experienced in his presence, Eugene ultimately pieced together the puzzle. The main character assured the adolescent that she didn't require someone as beneath her as this individual to be her guardian. Uranium verified that her uncle was an immoral individual. She alleged that he had taken all of her family's funds, leaving her with not a single penny. In front of the entire group, she even recalled the occasion when he failed to replace the inadequate umbrella he had provided her during the typhoon, compelling her to resort to a plastic bag. As he was being revealed as a child molester, the individual could no longer endure it. Having stated that, he shoved the main character aside and gradually advanced toward the young girl. Suddenly, the scout collapsed onto the earth. The pair was profoundly taken aback, fearing that the main character was genuinely injured, yet this individual refrained from uttering a single word. The stillness was subsequently shattered as he abruptly began to yell on the ground. Eugene attempted to assume the role of the victim, asserting that he was merely trying to defend the unfortunate adolescent. As he was increasingly depicted as a brutal child maltreater, the gentleman was unsure of how to respond. Consequently, he seized the young person by the collar and shouted at him to stop it immediately. Eugene regarded this as the ideal moment. Unbeknownst to anyone, he stealthily struck the man's feet, causing him to plunge directly into the mixture. Eugene subsequently issued the individual a sincere and earnest caution regarding the beverage on the ground that caused him to lose his footing. The uncle fervently endeavored to rise once more, merely to be thrust into the sustenance once more. In the presence of such a display, the girl struggled to stifle her amusement. Eugene positioned the tormentor's visage near the griddle and accused him of being a dreadful guardian to his own kin. But just as he was poised to intimidate him, an unexpected explosion reverberated. Uram presumed that this benevolent stranger had forcefully thrust her uncle against the table, merely for him to confirm that the noise appeared to be emanating from outside. In an instant, chaos erupted as the whole eatery began to tremble. Sungkwan Kim hurried to the janitor. He was keen to escort him to safety, as a creature had emerged, and the creature was on a rampage through the thoroughfares. An escape from the dungeon had just transpired. The terrified populace frantically attempted to flee for their safety. The hunter advised the main character and the young adult to steer clear of peril. He asserted that he would purchase them additional time and struck the earth to activate his A-rank ability, Terra Shield. In an instant, a colossal barrier ascended between the individuals and the creature, now presented the ideal opportunity for our protagonist to flee for his existence. Nevertheless, Yujin found himself increasingly perplexed, since such an incident did not occur in the initial timeline. This led him to believe that he had missed this dungeon rupture in his previous existence. Thus, the A-rank charged towards the creature. He leaped from the barrier and steadied himself prior to delivering a forceful aerial kick to the being. However, as it happens, Sun Gon didn't even strike the core. Consequently, he endeavored to evade the approaching tendrils to the best of his ability. All inhabitants were left appalled as the creature was on the verge of surmounting the barrier. However, as the crowd fled in fear, the young woman unexpectedly stumbled and plummeted to the earth. Her uncle didn't hesitate for a moment before forsaking her and placing his own needs above hers. Once more, Yoram was let down by her guardian. In that instant, the creature attempted to seize her with its appendages. Yet just when it appeared that the girl was doomed, an individual arrived and protected her from the assault. That the individual was none other than her benefactor. Yajin encouraged her to rise once more, as they urgently required to discover a secure location immediately. It was the inaugural occasion in Yoram Park's existence that an individual had genuinely returned for her. Upon verifying that the subterranean establishment served as a form of refuge, the grown-up instructed the affluent youngster to proceed there immediately. Regarding him, he was compelled to rejoin the fray. It was the inaugural occasion he had encountered such a creature, and although a single example wasn't particularly formidable by itself, it could transform into a significant threat if permitted to proliferate. To exacerbate the situation, his bodyguard possessed merely defensive techniques and was devoid of any genuine offensive capabilities. In other terms, he would be of little assistance on his own against the beast. Nonetheless, our protagonist endeavored to devise a solution to assist. However, just as he was on the verge of returning, he was abruptly halted. Yoram requested that he rouse her abilities so she could battle alongside him. Yajin declared that this would be unfeasible, as the agreement had not yet been executed, prompting the girl to vow not to flee once she acquired her abilities and to remain faithful. Upon listening to this, the caretaker reminded her that she remained a minor. Yajin disclosed his plan to provide her with a secure awakening, ensuring she wouldn't transform into an impulsive superhero who recklessly plunged into peril. Our main character declined to permit another child to battle alone ever again. Consequently, he instructed her to step aside while the grown-ups managed the predicament. And with that stated, our central character departed, leaving the adolescent solitary. As he sprinted toward the creature, he endeavored to formulate a plan. Given his 5 years of experience as a hunter, it would be shameful for him not to devise a method to subdue the beast. And just like that, he ultimately reunited with his protector. As the bear implored the rabbit to seek refuge, the latter requested that he employ his shield, which was absurd, as it couldn't protect the entire vicinity. However, to the astonishment of the A-rank hunter, the F-rank asserted that it would suffice, as he had a strategy in mind. Just in that manner, the pair ascended atop the barrier and prepared themselves for the imminent battle. The protective seeker honed all of his abilities and struck the earth with maximum force. Before the creature could comprehend it, a colossal sphere of rock had been established encircling it. Sungon Kim was oblivious to the fact that his strength could be utilized to ensnare a rival. Having stated that it was moments for our protagonist to take action, with his equipment, he hurried to the enclosure. As his shield functioned as a robust surface, it could effortlessly be utilized to form a durable dome. During his shopping excursion, the main character discovered several rank of black venom capsules. Noticing his preference for being prepared, he acquired several of them. Utilizing one of them within an enclosed enclosure would undoubtedly be sufficient to handle the beast. However, just as our protagonist was on the verge of casting it in, he observed something captivating. The enclosure was vacant, and just as he started to contemplate where the creature had disappeared to, something abruptly seized his leg, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the creature surfaced from beneath the ground. His scheme proved to be a disaster, as he failed to consider the creature's ability to conceal itself in the sewers. However, just when he started to believe he was on the verge of facing his demise, Yaram, equipped with a parasol, hurried to assist him. The youngster began to strike the creature in a frantic effort to liberate the guardian. Ultimately, it finally released its grip. The moment his feet touched the earth, the adolescent urged him to flee for his survival. Yojin prompted her that as a non-combatant, she had no business here. Thus, she confronted him for being merely an F-ranked individual. Our protagonist attempted to contend that he was still an adult, prompting the girl to remind him that he intended to recruit a youngster as his protector. Yojin earnestly attempted to remind her that she remained a minor. However, the young woman asserted that this was precisely the rationale she required for her own powers to be unsealed. She disclosed that at that time, when he rescued her life, she experienced immense joy, as there was at last a man who wished to safeguard her. That joy was also intertwined with resentment, as the adolescent recognized that she was incapable of managing on her own, and that she was compelled to depend on others. Consequently, to protect herself in the event of similar calamities, Yeojin Park aspired to obtain strength. She refused to stay an impotent child eternally. Indeed, she rejected the notion of remaining a maiden in peril requiring assistance. Rather, the young woman aspired to attain sufficient strength to assert her independence and control her own fate. Yeojin subsequently prompted the main character to recall his own remarks, in which he asserted that she possessed remarkable potential, and consequently, she implored him to rouse her immediately. At that instant, the adolescent and the caretaker were mere moments from being engulfed by the appendages of the entity. Consequently, the main character promptly called upon his abilities. Abruptly, the appendages of the creature were thwarted. Initially, the protector was captivated, but bewilderment was soon supplanted by amazement, as the adolescent had encased the appendages of the creature in ice. Yeojin Park emerged as a Hysterian adversary, who promptly employed her chilling ability referred to as Frosty Sigh. The adolescent became overly enthusiastic and wished to present the janitor with a catalog of her talents. Thus, he implored her to refrain from doing this in public. However, in her jubilation, she failed to notice that the creature was attempting to assault her from the rear. The young woman was subsequently taken by surprise as the creature grasped her hands. The frightened girl attempted to rid herself of it, but instead, she collided it forcefully with the wall. Even the season tracker couldn't trust their own vision. There was no question about it. This girl had emerged as an S-rank. Yeojin subsequently resolved to deliver the final strike. She instructed him to remain motionless and subsequently presented him with a spear. She infused her strength into the armament prior to initiating a formidable assault. As the ice was dispersing in all directions, the bodyguard had no alternative but to employ his shields to safeguard the custodian. The ability referred to as Sandals of Hermes was subsequently initiated, enabling the girl to ascend. It also bestowed upon her a significant velocity as she subsequently darted toward the creature like a missile. Urim, wielding her newfound abilities, effortlessly penetrated its hide. Yeojin shouted at her that she was on the verge of eliminating them with inadvertent fire. The adolescent promptly expressed remorse. She conveyed that she was still unfamiliar with her own power. Because of her designation as the ice which in the initial timeline, our protagonist had never anticipated this girl to be such a jubilant young one. However, just as the caretaker started to hope for the girl to possess a widespread ability, someone volunteered to assist them. The Ebony Inferno was swiftly conjured, and the creature was incinerated to ashes. The leader of the guild had made his appearance. Upon witnessing this colossal might, the ice sorceress was rendered mute, as the colossal creature was obliterated with a solitary strike, and just like that, the smoldering remnants descended like cinders to the earth. As this has ultimately concluded, the two titans fixed their gazes upon one another. A champion who believed that his sibling had come to rescue him was unexpectedly confronted by a malevolent stare. The overly cautious guild leader hurried to embrace his sibling, who had just faced peril, and vowed to confine him within his residence for all eternity. However, Yeojin assured Yuyun that he had discovered a competent protector. He presented his new protector as Urim Park, the most recent S-rank adventurer. The adolescent felt somewhat daunted by the striking leader of Hyun. Yeojin clarified that the young woman had enrolled to serve as his protector, yet Yeojin began to question whether her guardians would permit it. Our protagonist resolved to be honest with his younger sibling and conveyed his aspiration to assume the role of the girl's legal custodian. Yeojin asserted that he would be more advantageous as a benefactor. However, the young woman did not perceive the distinction between the two headings. Sungon clarified that a sponsor would solely uphold a professional affiliation and would not be able to legally shield her from her poor decisions. In terms of a legal guardian, it essentially refers to an individual who looks after a minor, much like a parental figure. Urim Park expressed to Yeojin that this was somewhat excessive, and Yeojin quickly concurred with her. However, to his dismay, the mindset of the adolescent appeared to be shifting as his elder sibling highlighted how she was in a more favorable situation with him rather than her cruel uncle. At that instant, the younger sibling resolved to put an end to this insanity for the benefit of his guardian. The narratives of formidable young initiators mistreating their legal caregivers were rampant in the media. In other terms, there was a slim possibility that Urim would intimidate the Yish hierarchy. However, the young woman asserted that she was a compassionate individual. In a surge of fury, the young man volunteered to assume the role of her legal protector. However, the girl declined, asserting that she would prefer the elder sibling instead. Thus, as fire and ice collided, the Guardian fervently attempted to intervene. Yet, finding himself caught between the mightiest predator in existence and a recently awakened S-rank, the shoulder of our twink was eventually dislocated. Since both regretted their actions, our protagonist implored them to allow him some solitude. Yushin wished to fetch a physician, yet he began to ponder if he had nurtured him inadequately. He yelled at the junior that the girl had the liberty to select her own protector and that he ought to be grateful for having secured him a new S-rank. Our protagonist even emphasized how, as a guild leader, he had to rely on his right-hand associate to manage the repercussions effectively. Yushin was compelled to attend to his duties, asserting that it would not require much time. Furthermore, as the guild leader finally departed from the scene, the young girl started to grumble about how she hadn't anticipated someone so charming to be so bothersome, only to be commanded to take a seat in a corner. Yurim, who still had the ability to manage her own strength, expressed regret for dislocating the champion's shoulder. Yushin subsequently volunteered to assist her in donning her footwear. To exacerbate matters, the duo was not even the appropriate size, highlighting the extent of the uncle's shortcomings as a guardian to his niece. Consequently, the caretaker resolved to purchase her new footwear first thing in the morning. In that instant, Yurim experienced a sensation akin to being immersed in a television series. She asserted that this circumstance resembled a romantic comedy. Only, subsequently, the Chinitsaw insect fluttered past and attempted to slay it. The champion, who evaded the talons of demise at the final moment, did not emerge unscathed. Yushin, who nearly experienced a cardiac arrest, remarked that this appeared more akin to a horror film than a romantic comedy. He subsequently resolved to address the adolescent's inquiry about his intense desire to safeguard her. He explained that they were not so dissimilar, as he too had lost his parents at an early age. In that era, he often beseeched for an individual who would look after him and his sibling. However, as he continued to lament about his potential inadequacy for the role, the young woman asserted that he would indeed suffice, regardless of the reality that he was merely a low-tier individual who sought to depend on a youth for his protection. Nonetheless, the ice sorceress conveyed her eagerness to collaborate with him, and just like that, the pair ultimately reached a consensus. The caretaker asserted that although he might not be able to provide her with as much affection as a biological parent, he continued to cherish her deeply. The instant Yurim started to chuckle and deemed his confession awkward was the instant she fell into our protagonist's grasp. However, just as it appeared they had resolved all matters, an unexpected event occurred. Her uncle hurried towards her, asserting that he was concerned about her. The man inquired of the girl whether she had genuinely roused from her slumber. He emphasized how this could potentially lead to their wealth. The caretaker and the newcomer under his guidance acknowledged that they still had to confront that individual. The man reiterated his deep concern for the girl and inquired once more whether she had genuinely come to consciousness. And upon discovering that she had attained S-rank status, he was filled with elation, asserting that they were destined to amass wealth. The uncle was subsequently left rather astonished as his niece asserted that she had entered into an agreement with a new caretaker and that she intended to relocate. The gentleman clarified that this would be unfeasible, considering that she remained a juvenile. Thus, Yujin clarified to him how the legislation clearly indicated that a hunter over the age of 14 was permitted to reside independently. However, just as the individual who doubted him was on the brink of shouting, he unexpectedly revealed something to him. It was a recording from the moment they initially encountered each other at the eatery, where it appeared as though he was assaulting Hiro. Yujin even proposed obtaining the real-time footage from the restaurant to facilitate matters further. Hiro subsequently started to shout at the man, realizing the extent of his poor parenting towards the girl. And as he charged him with intending to pilfer all of the adolescent's earnings, the man bellowed that he had been looking after her for years. Yujin quickly shifted his hand aside just in time to retain possession of his phone. At that instant, the individual launched an assault on him as he could no longer endure it. However, just as he was preparing to menace him with legal action, Yurim abruptly struck the earth with her parasol. Both individuals were rendered astonished. Yujin, believing that the young woman was upset, cautioned her that as an instigator, she was prohibited from injuring non-combatants. However, unexpectedly, an innocent gleam illuminated her gaze. Yurim glanced at her uncle and clarified that aggression was unnecessary, as he elaborated that he was merely protecting himself from his camera. The young woman fractured the umbrella into two pieces, resulting in rendered him voiceless. With a radiant grin, the adolescent declared that this was far from the truth. If anything, it was her relative who was the assailant. The perpetrator was appalled by this, as he could no longer identify his niece. In his gaze, she had transformed into a formidable beast. When the resist fear ability activated, our protagonist noted that this girl was equally as intimidating as the other S ranks. Yurim highlighted that she was not obligated obligated to reimburse her uncle for anything. She subsequently transformed the metallic umbrella into a compact sphere, and remembered the event when he departed from her without one during the storm. The hunter subsequently highlighted how she could effortlessly crush him like an insect if she desired. Nevertheless, she chose to extend him compassion. Ultimately, such a contemptible individual was not deserving of her attention. Urim implored them to always remember how entirely ineffectual he genuinely was. The young woman went so far as to assert that should he ever venture to harass her or her new guardian, she would ensure he endured a consequence far more severe than demise. With that declaration, the F rank and the S rank departed from the location, causing the civilians to tremble in fear. Urim jubilantly announced that she had acquired this coercion method from her recent protector, who acknowledged that he could be a poor role model. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in securing the guild a new S rank and reclaiming his personal liberty. However, he was unaware that something unforeseen was approaching him. One morning, an individual suddenly entered his chamber. That individual was none other than his little brother. Eugen was taken aback, pondering what could possibly be so pressing at daybreak. Yuhyun subsequently requested the goods he had acquired the previous day. In that instant, the main character experienced a sense of embarrassment, contemplating that he ought not to have purchased so many, but his siblings solely desired the venom capsules, and thus he swiftly relinquished them. The protagonist was subsequently left captivated when his younger sibling abruptly inquired whether he genuinely believed he was unworthy of the responsibility. Abruptly, the young man embraced his caretaker. The guild leader observed that these venom capsules must be a measure of final recourse. As he explained, his sibling, not wishing to be a liability, intended to utilize one of these capsules on himself to bring things to a close if he were to be seized by the adversary. Yuhyun, profoundly moved by his sibling's deeds, insisted that there was no necessity for such altruism. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yuhyun had procured these items to selfishly embark on a solitary quest to vanquish a dungeon, and being unable to disclose his immunity to toxins, he opted to go along with it. And from that moment forward, the rapport between the two siblings simply escalated from that point. Shortly thereafter, Yuhyun notified Yuhyun that Director Sok had visited the relative of their latest addition to the team. Following a thorough investigation, they uncovered that the individual had squandered the entirety of the young woman's legacy in an attempt to salvage his struggling eatery. However, ultimately, through a combination of inducements and coercion, they compelled him to endorse a document prohibiting him from ever coming near his niece again. Yerim had no desire to pursue legal action over the squandered inheritance, as she merely wished to sever all connections with her uncle. Ultimately, litigation would be futile, as her legacy could hardly compare to her earnings as an S-rank hunter. According to the guild leader, the new member ought to have harnessed her abilities by this point, having devoted the entire night to the training facility. Yuhyun boasted with pride that his training arena could endure the might of an S-rank. Yet the pair entered what appeared to be a war zone. The chamber that was ostensibly S-rank resistant had been utterly annihilated. And just like that, Yuhyun found himself compelled to retract his earlier statements. Everything lay in a frozen state of disarray. The young woman was wielding her abilities to their utmost potential. Upon touching down on the surface, she concentrated her energy on her objective and executed a bone-chilling strike with extraordinary power. The huntress subsequently utilized her ability Shadowless Day, permitting her to extend her silhouette throughout the entire space. Her guardian was rendered perplexed, and before he could fully comprehend it, he discovered himself paralyzed by the girl's silhouette. Yerim subsequently employed one of her newfound abilities. Like appendages, her silhouette began to seize all the hefty objects in proximity, even encompassing something that was nearly weightless. With everything now linked to a singular focal point, the young woman steadied herself and executed a forceful thud against the earth. The effect was so intense that it started to fracture the ground. However, the true harm was inflicted with the concluding strike, since the most recent assault resulted in tremendous devastation. With that in mind, even the barriers began to disintegrate, and just like that, the whole chamber was obliterated. However, as the adolescent was attempting to regain her breath, she abruptly perceived the reference to her guardian. Upon witnessing the protagonist collapse, both Yerim and Yuhyun found themselves engulfed in a wave of anxiety. As he regained consciousness, the protagonist observed something fascinating. He failed to identify the young woman before him. Initially, Yerim felt anxious, as this suggested that the man had sustained a head injury. However, Yuhyun clarified that he merely didn't recognize her due to her altered hairstyle. Upon discovering that the guild stylist had visited the young woman, our protagonist asserted that she was now attractive enough to star in any sports beverage commercial. From this point forward, Yerim would need to attend to her appearance, considering that shranks were essentially public figures who were perpetually in the spotlight of the media. The young woman had already completed completed all of her documentation and was merely going over it to ensure she hadn't overlooked any details. Expressing remorse for neglecting to acknowledge his presence, our protagonist inquired about her abilities. The first was Frosty Sai, enabling her to freeze anything she desires. The second was the Sandals of Hermes, granting her the ability to soar and a touch of teleportation. As for the third, it was referred to as Shadowless Day, which empowers any attribute she possesses while simultaneously diminishing the capabilities of her adversaries. Yuhyun highlighted how this ability essentially enables her to assimilate the powers of the target, while the adolescent noted that she possessed a fourth capability as well. It was referred to as Pale Corpses, enabling her to glean knowledge from the deceased. Both concurred that it had an unsettling quality, while its proprietor hoped to have stirred something entirely different. Consequently, our protagonist recommended that she exclude the necromantic abilities from the documents, since there were no regulations mandating her to disclose all of her talents. Yuhyun subsequently commenced refining the documentation while omitting the enhancements from Shadowless Day and the teleportation feature of the Sandals of Hermes. Yuhyun, beaming with delight, commended him for his vast expertise. At that instant, the younger sibling stepped in and resolutely declared that his brother had only attained mastery to assist him, and him exclusively. And just like that, the grown-up was once more the initial one to intervene in a clash between Flame and Frost. Yuhyun even began to contemplate whether it would be feasible to leave these two unattended in such a manner. It was fair to assert that he was sincerely apprehensive about leaving two nuclear devices unattended in close proximity. The moment she exited the vehicle, a crowd surged toward the newest addition to Hymian, Urim Park, the most recent S-rank member. Consequently, as all attention was directed towards the 8th elite warrior hunter, her guardian concealed in a shadowy nook was observing her from a distance. When inquired about the reason for disappointing the ice sorceress by declining to join her, our protagonist noted that he had an aversion to the focus of throngs. Indeed, in his view, once the girl ascended to true stardom, she would scarcely have a moment to contemplate someone of his modest standing. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable sense of joy for her. This altered timeline contrasted sharply with the previous one, as the frigid ice which had now been supplanted by a jovial and spirited youth. Nonetheless, this was also a matter of apprehension, as the dungeon breach that transpired in the marketplace had never taken place during our protagonist's initial existence. Ultimately, our protagonist determined that it wouldn't pose an issue as long as everyone remained unharmed and opted to seek out potential talents among the individuals in the vicinity. However, upon realizing that he was only encountering ordinary individuals, he recognized that locating another S-rank would be quite challenging. However, while he was reflecting internally, our protagonist unexpectedly spotted something captivating. He didn't hesitate for a moment before hurrying to investigate. Eugene was completely indifferent to whether he altered the timeline. Ultimately, he rewound time to alter it and rescue his sibling. Indeed, his intention was to improve circumstances for the benefit of those he cherishes. And if he ever encounters a skill that is undervalued for its genuine significance, he would seize it ultimately. Ultimately, the aim of our protagonist's ability could be to unleash an individual's potential. The individual before him was Myong Woo-yu, a figure regarded by the system as someone who could never exceed F rank. And still, he has an SS rank ability that remains to be activated. Eugene identified the individual by name and inquired if he too did not remember him. Myong Woo asserted that he was unable to recall him, yet Eugene held no resentment towards him, considering it had been a long time since their previous encounter. Evidently, all of this was a fabrication. Eugene was astonished by the formidable prowess of the individual referred to as the Master of the Golden Smithy. It was evident to the gaze that this was an SS rank crafting ability capable of generating exceptionally costly SS rank items, and yet it remained unrecognized in the original timeline. Eugene was convinced that by harnessing the abilities of this individual to their maximum potential, they could amass a considerable wealth. Nobody would have anticipated that such a malnourished figure could prove to be a veritable jackpot. Eugene observed that the man had only just roused from slumber, and as he commenced to soliloquize on how he could still sustain an income despite holding an F rank, our protagonist demonstrated to him that they held identical positions and proposed to engage in some training together. Myong Woo graciously rejected the offer as his F rank ability was essentially ineffective, and he emphasized his deficiency in financial resources to afford the training. Eugene mentioned that he could practice without charge at his guild. Abruptly, the rabbit was seized by the massive bear, who reminded him that only guild affiliates were permitted to utilize the amenities. Thus, as our protagonist negotiated for a concession, the individual identified the hunter as the guardian of Hai Yen. He was rather fascinated and inquired the main character regarding his connection with this individual. To Myong Woo's sheer astonishment, Eugene disclosed that he was the elder sibling of the guild leader. leader. For an inexplicable reason, an unfamiliar radiance began to emanate from the protagonist, who now resembled a saint. Eugene encouraged the individual to join him for training at the guild, and even proposed to provide him with some gear. Myung-woo inquired whether he was sure about this, given that he doesn't even recognize him. Nevertheless, Eugene seized him by the hand and asserted that he merely aims to assist a decent individual. Ultimately, Myung-woo also merits to be regarded as a human being. Upon receiving those gracious remarks, the man's gaze was abruptly brimming with tears, and before the pursuers could even respond, he collapsed before them. Shortly thereafter that afternoon, while savoring a mug of coffee, Eugene assured his companion that there was no necessity to visit the vending machines and that he could extend an invitation to a cafe. However, the individual asserted that it would not be required. Myung-woo had ultimately settled down. It had been ages since anyone had demonstrated any compassion towards this individual. During his childhood, Myung-woo possessed a knack for creation and was frequently acknowledged for it. However, as he matured, those around him encouraged him to abandon his enthusiasm and concentrate on his academics, leading to a cascade of consequences from that point on. The prodigy was a poor student, and with his dismal marks, he was unemployable, while his family lacked the financial means to assist him. To exacerbate matters, following a series of ceaseless challenges, the artisan discovered himself buried beneath an enormous heap of financial obligations. Those expressions penetrated profoundly into the core of our protagonist. Ultimately, he found it effortless to connect with them. Humans remained unchanged from previous times, prepared to judge others solely based on superficial labels. Only warriors and healers received acclaim for their abilities. It seemed that, according to societal norms, there existed but a singular path to genuine achievement. All other talents were overlooked, condemned to perish in utter obscurity, which could elucidate why an artisan such as Myung-woo had never been illuminated. However, circumstances had shifted as Eugene Han envisioned significant transformations ahead. Fueled by enthusiasm, he rose and shouted at the universe. The main character asserted to his companion that fretting over the judgments of others was entirely futile. In his own awkward manner, he conveyed to Myung-woo the importance of always holding his chin up. Barely a moment later, Eugene shouted that he was the greatest in the universe and that he adored himself. He stated that this was the mindset they ought to consistently remember. In an effort to uplift his spirits, Eugene disclosed to Myung-woo that he harbored some affection for him too. Upon listening to this, the malnourished individual's expressions instantly illuminated. Thus, after embracing his newfound companion, the protagonist believed that the most challenging phase was behind him. However, he failed to consider a hindrance referred to as Shim Young-sok, the head of the guild's human resources, a barrier that proved quite challenging to manage. As per his statement, the prestigious youthful guild was unable to provide complementary training to outsiders. The director clarified that only individuals beneficial to the guild were permitted to train in this space, and they could not squander an exception on a mere animated collection of bones. Eugene contended that this remark was inappropriate, prompting the bespectacled individual to clarify that he was merely speaking in theoretical terms. Our protagonist attempted to bargain, insisting that his companion possessed exceptional skills. Director Park did not refute the notion that Eugene was undoubtedly an extraordinary scout, considering he was the one who unearthed the ice witch. However, as he subtly gestured with his middle finger, he indicated that his success could merely be a result of luck. He then jogged his memory about how he was on the verge of being deceived just the previous week, and how he was a parasite residing with his younger sibling. Myung-woo couldn't bear to witness his companion getting humiliated in such a manner. Thus, embodying the spirit of a classic Disney princess, he dashed towards the exit, leaving the director feeling quite pleased with himself. Subsequently, both F-ranks concurred that the director was challenging to manage. In a dilemma, the main character attempted to reach out to his younger sibling for assistance, but the man reassured him that it wouldn't be required. Myung-woo elucidated that the main character had already elevated his morale by regarding him as an individual. He now possessed the essential encouragement to persevere in life and to exert his utmost efforts for survival. The artisan then indicated that he had come across a location that offers employment opportunities to F-ranks like himself. It appears that this position also provided transportation. As the van's entrance swung open, it greeted the newcomer. Myung-woo grinned at our protagonist and wished him well as he ventured off to earn a legitimate income to settle his obligations. However, based on appearances, the man's new position appears to lack integrity entirely. One of the wrongdoers demanded that the individual settle his obligations immediately. However, as soon as he provided them with the check, they indicated that this amount was undoubtedly insufficient. This prompted our protagonist to understand that those individuals were, in reality, predatory lenders. Upon being inquired about their whereabouts, the miscreants promptly adopted a protective posture as he was reluctant to respond. Not understanding how to reply, reply, our protagonist asserted that he merely wished to accompany. Therefore, with that expressed, owing to his own imprudence, Eugene discovered himself in a vehicle alongside Myung-woo and a group of troublemakers. As our protagonist indicated to his companion how he found himself ensnared with some perilous individuals, the artisans highlighted how they were the sole individuals prepared to lend him funds. Eugene, when questioned about the matter, asserted that he couldn't permit his companion to associate with such individuals, prompting his decision to accompany him. The protagonist was subsequently taken aback when the individual with the protruding abdomen inquired if he was an awakener, leading him to disclose that he was an F-rank. Desiring to conceal his genuine identity, Eugene asserted that he was an acquaintance from Myung-woo's youth and that he merely wished to accompany them since they were recruiting F-ranks. The villains subsequently highlighted how the majority of guilds rejected F-ranks and proposed a position for our protagonist to extract mana stones and explore dungeons on their behalf. They asserted that they were indifferent to standings, prompting Eugene to joyfully announce his intention to join them. He subsequently conveyed his sense of relief. They initially appeared quite frightening to him. Nevertheless, while feigning that it was his initial encounter with such a position, he swiftly discerned that this was a resource extraction agreement. He had earlier fallen prey to a swindle in which F-tier individuals entered into an agreement to extract mana stones, but are permitted to retain merely 20% of what they extract. It was exceedingly perilous, as there existed a significant likelihood of encountering an assailant of monstrous proportions. At that instant, Eugene comprehended why he had never encountered his companion in the initial timeline, since he likely succumbed in a cell prior to uncovering his abilities. Eugene was unable to suppress her revulsion as the criminals detailed the simplicity of the task. When inquired about their whereabouts, the offenders disclosed that they were headed to their guild's headquarters in Merimoke. Following a brief automobile journey, they ultimately arrived at their location. Eugene discovered the title of the location quite charming as the criminals ushered them in. Eugene observed how this dilapidated and decayed structure was brimming with optimism, and as he continued his soliloquy reminiscent of a Disney princess, he was abruptly struck in the back, causing him to collapse onto the ground appropriately before the remaining individuals. Eugene was somewhat perplexed by the cause of this harshness, but it was only at that moment that he discovered his companion being brutally assaulted. The wrongdoers expressed regret for involving him in this predicament, yet attributed fault to him for accompanying them initially, and in an instant the caretaker became their captive. Yong-woo expressed remorse to our main character for having entangled him in his own predicament, and prior to a champion being able to respond, he was lifted and situated on the couch to endorse the agreement. Eugene was instructed to affix his fingerprint onto the document. The supervisor clarified that they would be retaining 80% of his earnings, excluding the charges, which she asserted was a magnanimous proposition. It was subsequently disclosed that this was an enchanted agreement, and that breaching it would subject the offender to a downgraded curse for added safeguarding. The nefarious individuals were on the verge of compelling Yong-woo to endorse his agreement, prompting our protagonist to request a favor. However, the supervisor insisted that he could not evade this situation without providing his signature. Eugene merely wished to contrast his agreement with that of his peers, as it would be unjust to receive identical conditions as someone indebted to the swindlers. Upon perceiving this, the criminals were unable to restrain their amusement at his ingenuity. The supervisor opted to acknowledge his efforts by permitting him to examine it. Upon thorough scrutiny, it became apparent to our caretaker that his companion would be compelled to surrender 90% of his earnings to his superiors. In other terms, this document would transform him into a genuine serf. Consequently, to safeguard him, Eugene ripped the enchanted agreement. All were left astounded and began to speculate why the hex wasn't manifesting, but unbeknownst to them, the downgraded curse was being neutralized by an L-rank ability. In that instant, the janitor lunged at the supervisor and struck him in the head with a kick. All were left appalled and perplexed by this power, as the young man was expected to be of F-rank. Eugene promptly drove the chief's skull into the earth, rendering him unconscious. Our protagonist declared that he genuinely held an F-rank and that he was merely supported by his equipment, as the offenders lunged toward him simultaneously. Nevertheless, he did not shrink back before them. As he retrieved his phone, the criminals asserted that contacting the authorities would be futile. However, they remained unaware that he wasn't contacting the authorities, but rather invoking something far more sinister. The gruesome intruded into the chamber. As soon as he reached the destination, he promptly began throwing his blows, although the criminals believed he wouldn't accomplish much, given his solitary state. However, one solitary strike of his proved to be catastrophic, propelled the offender into the sky. Prior to causing him to collide with the earth, the gruesome creature had arrived to save the hare. Young-woo found himself thoroughly perplexed. Thus, our main character detailed to him how he had summoned assistance immediately after they entered entered the vehicle. The A-rank hunter effortlessly located the individual he was designated to safeguard, having been provided with an elaborate description of the whereabouts. And at that moment, the creature was weaving his enchantment, eliminating each wrongdoer with a solitary strike. One of the ruffians became extremely irate and pulled a blade from his pocket. Sunggong Kim was now being pursued from behind. The metalsmith attempted to caution him. However, prior to him being able to complete his statement, the wrongdoer had already struck his hit, only to find himself completely bewildered afterward. The blade didn't so much as create a mark. A standard blade could hardly inflict harm on an A-rank hunter. Thus, with a mere snap of his finger, the macabre individual reinforced the hierarchy to the criminal. At that instant, the wrongdoers comprehended his identity. The individual was ultimately acknowledged as the protector of Hale. Thus, with a lethal glare, he commanded the wrongdoers to kneel. They didn't squander a moment and willingly acquiesced. When inquired about their retribution, our protagonist resolved to administer a dose of their own remedy. Having stated that a lustrous sheet of parchment was extracted, that document was an S-tier agreement. Upon perusal, the supervisor felt outraged, as it would compel him to relinquish 90% of his earnings for the forthcoming half-century. Eugene remarked that this was a profitable proposal, considering he had no financial obligations to him initially. The individuals asserted that they would prefer to perish than endorse this, and as the supervisor emphasized that this would effectively render him a servant, he suddenly became aware of his transgressions descending upon him. Those agreements were discovered in his drawer. There were no fewer than 30 documents. Furthermore, each represented an agreement with a distinct F ranking. The individual attempted to contend that these were not valid, as the awakeners had consented voluntarily. However, the moment Eugene indicated that several of them might still be alive, the troublemaker received a kick to the head. Eugene realized that this individual held little regard for the lives of F-rankers. In his opinion, there were countless. In his view, they were disposable. The enraged champion insisted to them that they were playing with people's lives. He aimed to provide them a sample of their own deception so they could comprehend the weight of their transgressions. As Eugene emphasized that they all merited to languish within an A-rank dungeon, one of the men attempted to broker a deal, asserting that a decade was excessively harsh for a penalty. With that, our protagonist experienced a sense of fulfillment. They were beginning to realize the extent of their errors. Consequently, they ought to encounter no difficulties in making amends for their transgressions. And with that stated, the criminals were escorted away. Subsequently, during a vehicle journey, it was verified that the criminals had been transferred to the organization. Their properties had been seized and would henceforth be utilized to recompense the victims. The malnourished individual then expressed gratitude to his companion. Eugene clarified to Mu Wu that there was no need for thanks. Ultimately, he intended to exploit him for his own financial gain. However, the gentleman maintained that his existence had been rescued on 2 occasions by his companion. Mu Wu asserted that he would have encountered a horrifying fate had he not crossed paths with our hero. And before he could fully comprehend the situation, the main character discovered that he was being embraced by a vagrant. Consequently, Eugene, feeling quite fatigued, attempted to dislodge his friend from atop him and implored the bodyguard for assistance. Evidently, our protagonists hurried to the Human Resources Department. Following his petulant complaints, Eugene successfully persuaded the director to provide him with accommodations as the newly appointed legal guardian of Yermo. The room in consideration was expansive and truly splendid. While the slender individual stood completely astonished, our twink elaborated on how it boasted for sleeping quarters. As Mu Wu mentioned that he would be residing here until his training concluded, our protagonist inquired whether he had any knowledge of cleaning and cooking, to which he asserted that his abilities were somewhat restricted. It was subsequently disclosed that non-guild affiliates were permitted to reside here solely as caretakers, which is the reason he required Mu Wu to feign such a role. Our main character demonstrated to the destitute individual that he truly didn't need to toil. In reality, this was merely a provisional fix until he could regain his stability. Consequently, the weeping vagrant hurried to embrace his companion once more. No sooner had Mu Wu settled into bed than he drifted off to slumber. Eugene, who initially contemplated how fatigued his companion might be, became swiftly unsettled as he murmured in his slumber about his desire to share a bath with him. That being stated, he hurried to collect his belongings from his siblings' residence, contemplating his response upon discovering that he had relocated, only to subsequently encounter a massive grizzly bear at the entrance. The rabbit began to fret, fearing that he was on the verge of reenacting the ensnared Rapunzel once more. His personal protector insisted that it wasn't the case and urged him to accompany him. At one point, subsequently at a fashionable eatery, the attendant who was greeting incoming patrons was suddenly taken aback upon recognizing who was at the entrance. Sun Ken inquired whether he was acquainted with Min E. Kim. The attendant confirmed that they had been notified of all details and directed the two gentlemen to the table that had been set aside for them. Our champions appeared so incongruous that patrons assumed they were criminals. Shortly thereafter, the finest culinary offerings of the establishment were presented before them. The attendant requested that they contact him should they require any assistance before ultimately departing. Eugene was perplexed as to why the middle-aged man had brought him to such a vibrant location. It was only then that they were reminded of his youth in the context of his timeline, and that this location had been suggested by a peer of Sun Ken who was of similar age. Eugene felt utterly uncomfortable as the man maintained a stoic expression while absorbing what is referred to as white girl music. Our protagonist subsequently inquired of the individual the reason for his desire to meet. Sun Ken grasped the bottle from him and made a choice to serve him the initial cup out of reverence. The gentleman merely wished to express his regrets. However, his apology seemed more like an affront as he highlighted how he had confused our protagonist with a parasite, draining Eugene. However, as the bear grinned and acknowledged his error regarding him, the hare was at a loss for words. Sun Ken highlighted how the champion returned to assist him during the dungeon collapse. He even persuaded a youthful S-ranker to enlist with him and assisted her with her familial dilemmas that could have posed a challenge for all. Even now, Eugene demonstrated bravery by putting himself in jeopardy for the benefit of his companion. Upon learning the motives behind the Shield's decision to place its confidence in him, our hero realized that this was a significant misinterpretation. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that he could potentially grasp this chance as this brief sibling outing could ultimately provide him the opportunity to articulate the essential phrases to the A-rank hunter. Furthermore, consequently, Eugene toasted with Sun Gon Kim. This evening, he was resolute in his intent to claim him. The A-rank subsequently likened the occurrence with the criminals to the broker situation from a few days prior and inquired if our protagonist had devised a strategy for it as well. Not the type to reveal his genuine inadequacy, our young man fabricated a story and asserted that he had. In spite of the peril, he elaborated that his sibling would undoubtedly never abandon him. However, as our protagonist began to describe the lengths to which the guildmaster would go to safeguard him, the trusted aide articulated that he comprehended his superior quite profoundly as they experienced similar struggles. Observing that his parents were consistently absent, the man must have been brought up by his grandfather. Even in adulthood, Sun Gon made an effort to see him as frequently as he could, and even acquired his strength while attempting to safeguard him during the dungeon tremor. The elderly gentleman had departed last year, yet prior to that, the guild leader had arranged for him a caregiver and an overseas medic to assist him to the greatest extent feasible. The hunter utilized this as an illustration to showcase the extent of his employer's concern for family. Consequently, he urged our protagonist not to be overly severe with his excessively protective younger sibling. As Eugene emphasized how fortunate he felt to have him as his trusted aide, both expressed their delight in sharing this brief conversation together. After a while, Sun Gon conveyed his astonishment, as he had not anticipated the young man to be such a substantial imbiber. However, Eugene explained that he struggles with alcohol tolerance and that he becomes quite mortifying when inebriated, using this as an excuse to mention the crucial terms. The caretaker was subsequently left completely astonished upon discovering that he had consumed a substantial amount. This was quite challenging to comprehend. It was only at that moment that he comprehended that his poison resistance was preventing him from becoming intoxicated. Eugene found himself in a bind, as only liquor would provide him with the requisite courage to utter the crucial phrases. Thus, attempting to maintain his composure, he subtly extended his hand toward the window pane. The antidote safeguard was now deactivated. At that instant, the main character let his cup slip from his grasp. This thoroughly astonished his drinking companion. He had now flushed crimson as he sensed the liquor flowing through his bloodstream. Our protagonist then began to experience a sensation of lightheadedness. He was unprepared to be confronted with everything simultaneously. With that stated, he collapsed face down onto the table. When the following morning eventually dawned, Eugene stirred awake with a debilitating hangover. As he endeavored to dispel his throbbing headache, someone offered him water to cleanse his face. At that instant, he understood that he was not solitary. Upon rousing, our protagonist was met with the radiant grin of the departed Kim, and as the ominous prompted the hare to rise for his inaugural day of training, he swiftly complied. By the appearance of things, he had uttered the essential phrases to him. However, the main character, who was beginning to feel anxious, could not comprehend why the individual was present in his chamber at the break of day. Eugene was now filled with terror, observing the way the consistently solemn individual treated him with such tenderness and compassion. Our protagonist was at a loss for words. He attempted to convey that he doesn't lean in that direction, exclusively for a unique elixir that alleviates hangovers to be administered into his mouth. The dubious new associate subsequently proposed giving him a massage. Eugene set a boundary at the toilet bowl and the correspondence that clarified this peculiar conduct. At that instant, the tracker comprehended that the main character had no recollection of the previous evening. Subsequently, he abruptly slumped onto the table. Sungon felt a surge of concern for him. Noticing that his drinking companion was now excessively inebriated, he proposed to escort him back to his residence, merely to be subsequently seized by the hand. Propelled by the liquor, our protagonist mustered his bravery and declared his affection to the gentleman. The fearsome bear was rendered completely bewildered as the hare reiterated the identical phrases repeatedly. Sungon was at a loss for words. After discovering that he had admitted his feelings 30 times the previous night, our protagonist sincerely expressed his remorse. To his great astonishment, it became evident that the man enjoyed it. At that time, when he attempted to lift him once more, Sungon recognized that this was the humiliating inebriated conduct that Eugene had alluded to. Consequently, as he reiterated the identical phrases repeatedly, the gruesome began to reminisce about a gentle bygone era. In those days, his grandfather would often indulge excessively, and whenever he attempted to lift him, he would consistently express his deep affection. The grandfather instructed his grandson to disregard those who spread rumors about his parents not desiring him. In his opinion, he was the most exceptional young man on the planet. Whenever the man became inebriated, he would utter the same phrases. As the grandfather expressed his affection for his grandson, the young boy would attempt to settle him into bed. Consequently, as the main character recalled Sungon Kim's resemblance to his grandfather, the system interpreted this as a reaction and embraced him under our hero's protection. However, upon listening to this narrative, Eugene found himself especially captivated. Through the gaze of his protector, he evoked memories of his father. The protagonist experienced disillusionment as he was merely in his 20s. Therefore, his companion clarified that, although it seemed peculiar, he imparted a sense of security and solace that had previously been afforded to him solely by his grandfather. The individual recognized his conduct as peculiar and vowed not to behave in such a manner with anyone else. Nevertheless, he solicited the main character's consent to visit him frequently as a means of honoring his late grandfather. Reflecting on how the A-rank hunter was nurtured by his grandfather, he understood that he had essentially been his guardian, and it enabled him to comprehend something regarding his ability. Ideal guardian. The L-tier ability should employ the phrases to evoke memories of an individual they cherish and impart their essence to our temporal voyager. This was logical, as the S-rank individual and the vagrant were regarding him as a cherished guardian, and the impact on Yuan is likely to be more profound, as he essentially nurtured him. Consequently, the main character could only arrive at one judgment that lingered in his thoughts throughout the morning. Once the A-rank hunter departed, Yuan grasped our protagonist and inquired about the reason for the intimidating figure's presence in the first place. At that instant, the ice sorceress stormed in, delighted to discover that her guardian was now in the adjacent dormitory, merely to later discover her legal guardian being embraced by an unfamiliar vagrant. Yuan attempted to intercede, but Yuan comforted her by assuring that Yuan was an ally. Our protagonist understood that every time he assumed control over an individual, he was essentially subjecting them to a potent trance that even S-rank individuals could not withstand. This prompted him to ponder the origins of such an ability in the first place. At that instant, he recalled his venom immunity as it remained deactivated. Several days had elapsed since that time. Judging by appearances, the housekeeper had significantly enhanced his culinary abilities. Eugene remarked that he didn't need to exert himself so much, yet the man insisted that this was the bare minimum he could offer him, a sentiment that the ice witch concurred with. She sought to conceal her enjoyment of the meal while asserting that he had to contribute significantly more, since even she did not have the opportunity to share a living space with her guardian. When inquired about the A-rank hunter who had not been seen for several days, Eugene elucidated that he had been on an expedition with his younger sibling. Furthermore, as he highlighted how the adolescent would shortly unite with them and attain fame, she began to boast about her imminent rise to billionaire status. The S-rank unleashed her abilities as she became overly enthusiastic, emphasizing her intent to purchase a mansion exclusively for herself and her guardian, distanced from the destitute individual. Thus, the caretaker requested the pair to exhibit greater kindness towards one another. After all, they would be attending boot camp side by side. Just as the youngster was on the verge of having a fit, our slender youth hurried to open the door. Immediately upon opening it, Eugene was astonished to encounter the HR director standing before him, who indicated that their recruitment orientation session was scheduled for today. The director clarified that due to the delay in their theory and structure class, he needed to retrieve them personally. Observing this, they would commence with the practical examination first. In his opinion, the practical was entirely straightforward. The creatures appeared to be innocuous. Thus, in his view, the assignment they faced was relatively straightforward. Even thus, our protagonists were outraged. Yoo-jun clarified that they ought to confront merely one creature at a time, whereas the S-rank declared that they merely needed to eliminate them entirely. The director stated that the aim of this examination was to enhance their familiarity with creatures. In his opinion, being assailed by a horde of rats was the most effective method to acquire experience. Without a moment's hesitation, the adolescent sprang into action to eliminate the adversaries. Within the span of a single second, she succeeded in dispatching 3 creatures with her spear. However, as per our main character, she began to take pleasure in her experiences after transitioning to her ruinous sorcery. Urim subsequently inquired of her caretaker whether the flesh of the creature was savory. He then reminded her that she was no longer employed as a grill master. In the command center, there was no uncertainty remaining about Urim's status as an exceptional hunter. Even as a novice, her statistics appeared to be extraordinary. Upon her arrival, the woman observed that the director could be exaggerating for the practical examination. Thus, Yoo-jun clarified that there was no cause for concern. Ultimately, the S-rank was reveling in her existence and appeared disinclined to share her playthings with the F-ranks. Nevertheless, beneath the heap of remains that had been transformed into a festive tree, one creature that was indeed alive had successfully escaped. The being instantly propelled itself towards the caretaker. Our protagonist encouraged his companion to protect himself with his lance, merely for the individual to relinquish his armament out of timidity. Young Woo subsequently began to dash for his survival. He realized he was unable to withstand the intensity, and to his greatest dread, the creature was gradually diminishing the gap. However, just as the being propelled itself forward, Yoo-jun stepped in precisely at the right moment to rescue his companion from danger. The hero strongly urged his companion to never forsake his armament again. He subsequently went on to clarify that these beings were F-rank creatures referred to as fangmoles, who possessed severely impaired vision and could only advance straight ahead. In other terms, it was simple to provoke them to rush towards the point of the spear to eliminate them. Returning to the command center, the director articulated that one of the motivations behind the specialized training was the lead character himself. He was genuinely curious to discover the limits of his capabilities, as the youth appeared to be a living compendium on creatures and subterranean labyrinths. In addition to his expertise, the agreement he had entered into with the adolescent F-rank hunter was a significant advantage, rendering him a figure of intrigue. As Yoo-jun clarified, even though he was classified as F-rank, he was capable of managing that level of challenge. Youthful Lan highlighted his bravery. He likened his audacity to that of a seasoned tracker, leading our protagonist to acknowledge that he had erred. Slaying the creature could demonstrate that he was far from a novice. Thus, he chose to behave like one to maintain his disguise and accompany his companion in his suffering. With that stated, he discarded his weapon and began to feign fear of the mole as well. Upon witnessing this, the director began to contemplate that he might be exaggerating the capabilities of the custodian. Following a brief period, the training ultimately concluded, and although the F-rankers were fatigued, the F-rank experienced joy as she had the opportunity to apply the abilities that she had ultimately perfected. Noticing that it was the wounded individual transporting Myung-woo, it was evident that he was not a combatant. Yerm began to assert that she was superior to him, prompting the custodian to encourage her to stop it already. At that instant, the director arrived to praise the 3 recent additions to the team. As per his account, but disparaged the F-ranks for their pitiable nature, which truly infuriated our protagonist. It was subsequently clarified that the trio would commence their study of theory the following day under the guidance of Professor Hyun-sok. The educator acquainted herself with her trio of new pupils. Although the adolescent considered her somewhat youthful for an academic, the main character instantly identified her. That woman was an intellect who traveled to the United States and uncovered numerous dungeon concepts, establishing herself as the foremost dungeon investigator, and bestowing upon her the peculiar moniker of Dr. White. As the instructor noted, few were familiar with her alias, leading him to conclude that she had not yet attained fame. She subsequently remarked on Eugene's apparent expertise regarding dungeons, reminiscent of what her uncle, a director, had indicated he would be. In that instant, it truly resonated. Upon discovering that both the director and the instructor were Sook, he recognized their connection. However, the director asserted that this was not favoritism. Hyun subsequently elaborated on her intention to collaborate with the guild for a period as a researcher, expressing her enthusiasm for the opportunity to engage with them. At that instant, our protagonist harbored great expectations, as he may have ultimately found a romantic fascination, but unbeknownst to him, he was far too much of a lost cause. In the meantime, within a subterranean chamber, Yo-hyun and his crew ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the monster. The guild highlighted how this entity was a formidable adversary, and how they would have been incinerated eliminated if their leader hadn't been resistant to fire harm. Nevertheless, there remained one issue to address, since the offspring of the creature was still living. On the initial day the dungeon portals emerged on the planet, the response of contemporary society mirrored that of an ancestral primitive in the presence of flame. It arrived at the pinnacle of intrigue and trepidation. If not addressed promptly, the creatures within the dungeon would multiply excessively and surge out of the portal into our domain. Such occurrences were referred to as dungeon breaches, with the inaugural documented instance designated as the dungeon jolt. Nevertheless, terror intertwined with a spectrum of optimism, as certain individuals globally began to acquire powers. The individual associated with the stones uncovered from this occurrence facilitated a significant surge in the domain of contemporary science, as they were ideal for producing sophisticated instruments and power sources. Regarding those who stirred from slumber, they earned the designation of hunters, with the majority of them currently joining public or private guilds. It was subsequently elucidated that the majority of S-rankers in Korea were affiliated with colossal guilds supported by major corporations. An enlightening discourse for our temporal voyager. It was regarded as a profound reminder in his perspective. The professor subsequently elucidated that hunters are evaluated according to their statistics and abilities. Our protagonist could not resist acknowledging how exceptional his mentor was in her profession, observing her skill in clarifying complex ideas with straightforward language. As she elucidated how talents and competencies emerge as a means of self-protection, he started to contemplate how misguided this was. He even began to remember how a particular E-rank hunter, owing to her connection with moles, managed to acquire grass-related abilities. Furthermore, as he started to contemplate how abilities are influenced by an individual's character or surroundings, his instructor abruptly jolted him back to the present. The lecturer became aware that he was offering her the identical gaze that she directed towards her teacher. Upon recognizing his error, Eugene commenced to elucidate that he was merely expressing his own viewpoint. He asserted that abilities had not been activated for personal protection. Noticing how non-combat skills are increasingly prevalent these days, the initial hypothesis was formulated solely due to the fact that the majority of abilities were triggered during the dungeon disruptions, yet it entirely overlooked the information from periods of tranquility. Eugene subsequently encouraged his instructor to disregard him and started to contemplate whether he had expressed too much, merely for the woman to subsequently seize him by the hand. Taeyeon-sok was thrilled to observe the janitor monitoring the most recent developments in the talent demonstration arena. Consequently, she proposed a 10-hour coffee rendezvous following class to delve deeper into the subject. To evade scrutiny, he inquired whether the young woman had any questions. Eugene was intrigued by the magnitude of the remuneration for an S-rank position. Suddenly, the instructor brandished a cash cannon and departed, the young woman elated as she detailed how an S-rank could effortlessly earn $10 million annually. In her view, this was quite anticipated, as merely a handful of nations surpassed them. The officials tally the top-tier hunters by nation. They were not only the individuals venturing into the most perilous labyrinths to safeguard mankind, but they were additionally the carriers of the riches discovered in the S-rank dungeons, such as mana stones and uncommon flora. Occasionally, the seeker would also return with a few rare creatures. Later that day, the elder sibling uncovered that his junior sibling had brought home a young fire manticore from the S-rank dungeon. Eugene aspired to subdue the creature and employ it as a steed. The beast possessed a solitary horn, rodent fur, and a tail akin to that of a fox. This entity was classified as a Tier 2 monster and a subspecies of unicorn, celebrated for its strength, swiftness, and flame-related abilities. Flame manticores possess such formidable strength that they could potentially challenge S-rankers in a one-on-one confrontation. Concerning the untamed animal presently stored in the refrigerator, it remained a young cub. When inquired about the taming hunters within his guild, Eugene clarified that they were of no assistance. He even attempted employing an object referred to as the mark of the master that would render the being effortless to manipulate, yet it appeared rather ineffective. The young man attempted to utilize it to command the beast to lower itself to the ground, prompting an immediate reaction of recoil. Initially, our protagonist presumed that the creature was on the verge of submitting to its controller. However, the manticore had no intention of exhibiting any warmth. With that stated, the infant creature initiated its assault from above. Eugene promptly positioned himself in front of his caretaker to shield him. He subsequently unleashed his pyrotechnic abilities and struck the infant beast with all his strength. Eugene attempted to contend that incinerating the creature was excessive, yet both siblings had momentarily overlooked the fact that flames were ineffective against this species of manticores, and having stated that the creature delivered a brutal strike upon its alleged master. This left the elder sibling in a state of shock. Following an extended outburst, the being was ultimately subdued. Eugene grew weary of it and flung it into an enclosure. The two siblings concurred that this being was exceedingly untamed. The elder sibling questioned whether it could be subdued, observing how it remained so feral even after acquiring the mark. Consequently, Eugene indicated that he might have to dispose of it, which led our protagonist to believe that he intended to sell it. Thus, the guild leader elucidated that he intended to set it aside to prevent it from falling into the possession of an adversary. Eugene couldn't dispute the reality that this was the sole path forward. Nevertheless, he regarded it as quite disgraceful, since this being would serve as the ideal steed for his sibling if domesticated. However, even in the initial timeline, no one had successfully subdued such a creature. Eugene subsequently experienced unease as the system clarified that he had yet to test the keywords on the entity. At that instant, he ultimately realized that he too could assume the role of guardian of creatures. Should our protagonist prevail in subduing the beast, he would have the capacity to transform his sibling into an indomitable power. Eugene. He subsequently inquired of his sibling whether any other children owned mounts. He felt quite pleased to discover that they merely had feeble steeds that were utterly inferior to the manticore. Consequently, the guardian requested an opportunity to subdue the beast, as this could represent their sole chance to obtain a formidable steed for their faction. The beasts that were merely referenced in legends had materialized in reality following the emergence of the dungeons. Yet, as mankind evaluated the majority of them as entities that needed to be eradicated, they considered certain anomalies that could be transformed into allies. The majority of the excitement revolved around mountable creatures. Observing how dungeons grew more expansive as they ascended in tiers, possessing a swift mount could provide the rider a significant edge. Our protagonist subsequently remarked that since this being was impervious to flames, it would be futile to eliminate it so promptly. In his opinion, it was the ideal mount for his sibling, since finding another being capable of enduring his pyrotechnic abilities would be challenging. In addition to being flame-resistant, the creature would ascend to the pinnacle of mounts, which would bestow upon the esteemed guild master additional authority. Eugene anticipated receiving substantial recompense in return for the benefits he would offer the guild. The sole task remaining was to determine how to cultivate a friendship with the being. Our protagonist inhaled deeply. The strategy was to attempt to win its affection by presenting it with food. Initially, he considered offering some feline nourishment, but his sibling disclosed that it was a discerning gourmand that would exclusively consume creature flesh. Every dish was required to incorporate a marine-grade mana stone, which could be priced as high as $8,000. In other terms, each serving of sustenance crafted for the manticore came at an exorbitant expense. Our protagonist was left nearly bewildered. According to his estimation, sustaining the creature would require an expenditure ranging from $2.80 to $8 million annually. And as his sibling highlighted that he would be responsible for providing it with nourishment, Eugene couldn't resist finding the cub charming and started to contemplate how it would react to the prompts. He contrasted the novel keyword with the previous one in the initial timeline and hypothesized that merely articulating his fondness would suffice. However, prior to all of that, he had to discover a method to approach it. As the Tier 2 beast assaulted him, the hero recognized that he ought to toy with it for a while. Consequently, he retrieved his B-rank belt. Previously, Eugene had cared for numerous dogs to realize that they all enjoy engaging in tug-of-war. However, based on appearances, juvenile manticores appeared to be somewhat akin to canines. Eugene assured Eugene that he was unscathed prior to extracting the taming stone. Initially, the infant appeared to be cautious. However, it soon embraced a cheerful demeanor. As an impeccable guardian, the authority of the emblem of the master had amplified, permitting the being began to exhibit a more amicable demeanor towards him, commenced to reveal a more trusting aspect. However, High and Taker instantly became enamored with the charming little creature. Eugene began to interact with it the moment his younger sibling attempted to get closer to his new companion. He was bitten right away. Eugene cautioned his recent companion against causing harm to others. Eugene, who had been grazed since he was an Astron counter, understood the depth of the creature's affection for his sibling. Consequently, he requested that he assume responsibility for the creature. Even if he was unable to transform it into his companion, it could still serve as an excellent guard dog. However, befriending creatures appeared significantly more moral than mesmerizing individuals. If Eugene successfully navigated the situation, he could potentially recruit a team of young creatures. The guardian would evolve into a figure akin to a creature handler, a prospect that could be a fantasy realized for him. It was subsequently disclosed that the elder sibling had no intention of subduing the manticore within his brother's residence. Eugene articulated that his residence hall was sufficiently roomy. In truth, he sought to evade cohabitation with his sibling due to the apprehension of being confined once more. It was only at that moment that he perceived a despondent look on his younger sibling's visage. visage. When he inquired about it, the guild leader disclosed that although they had ultimately made amends, they scarcely encountered one another lately. Eugene was yearning to revert to the previous state of their relationship. At that instant, our protagonist remembered the remarks of his trusted aide concerning the significance his sibling placed on familial connections. He understood that he couldn't hold his younger sibling accountable for being excessively cautious. He attributed this alteration in conduct to the temporal reversal and assured that she would see him as frequently as she could. Eugene even vowed to return to visit his infant sibling once he completed his fundamental training. In response, our main character inquired with the guild leader if he was available the following evening. He was curious if he was interested in having a beverage. Ultimately, the two siblings never had the opportunity to relish alcoholic beverages in each other's company. Even after Eugene reached adulthood, had it not been for the dungeon incident, the Han brothers would have savored countless chilled beers together. Upon hearing this, Eugene became thrilled for the following day. He then came to the conclusion that he ought to name his new companion. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to refer to the fireman as Core Peace, as this was a necessity the world sorely required. Our protagonist endeavored to persuade himself that Eugene yearned to share moments with him solely due to their brotherhood, rather than being influenced by his abilities. The following day, as a novel portal emerged, the main character discovered himself astonished. As his younger sibling beamed with joy, Eugene struggled to comprehend what was occurring. Based on her understanding, the guild leader had no reason to escort a group of novices into the dungeon. Therefore, Eugene asserted that he was eagerly anticipating this day. At that instant, Eugene realized he could no longer refute the possibility that his sibling might genuinely be indoctrinated. The two S-ranks were subsequently requested to stand together for the photograph, as the media highlighted how unusual it was for the guild leader to accompany the newcomers on their initial expedition. Eugene asserted that with the arrival of a new S-rank, it became his responsibility to ensure her inaugural dungeon expedition was successful, as he held the same rank. Meanwhile, the F-rank in the corner began to hope that the media would eagerly seize upon this narrative. Upon reflection, the two S-ranks praised one another, as each commanded fire and ice, merging their powers. This, combined with the future development talent of the housekeeper, along with the S-rank awakening of the bodyguard, would lead to truly exceptional outcomes. Subsequently, an exquisite collection of blades and lances was showcased. The constituents of the Haiyan Guild were permitted to utilize any armament of their choice without charge, but were required to return them upon completion of use. As both F-ranks were marveling at the armaments supplied by their vast guild, Young Woo had to recoil upon discovering that he would be responsible for any items he damaged, as he was oblivious to his own inventive abilities. Eugene urged him not to be concerned and to opt for a superior weapon, as they were expected to be the most resilient. Upon inquiring if potions were available at no cost, he discovered that only guild members were entitled to obtain them without charge. Our protagonist encouraged the adolescent to collect sufficient for everyone. Urim subsequently extracted a repulsive-looking axe and requested her guardian's assistance in selecting one. He suggested that she opt for something more compact, recognizing that she primarily relies on her abilities in combat. During the interview, the guildmaster became engrossed in his reflections and pondered how his sibling possessed an extraordinary level of expertise for a novice hunter. Thus, astonishing everyone, he grinned at the camera while contemplating that he must have acquired all of this knowledge to assist him. And although all assumed that this grin represented a significant assurance, Urim once more departed in frustration, as there were now two unwelcome intruders in her expedition. It was subsequently detailed how they would be navigating a D-rank dungeon, and how the portal, which would shut after 60 minutes, would only reopen once the boss had been defeated. Eugene specified that they could utilize this exceptionally rare gate stone to make an escape in the event of an emergency. However, as he continued to elucidate, he observed something captivating. His sibling had now drifted off. Not too long ago, he was regarded as the scum of the earth during raids. However, circumstances had changed, as he was unburdened by obligations and adversaries. At this moment, Eugene was afforded the opportunity to investigate caverns alongside individuals who appreciated him, including his sibling. Consequently, he was unable to suppress a grin. Ultimately, he was now convinced that he had triumphed over the ominous destiny that loomed ahead. However, he was unaware that something far more dreadful than the initial timeline was still to unfold. Upon entry, the novices were left perplexed. It was their inaugural experience within a labyrinth. As Urim was captivated by the splendor of the scenery, the guildmaster cautioned her that they were not present for an educational excursion. He subsequently encouraged her to step away. Prior to unleashing a formidable flame strike, the girl was rendered astonished, and before she was even aware of it, Eugene had thoroughly demolished the vicinity, providing an unobstructed perspective. She even began to yell at him for acting acting so recklessly. As she persisted in her ceaseless chatter, her guardian directed her attention to the lifeless creatures that lay hidden in the foliage. It was a principle to allow the most formidable member of the team to forge the way forward, as no one can predict what lies in wait within the caverns. Eugene highlighted that this was fundamental information that ought to have been grasped during theoretical lessons. Urim, the underperforming student of the group, articulated that she was unable to accomplish anything due to her deficiency in area of effect attacks. Her inability to concentrate and maintain focus during lessons was additionally highlighted, as she was unaware of how advancing in levels grants new abilities. It was subsequently disclosed that, after advancing approximately 10 levels, an individual could obtain a new ability. And although the girl was unable to foresee which talent she might unveil, her guardian possessed the capability to choose one on her behalf. His objective was to enable her to obtain Pale Rain, as it had been one of her hallmark techniques in the original timeline. In that manner, he successfully manipulated the configurations, permitting him to guide her on the path to acquiring this particular ability. Eugene disclosed his intuition that the girl would unveil an AoE talent. However, his sibling asserted that it wasn't so straightforward. Since S ranks required significantly more experience points to advance than F rankers, this rendered it unfeasible even if she single-handedly cleared the dungeon. Suddenly, the guildmaster remarked that the newcomer ought to attend to her own affairs while he aids his sibling, and in an instant it burst forth. Initially, our protagonist calmly endeavored to engage in a rational discussion with the two ostensibly mature hunters before him. However, ultimately, he could no longer endure it and chose to regard them as the youngsters they truly were. Each of them accused the other for the altercation, prompting Eugene to yell that they did not require such matters on their expedition. He subsequently inquired of each individual what their function was in this context. Thus, the guildmaster highlighted his role as a guardian, while the young woman clarified her presence as well. For that reason, he instructed them to adhere to their designated responsibilities, as even at an F rank, he had to exert considerable effort to advance his level. Eugene even warned that he would forsake both of them if they didn't at least feign being close companions in front of the lens. And with that stated, the pair ultimately reached a consensus. Urim and Eugene resolved to maintain a harmonious relationship moving forward. Thus, as the two titans clasped hands in the most amicable manner, Eugene felt a sense of relief that all matters had been resolved. Eugene urged the F-rankers to remain vigilant and assist him and Young Woo in attaining level 10. At that instant, both of them conceived the identical thought. The protagonist's two most formidable indoctrinated subordinates began to dispute among themselves regarding who would transport him to level 10. At that instant, it became evident to the main character that these two would never be able to collaborate. In another location, an individual managed to discern that the time rewinder had ultimately penetrated a dungeon. The enigmatic faction hurried to identify the precise dungeon he had accessed. They were pressed for time since they could only utilize their strength during the protagonist's incursion. They had been looking for him for an extended period. Shortly thereafter, within the subterranean chamber, as all the creatures were serenely attending to their affairs, a curious goat gazed upward at the heavens, merely to subsequently observe his companions being vanquished by a miner wielding a spear. In executing such a massacre, she didn't even work up a sweat. The Frost Enchantress aimed to encase them all in ice to provide the Guardian the opportunity to deliver the decisive strike. It was only at that moment that she recalled how challenging it was to penetrate ice. To Yohee-won, his sibling was better served plunging his spear into a properly prepared slice of lamb. Consequently, the icy and charred remains continued to accumulate. This profoundly astonished Myung-woo. Regarding Eugene, he hurried to gather the mana stones. As opposed to the indulgently nurtured Seth-rankers, these items remained precious to him. Our protagonist subsequently beckoned his companion to join him in tending to the goats. Myung-woo inquired of our main character whether he would receive something delightful upon advancing in level. Eugene comforted him by assuring that he would. However, upon examining the statistics of his companion, it was disclosed that, in addition to the requirement of attaining level 10, he was also required to fulfill a specific requirement. However, upon examining the specific requirement, the custodian discovered something that left him astounded. This came as quite a surprise. In the specification, the character O was substituted with P in the term gather. In that manner, the caretaker ultimately attained level 10, but was completely disheartened as he did not acquire any new abilities. Even in the initial timeline, the system appeared enigmatic to humanity, yet countless individuals regarded it as a blessing from the heavens. At that instant, the flames and frost continued to compel the F-rankers to expedite their pace, while being eager to learn the extent of EXP Custodian's accumulation. Eugene clarified that he was concluding matters. It was only at that moment that he obtained a peculiar communication. Strange alerts continuously surfaced in his status status panel. He was especially captivated as one of the correspondences was expressing regret towards him, and prior to him fully comprehending it, he discovered the astonished S-rankers hurrying to shield him. Barely a moment later, a colossal fireball was hurled in their direction. They were presently under assault by a formidable chief creature. This was quite fascinating, as no creature within a D-rank dungeon ought to possess the ability to wield such a talent. The initial leader, known as the Black Ram, genuinely lacked that capability. Yet the colossal avian creature that seized him, as if he were a mere stone, undoubtedly had the capacity to do so. Observing that the portal remained shut even after the dark creature had perished indicated that the dungeon was recognizing the avian as its new master. In other terms, to transcend this realm, the group had to eliminate the avian creature immediately. The guild leader had never encountered such a being previously and hurried to pass the gate stone to his sibling, ensuring his chance to flee. To his astonishment, Eugene was experiencing a panic episode. Here, he remembered the event involving the three-headed dragon, and how his sibling expended his final breath to provide him with the means to flee, and thus he promptly halted him. Eugene asserted that the gemstone was superfluous, and even asserted that his sibling was more powerful than the beast. He disclosed it to be a golden-beaked Maya, a fire element creature possessing strength comparable to an A-rank chief, that possessed an extra set of wings and a gentle cranium. Eugene was captivated by his sibling's wisdom, prompting our protagonist to confirm that they could converse about it at a later time. Eugene was now more resolute than ever to ensure that no one would be lost during this assault. He aimed to avoid making the identical errors repeatedly. Eugene subsequently commanded the ice sorceress to generate a safeguard barrier. The young woman promptly complied. She wielded her icy blade to establish a formidable barrier. Eugene subsequently assigned his sibling to the task of hunting birds. Eugene implored Eugene to ensure his brother's safety, urging him to trust her. Nevertheless, as the excessively cautious sibling he is, he ultimately entrusted our protagonist with the gate stone. Having stated that, the guild leader lunged at the avian creature while being prompted to strike at its head. Eugene attempted to contend that she ought to be the superior choice for offense, given her ability to soar through the air, but she clarified how she would be scorched in mere moments. He clarified that solely his sibling, endowed with flame resistance, could confront the avian creature, and that his array of abilities ought to compensate for his lack of flight. At that instant, the supervisor observed the individual rushing toward it, prompting it to plunge at him immediately. Eugene swiftly dodged the approaching wing. Now that the creature had ultimately succumbed to the earth, the chance to strike had ultimately arrived. Eugene steeled himself and executed a formidable cut. Although everyone was astonished, Eugene shouted at him for assaulting the wings, as he had clearly informed him that the gold-beak Maya possessed an additional set readily available. Having stated that, the avian creature ascended once more and subsequently released a formidable breath of fire. If it hadn't been for his flame resistance, Eugene would have been finished. Eugene thought it peculiar that his sibling was grounded rather than assaulting a creature high above and severing its head. As he started contemplating how he could achieve this by utilizing his blue willow ability, he began to suspect that he might not have activated it yet. At that instant, the avian creature altered its aim. It was no longer aimed at the formidable guild leader. Instead, it focused on the three novices nearby concealing themselves behind the barrier. It was reasonable to conclude that the recent additions were beginning to feel anxious, as an enormous dinosaur was now barreling toward them directly. Yerim and Youngwoo were particularly frightened, questioning the capacity of the barrier to stop the colossal creature. The leader of the guild had no moments to squander. He promptly employed his azure branches to confront the creature. His sibling was pleased that he had already acquired the ability in this timeline and anticipated him executing the final maneuver. Yet to our protagonist's greatest astonishment, the Sashrank hunter was merely incapacitating the avian creature. Eugen yelled at his sibling that he was misapplying his talent. Eugen felt perplexed as he was instructed to tread upon the plumage, thus he gave it a go. Judging by the outcome, his sibling was indeed correct. In an instant, the currents of the conflict shifted. Eugen had now established a presence in the atmosphere. The avian creature amassed a formidable strike and released its destructive flame breath upon him. However, the flame-proof nature of the hunter rendered the beast's inferno powerless. In that instant, Eugen attempted a thrust. He subsequently concentrated all of his strength and directed it toward the head of the soaring beast. And just like that, a tremendous detonation took place. Eugen was taken aback, yet she compelled herself to regain her composure, for she was their sole safeguard against the detonation. And just like that, the decapitated fowl collapsed onto the earth. Regarding its vanquisher, he elegantly descended onto the ground. The conflict had now concluded. Eugen hurried to inquire about his little brother. Eugen promptly enveloped his sibling in a warm embrace and inquired how he had discerned that his technique, Blue Willows, could provide him with support in the sky. He had never contemplated employing it in this manner. The delight of the guild leader was warranted. Ultimately, his sibling had addressed one of his most significant challenges, which was his struggle to take flight. Yugen felt a sense of joy and likened this apparatus to an entirely new talent. Our protagonist felt exceptionally joyful, as his sibling appeared akin to an exuberant child who had just unwrapped 2 gifts instead of a single one. Moreover, as they were leaving the dungeon, Yugen proposed to examine his sibling's other abilities, igniting the girl's desire to join in on the excitement. Upon finally emerging, everyone was taken aback by the condition of the guildmaster. The exterior was already cognizant that the classification of the dungeon altered autonomously, prompting the raiders to disclose the presence of an A-rank boss concealed within. Meanwhile, as the S-rankers addressed all inquiries, our protagonist endeavored to remain as unobtrusive as feasible. The diminutive Barney aimed to return his weapons silently and exit without drawing excessive scrutiny. It was only at that moment that he perceived an infuriated grizzly charging in his direction. Sun Qian hurried to the entrance upon discovering that the status of the dungeon had shifted, which caused him to be concerned about his caretaker, and by that moment he had reached his destination. Thus, as the main character was graciously declining the assistance extended to him, Myung-woo felt let down by himself. Later that evening, our protagonist paid a visit to his younger sibling. The doorman had provided him with a bottle of luxurious spirits to enjoy with his sibling. Based on the sound of the flowing water, Myung-woo swiftly deduced that his sibling was presently taking a shower. To pass the time, he opted to engage in a game of tranquility. The manticore dashed to engage with his handler. Initially, they relished a tranquil match of tug. Subsequently, the tiny being consumed its customary nourishment. And just like that, the main character had exhausted himself. His day had been rather extended. Amidst the typographical error, the display window, and the note expressing regret towards him, he was uncertain about what to conclude. Additionally, there existed the subterranean chamber that altered its levels and produced a formidable creature, an occurrence that ought to transpire only after many years. At that instant, the chrononaut experienced an epiphany. To contemplate that he could have instigated an event by journeying into the past, he dreaded the prospect that he may have disrupted something in the course of it. Our protagonist speculated that the system attempted to reach out to him personally, as he had triggered a significant occurrence far sooner than anticipated. And just so, he started to attribute all of this to the system, which was excessively perplexing from the outset, and it failed to clarify anything for him. Had the system been only marginally more transparent, our protagonist asserted that he would have selected considerably superior keywords. However, when pressing the button, something unexpectedly emerged. Eugene was taken by surprise. In the interim, the beings who attempted to compel the connection started to question whether the object had been effectively transmitted. Although lacking sufficient time for clarification, the individual with canine-like ears asserted that the objective was destined to comprehend their intentions. Ultimately, she had tailored the being to resemble something suitable for Earth. Consequently, the main character received a rather peculiar, unconventional book. Eugene was completely unaware of the thoughts occupying the minds of the originators. Based on the images, the volume could solely reveal to the caretaker the S-ranks that were within his jurisdiction. The annual publication was likewise brimming with encouraging notes and contained 50 empty spaces. At that instant, Eugene emerged from the shower. As he remarked on his brother's peculiar demeanor, Eugene came to understand that the framework sought to designate him as the guardian of 50 S-rankers. The F-rank creature was confined within its enclosure. Immediately upon its emergence, it launched an assault on the Crimson Cat, and just as swiftly, the battle concluded. Its crimson fluid was smeared all around. During the second day of examining the manticore, Eugene described how it had nearly increased in magnitude within merely 2 days. There was no question that this being occupied the pinnacle of the food hierarchy, and in an instant, our protagonist hurried to peddle his young offspring. However, it remained as forceful as ever. This time, the harm endured wasn't as severe as previously. Ultimately, Eugene had acquired all of the strength-boosting equipment available to him. Yesterday evening, the ability referred to as Monster Breeder was mentioned. Eugene, who insisted on having additional spirits in his glass, clarified that this was a novel talent he had discovered during the assault. Evidently, this was a deception intended to conceal his guardianship ability that enables him to manipulate the minds of all sentient beings. Consequently, he asserted that he possessed an S-rank ability that enabled him to domesticate creatures and assist them in advancing their levels. Eugene swiftly retrieved the leash, believing it was excessively perilous for his sibling to wield such a power while being significantly deficient in strength. Eugene promptly articulated that they should unveil this skill rather than conceal it in obscurity, and mentioned the possibilities of a fully developed entity. As per our protagonist, numerous S-rankers would sacrifice their lives for an appropriate steed, and equipping every member member of the guild with one would be remarkable in those vast dungeons. In different terms, the prowess of our protagonist could signify a significant advancement in the realm of dungeon exploration. Returning to the current moment, Eugene began to manipulate his small token. He was fully cognizant that the system aimed for him to enlist 50 S-rankers. Still, he was acutely aware that it would be more advantageous to ally with animals rather than mesmerize individuals. Following considerable exertion, the instructor discovered himself fatigued, and yet observing how his companion remained completely unfazed, he understood that he wouldn't attain wealth effortlessly. Nevertheless, Eugene was keenly aware that enhancing the quantity of reliable steeds would bolster the security of the realm, as numerous dungeons might emerge in the future. For that justification, he was unable to permit himself to pause. It was only at that moment, when he unexpectedly halted, the head of human resources was commending him for recommencing training immediately upon returning from the operation. Noticing that the young man was cautious, Director So clarified that he was not there to expel him from the gym. He even conveyed how astonished he felt. Ultimately, under his supervision, tranquility had flourished significantly in a brief period. And so, unexpectedly, the gentleman bent forward as a gesture of reverence, departing the caretaker completely fascinated. Director Sok wished to express his regrets for the way he had treated our main character. He had not recognized at that moment their talents, insightful intellect, and brilliance. That said, the man became quite attached and implored our protagonist to enlist in their guild, as he would provide a significant benefit to the realm of hunting. Thus, as the proprietor was under attack, Tranquility found itself unable to refrain from likening the spectacle to a straightforward contest of tug-of-war. Eugene was completely conscious that he was no prodigy, as he merely depended on the knowledge he had acquired through his experiences as a time traveler. He also wished to avoid the director as much as he could, considering the extent of the harassment he had endured from him in the prior timeline. The individual then implored our protagonist to contemplate the matter. As he commenced to elucidate how they were prepared to provide him with all that he yearned for, including the resources to nourish and raise the steeds, our hero came to a realization. In the revised timeline, circumstances were significantly altered. Furthermore, the director no longer regarded him as an utter drain on resources. At that instant, our protagonist mounted his pedestal upon recognizing that he held the reins. With a self-satisfied smirk, he articulated that his sibling had previously consented to manage the monetary matters. Nonetheless, the steward couldn't dismiss the reality that the executive's offer remained alluring. Without delay, the director promptly requested the agreement. Nevertheless, our protagonist had his own conditions, asserting that he wished to enlist as a team member with the guild, given his intention to operate as an independent hunter. By taking this route, Eugene would have the opportunity to market steeds to other guilds and amass considerable wealth. As the director urged him to rethink his decision, our protagonist emphasized that repercussions would ensue if anyone lacking strength compared to the others entered into a sole agreement with him. The central character was acutely conscious of the immense strength and capability of his talent, as it would significantly enhance the efficiency of any guild's ranking. He even likened himself to a golden egg-producing bird, and articulated that permitting a single guild to retain him exclusively would be an unwise decision. Ultimately, the world was teeming with malefactors who would prefer to extinguish a remarkable gift rather than permit another to possess it. They could effortlessly eliminate an F-rank. Thus, it would be wiser to let everyone partake in his abilities. In this manner, the protagonist's prowess would guarantee his security as well as a substantial fortune. Nevertheless, he assured Hyan of a unique arrangement for Tranquility if they employed him as a team member. Our protagonist even requested a monthly remuneration along with several additional benefits. The director was unable to suppress a laugh and consented to provide him with all that he desired. He subsequently requested authorization to utilize the recording of the training as a resource to facilitate negotiations with the other guilds. The human resources representative subsequently indicated that he had one last inquiry. He was curious if the main character would consent to join their ranks as one of their trackers and transform them into the most powerful guild globally, enjoying unparalleled liberty. Initially, Eugene intended to provide a sincere response, but he swiftly became aware that the director was presently capturing him on film. Eugene clarified that employing him would be futile. Ultimately, they were extracting every ounce from his expertise, and he encouraged the director to avoid any future remorse regarding his choice. Eventually, the middle-aged gentleman couldn't resist finding this entertaining. In his view, the caretaker was undervaluing his own capabilities. Eugene evidently failed to recognize his own potential. As the director contemplated how remarkable our protagonist was, the former took great pride in having triumphed over the individual during the discussions. When an individual attains exceptional abilities, they often lose sight of their standing, and arrogance takes root in their hearts. Eugene may not be the most modest modest of individuals, yet he was acutely conscious of his position within the hierarchy, and he leveraged this awareness to elevate himself in status. The director began to ponder whether he had overlooked this prodigy due to being eclipsed by his sibling. However, circumstances were not as straightforward as they appeared. He had previously anticipated that the other factions might create difficulties upon realizing their desire to possess Yujin, yet Hayo was prepared for the pressure. However, circumstances shift significantly when the tamer transitions to a freelancer, as guilds will begin to concentrate on him as a distinct entity. In simpler terms, Yujin would step into a realm brimming with possibilities, yet also teeming with peril. It was reasonable to presume that the youth remained oblivious to the brutal nature of the realm of the prestigious hunters. On the other hand, the director could not dismiss the chance that this might be a tactic to safeguard his sibling. Nevertheless, the individual had foreseen that the main character would attract the attention of the three prominent guilds, along with everyone else. And as it happens, his forecast was accurate. Upon viewing the recordings of the training, individuals became notably captivated. The executives determined to make a special trip to personally assess their new wild card. Following considerable endeavor, the newly constructed pet abode was ultimately complete. From that moment forward, tranquility would reside in the quarters of its creator. At that instant, the caretaker and his adjacent resident arrived for a visit. While the young lady considered the creature charming, the vagabond was filled with fear. Yuram hurried to caress the newcomer as it frantically attempted to gnaw at the caretaker. At that instant, the guild leader appeared to converse with his sibling. Initially, Yujin was perplexed, but was subsequently astonished to discover that the guild leaders were en route to see him. Yujin assured our protagonist that he wasn't compelled to accept the invitation. However, Yujin highlighted how he might appear impolite. When the younger individual highlighted his potential discomfort as an F-ranker among S-rankers, the elder could not dispute it. Thus, Yujin hurried to call off the gathering, only to be promptly halted. Yujin clarified that the mere reality that the leaders of the three major guilds were en route to Heya already enhanced their significance. Consequently, our protagonist resolved to attend the gathering and would not accept a rejection from his sibling. However, as he commenced discussing their lack of objection to his presence, given their desire to engage in negotiations with him, he stepped into a chamber with an unusual ambience. Everyone's attention was focused on him, and everything appeared equally threatening. Yujin was unprepared for their overwhelming presence. At that instant, a bespectacled gentleman implored our protagonist to extend his hand. His objective was to evaluate the capabilities of the handler prior to the commencement of the discussions. At that instant, our protagonist comprehended the implications and was filled with dread. Yujin swiftly retracted his hand and began to babble some absurdity about wishing to reserve his initial experience for someone extraordinary. The evaluator had surprised him unexpectedly, as the situation would spiral out of control rapidly if it was revealed that he harbored an L-rank ability capable of manipulating minds. Consequently, while the mentor frantically endeavored to devise a justification, the tiny being promptly interceded and leaped from his embrace. From the appearance of things, peace appeared to desire safeguarding his master. Everyone was captivated as the handler fervently attempted to soothe the creature. The former chairman in Minkyu Park, the leader of the Hanshin Guild, deemed this fascinating, as no tamer ability ought to possess the strength to forge such a connection. This demonstrated to all that the creature fervently sought to safeguard its master. Consequently, the woman emphasized that evaluating the young man's abilities was unwarranted. That individual was none other than Heuna Moon, the leader of the Breaker Guild. The woman addressed our protagonist courteously and assisted in calming his nerves. As the protagonist stood perplexed by the lady's height, she remarked on her astonishment at discovering that the charming Heian had such a sibling. This led Yujin to ponder that because Yurim was also an S-ranker, she would eventually become as formidable as that woman. Miss Moon subsequently highlighted that a fully developed fire manticore could possess strength comparable to that of an S-rank adversary. Consequently, she requested our protagonist's younger sibling to provide her faction with a fire cub should he encounter another one. Yujin acquiesced but resolutely proclaimed that he would only trade it for a mount endowed with frost resistance. This rendered him appear avaricious, considering his quest for a steed for the ice sorceress. Another, a tanned individual positioned at the table, summoned the guild leader of Heian, as his faction had previously acquired all the mounts available in the marketplace. That individual was none other than the leader of MKC, Sukwon Choi, who clarified that a trade would be unfeasible as Yujin had cornered the market. However, as the young man emphasized how they merely needed to conquer dungeons for beings valuable for trade, Sukwon swiftly became annoyed. He highlighted how Yujin was attempting to turn them into his private animal retrievals and charged him with intending to deceive them using the formidable ability of his sibling. The individual asserted that Yujin operating as an independent contractor was a ruse devised by Yujin, who had evidently laid claim to him, given their familial ties. The leader of the Breaker Guild attempted to soothe him, while the champion clarified that his brother's guild was merely one of his collaborators. He clarified that due to his inability to support himself, they were presently aiding him, and that this was the primary motive for this gathering. Yujin explained that he wouldn't have taken the initiative to provide his assistance to the others if his intention was exclusively to collaborate with his sibling. He further elucidated that there was a finite quantity of beings he could subdue concurrently. Consequently, Yujin provided all those in attendance with a significant opportunity to acquire the finest steeds available. He asserted that this ought to suffice for the discussions and emphasized the privilege it was to collaborate with prominent figures such as the Korean guild leaders. In spite of his grandiloquent expressions, our protagonist found himself unable to shake off a sense of apprehension. As he began to reflect on his previous fondness for the individual, who had merely been an ordinary athlete prior to his transformation, he was abruptly jabbed in the face. Heuna approached the subject quite closely as she observed that our protagonist appeared to be far more than just an ordinary beast handler. Noticing that he had an S-rank elder sibling and an S-rank mentor, along with a fire manticore companion, she inquired whether they would accompany him if he became a member of her guild. Yugane, who was taken aback by the woman's charm in reality, clarified that the agreement solely pertained to him, all the while hoping his sibling wouldn't throw a fit. As soon as a composed voice remarked on how our protagonist had asserted his status as the finest in all of Korea, with that, the main character highlighted that he would formally endorse Heuna once they achieved supremacy across the entire realm. At that instant, a tranquil voice deemed this quite intriguing. Every gaze swiftly shifted towards him. Upon listening to this, Yugane Sang, the leader of S Sang, realized that he could acquire the tamer at this moment. In that instant, our protagonist was at a loss for words. At this juncture, S Sang was the most formidable alliance of hunters, with the most formidable guild leader guaranteeing our hero's safeguarding. However, the circumstance that he had joined the discussion so tardily rendered him appear antagonistic, thereby amplifying the strain in the atmosphere. Consequently, our protagonist chose to decline the proposal and clarified that this proposition was exclusively available for family members. He clarified that for them to dominate him, the other guilds would need to attain the top position on a global level. At that instant, Miss Moon erupted in laughter, as she simply couldn't resist finding his audacity amusing. She even highlighted how the two siblings exhibited the same resilience. Had it not been for his ability to withstand fear, the strain would have been intolerable for the Efranker, who felt like a tiny creature amidst giants. Yugane was keenly cognizant that Efrankers exhibited combative conduct as they were perpetually at risk. However, he didn't anticipate them to be this formidable even with their smiles. Consequently, he began to ponder that his little brother might struggle to cope with such individuals, and that they harassed him regularly. One individual even remarked that it was unsurprising to observe the younger sibling establish his own guild so audaciously, as he had a fearless exemplar. However, Yugane asserted that his sibling was not that way at all. He described him as the most benevolent of the pair, and even the kindest individual in this space. Upon listening to this, all were taken aback, and as they started to ponder whether they were indeed referring to the same individual, our protagonist started to question whether he had uttered something inappropriate. In his view, there was no child more endearing than his little brother. One afternoon, as he was departing, the youngster dashed to embrace him. As Yugane presented his elder sibling with a birthday gift, he began to reflect on how, despite being the younger of the two, he consistently endeavored to support him. Our protagonist could only recall his younger brother as a compassionate individual, someone who aspired to become a physician to guarantee his caretaker a comfortable existence. Yugane announced that despite his frequent absence due to a demanding work schedule, his younger sibling matured into a distinguished gentleman. Upon listening to this, the guild leaders could no longer endure it. Ultimately, they erupted into laughter simultaneously when he referred to Yugane Han Dosal, the most formidable individual in the space, fervently attempted to regain his composure, as he at last understood the reason behind the young man's unusually kind demeanor towards them. Miss Moon even indicated the little rascal, who was pretending to be the ideal gentleman in front of his guardian. In that instant, the F-rankers yelled at the muscular matriarch, witnessing how she was tormenting his unfortunate younger sibling. The former chairman attempted to assert that he cherished the fraternal connection, yet he nearly overlooked drying the tears from his eyes as he departed in a fit of emotion. Consequently, the executives opted to conclude the gathering, while our protagonist was convinced that Yugane was merely feigning toughness before them. The guild leaders had previously concurred on the majority of the conditions prior to the protagonist entering the chamber. Consequently, they encouraged him to examine the document thoroughly and notify them should he discover any discrepancies within it. Yugane opted to take a brief glance at the contract. However, upon examining the document, he discovered a fascinating phrase that asserted he would possess his own edifice. This prompted the higher-ups to recognize that no one had informed Eugene about their plans to construct a new facility for him, where he could raise the steeds. It didn't require much time for our protagonist to comprehend that this remarkable phrase was the creation of the director. In accordance with the stipulations, the 5 associations would safeguard Eugene in his specialized breeding facility and also finance its requirements. Having stated that each of the guild leaders had endorsed the document. However, when it was our protagonist's opportunity to affix his signature to the agreement, his sibling discovered him sporting a peculiar smile on his visage. Eugene asserted that this was a result of the stress, but in reality, he was battling to restrain his elation. He still couldn't comprehend the reality that the major guilds were constructing a structure for him in one of the priciest districts of the capital. In that instant, the tiny shrimp discovered a sense of comfort amidst the colossal whales. Eugene was on the verge of obtaining his own edifice that would be safeguarded by the 5 most powerful guilds in Korea. His initial idea was to create a workshop in that location for his companion, and he also considered establishing a laboratory for Dr. White, enabling her to pursue her research in Korea rather than in the United States. Our protagonist's creativity ran rampant as he envisioned himself being questioned about how he transformed from a drifter into the nation's most remarkable billionaire. With an affected chuckle, he would assert that he merely had the opportunity to collaborate with the finest in the world, and just as he started to envision a future where life would be effortless from this point forward, free from the necessity of earning a livelihood, he was abruptly jolted back to the present. The guild leaders were on the verge of departing. The fair-haired individual asserted that he would remember the concession he had pledged to his sibling. Ewan was uncertain about how to react. After the meeting concluded, our joyful protagonist expressed remorse to his sibling for becoming absorbed in his own musings as it drew to a close. Ewan refrained from instructing him to doubt all that the guild leaders had proclaimed regarding him and insisted that he had committed no acts that would tarnish his spirit. Nonetheless, the sibling, who was acutely aware that no guild leader could be entirely virtuous, commended his small companion for maintaining good conduct throughout the entire assembly. The conditions of the agreement were ideally aligned with our protagonist's interests, and thus, the forthcoming chapter of his existence presented itself as remarkably agreeable. Subsequently that evening, a banquet was presented before him. Myung-woo had exerted considerable effort to concoct all of these culinary delights. For him, our main character was worthy of nothing less than the finest in the world. As he savored the cuisine, Eugene likened the vibrant tastes to the promising, radiant days that lay ahead of him. Eugene subsequently highlighted how his domestic aide possessed a considerable amount of personal belongings. However, the moment he requested him to prepare for departure from this location in the imminent future, his demeanor abruptly darkened and a shiver coursed down his back. However, prior to our protagonist being able to proclaim the delightful tidings of the new edifice bearing his name, Myung-woo began to weep fervently and collapsed onto the earth, believing that he was being expelled. And although the main character struggled to keep up, the individual asserted that he had anticipated this day arriving. After all, he was merely an unproductive presence and a low achiever. Eugene attempted to comfort him by stating that they both held the same status, but Myung-woo insisted that they were entirely different. At that time, our protagonist defended him against the formidable moneylenders. In his perception, Eugene was so remarkable that his counsel was highly valued by his sibling, the S-rank. Conversely, the caretaker was unable to acquire a skill upon attaining level 10. Nevertheless, the time traveler was acutely aware that none of his achievements were genuinely merited. The janitor earnestly attempted to uplift the caretaker's spirits, only for him to misconstrue the circumstances even more, expressing gratitude to our protagonist for everything prior to choosing to depart. Eugene endeavored to contend that his companion had no alternative residence, but Myung-woo preferred to be without a home rather than exploit his generosity any further. The main character endeavored to assert that the individual was not misusing anything whatsoever. Myung-woo played a significant part in his strategy to retire at an early age and was just 10,000 unsharpened blades short of acquiring an SS skill. Nevertheless, Eugene couldn't simply disclose the ability to him, and even if he were to do so, there was a significant likelihood that his companion would doubt his veracity. Having stated that, he resolved to embrace an alternative strategy. Eugene clarified that he had no authority to retain the individual if he wished to depart. He disclosed that he was oblivious to the extent of the distress this was inflicting on Myung-woo and held himself accountable for assigning him all these tasks. Nevertheless, the caretaker considered it quite unfortunate, as he possessed insights that could genuinely assist the man. However, Eugene, who desired his companion's independence, resolved not to disclose any information, as it would impede his freedom. While he emphasized that this was a significant secret he yearned to confide in him as a friend, the housekeeper could no longer endure and urged him to reveal it at once. Ultimately, Eugene concluded that he would not jeopardize anyone by disclosing a mere fragment of information to his departing friend. Recognizing that the most effective way to persuade someone was to reference a brilliant mind or a renowned figure, our protagonist asserted that he had acquired this training technique from Dr. Sayok. Nonetheless, the main character couldn't refrain from attributing fault to himself, as he was deceiving others by invoking the name of Dr. White. In the interim, within her laboratory, the physician had completed the documentation and anticipated that the remainder would unfold seamlessly. However, while she was engrossed in her task, she was oblivious to the sinister presence hiding in her shadow. Meanwhile, our protagonist drew forth the daggers. He asserted that this was the most effective training approach for his companion. Eugene subsequently cautioned his friend emphatically to refrain from discussing this in the presence of others, including Dr. White. He then emphasized that, given his friend's abilities were associated with weaponry, he ought to focus on honing the blades. Eugene will comply without posing any additional inquiries. Eugene felt a sense of satisfaction, as the artisan was now progressing toward prominence. And as anticipated, a counter had emerged. Eugene asserted that if his companion continued honing blades, he would likely acquire a crafting ability, as the speculation suggested, and a commendable one at that. He composedly endeavored to clarify to his companion that he required to refine a minimum of 10,000 blades solely to ignite a favorable response. Eugene was taken aback by the housekeeper's enthusiasm, noting that he planned to complete the job in 3 months by honing 100 knives daily. Our protagonist then urged the vagrant to set the knife aside, as his grip on it made his eagerness appear more akin to lethal intent. Young Woo was resolute in his effort to exert himself to the fullest in order to reimburse his companion. Nevertheless, Eugene was acutely aware that his retirement strategy held no obligations towards him. Consequently, it was time to assess the secondary investment. The physician was immensely thrilled to encounter our main character. However, our protagonist swiftly became weary as his companion, an avid dungeon enthusiast, continued to chatter for hours on end. She highlighted the common belief that dungeons are entirely unpredictable, and as you mentioned their potential structure, Eugene expressed his intuition and asserted that they were missing the essential information in South Korea. Dr. Sok concurred that their nation was excessively diminutive, only to promptly silence herself, contemplating that her remarks might upset someone. The researcher's task would be significantly simpler if she had the opportunity to examine additional dungeons. However, the majority of nations prohibit non-nationals from exploring their subterranean labyrinths. The physician began to express concerns that she may need to become part of a global research team to persist with her investigation. For that specific reason, 3 years hence, the physician would depart for America, where she would uncover the foundation behind the emergence of dungeons. Eugene started to long for a method to retain this walking fortune within the nation until her revelation, rather than relinquishing her and her studies to the United States. However, the physician still had a few concepts remaining. Unexpectedly, she produced a buckwheat gel. If the myths hold true, she could utilize this cuisine by combining it with rice liquor on a moonless evening to entice the Daka bee. The physician was alluding to the mythical tracker endowed with the power of teleportation. That hunter adopted the moniker of a mischievous spirit from Korean folklore, along with its style. Yet, even in the initial timeline, individuals scarcely possessed any knowledge about him. Nonetheless, the spirit investigator was especially renowned for his ability to teleport. In times of gloom, when all appeared hopeless both within and beyond the dungeons, the spirit would emerge swiftly to preserve lives. From the viewpoint of humanity, particularly among the criminals, the capacity to teleport to any location was a force that should not be taken lightly. One day, wrongdoers observed something captivating. Suddenly, a cosplayer materialized in their lair. Taken aback by his presence, they swiftly drew their firearms. Yet, akin to a specter, the initial projectile passed directly through him. The Daka bee leader employed his teleportation skills to escape and sidestep the barrage of projectiles aimed at him. The hunter barely exerted himself. Ultimately, he succeeded in asserting his dominance. The cosplayer subsequently began to express themselves through poetry to alert the wrongdoers, asserting that he was fully cognizant of their most concealed truths. He subsequently vowed not to expose their transgressions to the public eye as long as he remained unscathed. And with that stated, the apparition vanished. The entity was elusive due to its abilities, and possessing compromising information on everyone, it managed to guarantee the safeguarding of the major guilds in complete autonomy. Consequently, the female scholars aimed to entice the mythical being, as it could possess valuable insights regarding the subterranean chambers. To exacerbate the situation, the so-called brilliant physician was depending on information she had acquired from the web to summon the spirit. Given the woman's exuberance, our protagonist endeavored to bring her back to reality and implored her to seek assistance from the guild rather than depending on illusions. At that instant, everything succumbed to darkness. The moon had nearly vanished into the gloom of the evening. Believing this to be a sort of power outage, our protagonist opted to activate his flashlight. However, it was only at that moment that he observed something captivating. Dr. White appeared bewildered. Instantly, tears emerged on her visage. Unbeknownst to our protagonist, what appeared to be a malevolent apparition was stealthily shadowing him, and the moment it started to shriek, chaos erupted across the laboratory. Dr. White promptly collapsed from the surprise. Even the main character was on the verge of succumbing to anxiety, merely to be soothed by his ability to counteract fear. With his thoughts now tranquil, he acknowledged that despite how chaotic the world had become, specters remained a matter of folklore, and having deduced the identity of the wrongdoer, he urged the Dokkaebi to cease his antics. The teleporting pursuer confirmed that the main character lacked a sense of wit. He elucidated that he had chosen to pay them a call to fulfill the physician's plea. Nonetheless, he did not anticipate his innocuous prank would cause her to lose consciousness. Consequently, the apparition inquired of the guardian whether they could strive toward establishing a cordial relationship. It was only at that moment that the system disclosed to our protagonist that he possessed the ability to capture the masked figure. The individual before him was someone who could navigate the globe at will, unencumbered by any banner or mission. In other terms, he could potentially be the answer to our protagonist's dilemmas. If he was correct, the essence could furnish the essential information for the physician, ensuring she wouldn't need to depart from the nation. The chance was too excellent to overlook. Consequently, Eugene requested the specter to cease his antics, as they were hardly shocking. The apparition attempted to contend that he had merely frightened him, but our protagonist began manipulating him psychologically by asserting that he had simply been taken by surprise. The Dokkaebi was subsequently quite exasperated, as the young man asserted that his antics were mundane and juvenile as well. If the tales were accurate, the mischievous entities adored executing tricks to such an extent that they would jeopardize their existence for the passion of the pastime. Consequently, he proposed a wager with the apparition to determine if he could genuinely frighten him. However, the teleporter was unaware that he stood before his inherent adversary. Subsequently, in the clinic, the physician jolted awake, only to discover that the apparition had vanished. She was then taken aback to find the champion before her. Eugene began to deride the absurd attire of the specter in front of the physician, only to be greeted with utter quiet. This immensely comforted the woman, as it indicated that the mischievous spirit was absent. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake off her discontent, as her numerous inquiries lingered without resolution. Dr. White had anticipated the assistance of the teleporter, considering her investigation had reached a stalemate. Upon hearing this, the steward asserted that he may have discovered a method to provide help. The lady became excessively enthusiastic once more, believing that he intended to enroll in graduate school. He then elucidated that it was nothing of the sort. The physician was subsequently left astonished, as he asserted that he might possess a method to furnish her with the information. Eugene then remembered how she had mentioned that her lack of data was a significant issue in her research. Consequently, his recent actions could potentially be the remedy to her dilemma. At that time, the entity was captivated by the wager, prompting our protagonist to explain that he would need to serve the victor for a complete span of 3 years. The essence couldn't suppress a chuckle as the F-rank individual before him aspired to become his superior. Nevertheless, he regarded the conditions as inequitable and asserted that, given he was wagering with Eugene's sibling, the F-rank ought to entail a minimum of 2 decades of servitude. Judging by appearances, the apparition had thoroughly researched our protagonist. Dokkaebi was subsequently taken aback, as our protagonist extracted the agreement without a moment's hesitation. Consequently, the spirit became wary, as the human hastily entered a competition where he held a distinct disadvantage. He swiftly discerned that there was a scheme at play and conjectured that the F-rank, who was deficient in abilities, intended to utilize items in an attempt to secure victory in the bet. This indicated that the spirit was oblivious to the protagonist's talents. Eugene's triumph was nearly assured, since his resistance to fear ability enables him to stand firm against anything that is below L rank or higher. Therefore, he asserted that matters genuinely weren't as straightforward as they appeared. Indeed, our protagonist professed to be an enthusiast of the Dokkaebi. Ultimately, the Dokkaebi was an individual who wielded his influence to save others. He also discovered the astonishing reality that he possessed all of their secrets. Consequently, he asserted that this gamble constituted a mutually advantageous situation for him. Even if he forfeits the bet, he gains the honor of becoming the Dokkaebi's assistant. At that instant, the confident essence declared itself to be quite extraordinary. He asserted that our protagonist was quite astute, as he would significantly prefer to have a clever, captivating character as an acolyte rather than an individual pleading for this honor. Nonetheless, Eugene elucidated that he would strive to exert his utmost effort to secure victory in the wager. That said, the contest commenced, with the spirit granted 3 opportunities to frighten frighten our hero. Succeeding even a single time would render him its subordinate. In the current moment, the custodian conveyed to the scientist that although he was unable to disclose the specifics, he might possess a means to furnish her with the essential information. He emphasized that, unlike her, he did not consider himself an expert in the domain. Consequently, he proposed to share the earnings equally if she succeeded in formulating a viable theory concerning dungeon spawns. The doctor regarded this as a magnanimous proposal, yet she harbored doubts about her capability to achieve such a significant milestone. Nevertheless, Eugene maintained his confidence in her. As the woman remarked that the young man was merely attempting to uplift her spirits, he strained to recall the date of today, and with that, he resolved to make an announcement. Following his instinct, Eugene disclosed that the newly emerged Arank dungeon situated near the capital was inhabited by either slimes or characterized by a coastal environment. This caused him to appear as though he possessed clairvoyant abilities in the perception of the physician, but he was merely exploiting his time traveler advantage. With that, the champion implored the woman to reassess his proposition. Should his intuition prove to be accurate, he even asserted that regardless of her opinions, he had complete confidence in her investigation and in the results that would emerge. Our protagonist then encouraged the woman to request her uncle for the authorization to access the subterranean lair. Having stated that, he ultimately bid farewell. Upon stepping outside, the caretaker felt a sense of relief. Since Eugene failed to disclose sufficient details to expose his secret, the sole course of action remaining was to calmly anticipate the antics of the spirit. Initially, the Dokkaebi assumed the guise of the specter of a frightening elderly woman. However, observing how our protagonist was excessively engrossed with his companion animal, his initial endeavor ended in disappointment. One day, as he headed back to his residence, transporting uninteresting blades for his companion to hone, eerie hands abruptly encircled his ankles, and in an instant, the apparition caused our protagonist to collapse to the earth. Eugene yelled at the teleporter, asserting that it had no authority to inflict any damage upon him. However, the specter was taken aback by the F-Rank's delicacy, as he unexpectedly stumbled and collapsed, and since the second endeavor proved unsuccessful, it was now time for the third attempt. In the depths of the night, as the main character approached the refrigerator to fetch some water, he encountered a sinister-looking figure draped in crimson. Consequently, he was unable to refrain from commending the ingenuity of the essence. However, as he pivoted, he discovered himself confronted by a sinister-looking being suspended from the ceiling. Eugene was truly astonished, as he had not anticipated a second jolt of fright. His fear-resistance ability was shielding him from feeling frightened. It was only at that moment that he encountered an individual. In an instant, Eugene inclined his head to discover something genuinely unsettling. The unsettling vagabond in the kitchen grasping a blade. He glanced at him with his frigid, lifeless gaze, and although reverence for the divine was ingrained in the spirit of the apparition, the young man nonchalantly acknowledged his domestic servant. Young will clarify that due to his inability to rest, he opted to pass the time by honing blades. It was only at that moment that the steward observed the being suspended from the ceiling, and just like that, the most unsettling presence in the room succumbed to terror and collapsed. Observing how he had withstood frightful surprises on 3 consecutive occasions, Eugene emerged as the victor of the bet. Having stated that, the apparition began to weep like an infant. This revelation stunned our protagonist, as the entity genuinely possessed followers that were poised to brand him, given his defeat in the bet. At a certain moment, the wails of the petulant little specter grew intolerable. Eugene urged him to stop and inquired about his age, prompting the masked individual to disclose that he was 10 years old. As per our protagonist, the figure before him was not genuinely a spirit but merely a human performing a charade. The Dokkaebi subsequently highlighted how the presence of spirits was indeed conceivable in a realm teeming with creatures and extraordinary beings. Eugene was unable to dispute that aspect since, ultimately, it was considerably simpler to accept that myths had transformed into reality rather than to grapple with the notion that existence had morphed into a digital game. Consequently, he at last came to the conclusion that the individual with white hair was not human. Observing that he had now become his attendant, the apparition chose to disclose all. The Dokkaebi asserted that he was a century old, while also being 3 years old simultaneously. This profoundly captivated the main character. Still, he deemed it quite amusing as the entire dungeon predicament commenced 3 years prior. He quickly grasped that the essence emerged with the onset of the system. As per the myths, Dokkaebi are, in reality, entities that have existed for an extensive period, acquiring a spirit of their own. The individual under consideration had been present but had remained dormant for more than 10 years. He was subsequently roused by the force of the subterranean chamber. Upon listening to this, our protagonist was rendered perplexed, yet unable to dispute this tale. Indeed, this provided the most compelling rationale for the yokai's ability to teleport. Ultimately, the primary primary role of the system was to connect the various dimensions. Nonetheless, it was still astonishing for our main character, as an authentic dokebi stood before him. The apparition was taken aback when our champion inferred his name and, from its significance, recognized that he was a watermelon linked to a lineage called Yoon. At that instant, the phantom contemplated that our hero might also be a dokebi, originating from the crystal orb of a seer. Yujin asserted to the apparition that he was indeed a human and encouraged him to begin regarding him as a superior. Having stated that, the caretaker resolved to assign the being its initial duty. It was evident that the reference to the task irritated the being. Yujin started to express dissatisfaction, stating that he was merely a messenger. However, the main character asserted that he merely desired for him to explore the dungeons in overseas lands, as nations tended to be especially reticent regarding their own dungeons, while the teleporting and stealthy phantoms could effortlessly bypass their safeguards. When inquired about the rationale for undertaking this task, Yujin clarified that it would ultimately elevate him to the status of an even greater champion. With the appropriate information, they could unveil the mysteries of dungeon formations and render the world a more secure environment. Consequently, anyone who supplied this intelligence would achieve the distinction of being a globally celebrated hero, adored by all. The dokebi commenced sketching as he envisioned the renown and adoration, along with the merchandise that awaited him upon achieving heroism. And just like that, the apparition discovered itself quite content to comply with the directive of its proprietor. Nevertheless, the phantasm regarded it as challenging that it had to journey to foreign lands, as its ability to teleport could not extend that far. Yujin, you swiftly recognized that these phrases corresponded with what was displayed in the panel window. Thus, for that purpose, our stoic youth professed his affection to the apparition in order to secure him in his care, merely for the spirit to be utterly astonished. Observing the specter in a state of distress, the main character elucidated that dokebi were entities that flourished on affection. As per online sources, these entities would transform into stunning females in pursuit of admiration. In other terms, the essence needed to embrace as much affection as it could. Having stated that, Yujin reiterated his affection for the spirit and implored him to reciprocate, but Yujin swiftly backed down and vanished from our protagonist's life. Nevertheless, the main character felt a thrill regarding his new alliance with the specter as the subsequent day ultimately broke. A pair of vigilant eyes darted towards our protagonist. Yujin was captivated to witness the uncle and his niece approaching him with broad grins adorning their faces. They were thrilled by the realization that he was correct about the cavern being teeming with slime. The filmmaker articulated that he initially harbored reservations but was now ecstatic, realizing he couldn't have been more mistaken. It appears that the ooze within the stronghold was a valuable substance worth a fortune and a significant source of wealth for the now affluent guild. However, as he basked in the admiration of his newfound following, the custody dilemma emerged once again. Yujin was delighted to discover that the physician had agreed to his proposal, but delight swiftly transformed into terror upon overhearing her eerie uncle pledging to affix a tracker on him. Yujin declined to engage with the monitor in addition to his excessively protective sibling, yet the director clarified that he merely sought to safeguard his brilliant intellect. Our protagonist attempted to contend that he was not a prodigy whatsoever and that henceforth, Dr. White would undertake all the forecasting evaluations, which is why the guild ought to financially support her. The main character swiftly fled, asserting that he was merely a modest creature handler. He was indifferent to the accolades, for ultimately, his ambition was to retire early. His forecasts proved accurate solely because he hailed from the future, implying that eventually, when time aligned, he would appear as a deceiver devoid of knowledge. However, the chaos only continued to escalate, as the Ocean Tukes misjudged our idler for an intellectual prodigy who preferred to concentrate on his endeavors rather than revel in notoriety. The objective for every participant was to navigate successfully through the labyrinth. It was packed with diverting playthings and perplexing mirrored walls, causing even the most skilled dogs and cats to require 3 minutes to find their way out. Regarding a fire manticore, it required merely a few moments, as it managed to evade even prior to the conclusion of the clarifications. It was now evident that elite creatures possessed significantly greater intelligence than the typical companion animal. Having stated that, the commentator called for a round of applause for their two visitors. There was a compelling rationale for why our protagonist and his flame-spewing manticore were presently featured on television. Indeed, it was entirely the concept of the director. His objective was to elevate our protagonist to prominence. In his view, with his extraordinary abilities, it would be unfeasible to keep him concealed, and therefore he was more advantageous as a public figure. In truth, it could be asserted that Eugene would lead a more secure existence if he attained celebrity status. Ultimately, the filmmaker succeeded in persuading the main character to participate in the program, which is the reason the Ice Wolf was enlisted as a protector. Due to his previous existence, Eugene loathed the scrutiny of the press and dreaded the possibility of the public speaking unfavorably about him. Nevertheless, all attention was focused on tranquility. While he was receiving indirect praise due to his adorable little companion, the protagonist struggled to conceal his grin. And just like that, his perspective on the camera rapidly shifted. At last, the moment for a respite has arrived. Exhibiting the fiery manticore was immensely gratifying. He was rather delighted to witness the crowd admire Peace's charm and started to believe that it was his responsibility as its caretaker to present it to the world. Eugene began to contemplate alternative methods to market the being. He even began to envision the moment his companion would reach maturity and achieve global stardom, bringing him fame in turn as its handler. As he started to dream about how he would have admirers queuing for Peace's signature, he abruptly spotted someone overhead. The woman was inquisitive and wished to find out if the signature in question would merely be a paw print on parchment. Miss Moon, who astonished our protagonist, welcomed him and inquired about his younger sibling. As it was imperative for a production to have a minimum of 3 S-rank hunters on standby to feature a creature live, Miss Moon chose to present herself as a volunteer. The moment she stepped onto the set, everyone's gaze was directed towards her. She was captivated by the protagonist, who rose without grasping her hand, as he felt envious that she had captured the attention. Observing this, she concluded that she ought to have lifted him as a royal would. As per Eugene, they ought to steer clear of all those extravagant gestures in public to prevent any speculation. Unexpectedly, the woman proposed that he become her mating companion, igniting the very scandal the protagonist sought to evade. She subsequently clarified that she desired him to be a member of her guild, but Eugene articulated that he would only acknowledge the creator of the world's most exceptional. As the woman highlighted his audacity, our protagonist emphasized that he was the sibling of an S-rank, and that even the top-tier hunters remained human ultimately. The guild leader articulated that although she appreciated our protagonist's philosophy, she considered it rather challenging. At that instant, Yerem appeared with a few refreshments, merely to subsequently observe something captivating. The protector hurried towards, safeguard her guardian. However, the guild leader insisted that she merely had to abduct him for a brief duration of 5 minutes. Having stated that, the trio found themselves detached from the remainder of the universe. Noticing the sudden hush, Eugene swiftly understood that he had entered a protective enclosure. He promptly requested an elucidation, prompting the woman to clarify that this was merely the result of her expertise, and that her associates would provide a full account to the Ice Witch. Nonetheless, our protagonist was acutely cognizant that there was nothing straightforward about that. Hyuna Moon possessed exceptional control over her abilities, leaving even Yerem, who also held S-rank status, unable to resist her. Now, at last solitary, the main character suspected that a concealed truth was on the verge of being unveiled. However, the woman clarified that she was merely exercising caution prior to divulging the information. Hyuna wished to divulge some rumors regarding Eugene. She subsequently articulated her apprehension, as it appeared that Eugene was confusing his sibling for another individual. His response reinforced her argument even more. The dialogue had yet to commence, and he was already casting her ominous glances. Nevertheless, the S-rank comforted the adorable little being that she did not arrive here with malevolent motives. She even pledged that she was not present to instigate a conflict between the two siblings. Hyuna Moon subsequently chose to be forthright with our protagonist. She desired him to reconsider his perspective on his younger sibling. Throughout the gathering, they all chuckled at him, believing that he was merely jesting. In their realm, this was far from a trivial aspect that could be disregarded. Hyuna was curious whether the champion genuinely trusted that his sibling could ascend to the position of guildmaster through virtue and confidence in his abilities. From a realistic standpoint, it was almost inconceivable for a child without parents, brought up in destitution by his elder sibling, to transform into an exemplary member of society. It was undeniable that Eugene views his brother as the epitome of virtue. Thus, the S-rank opted to highlight a crucial point, namely that virtuous individuals never tread upon others to establish their own organization. Consequently, Hyuna Moon inquired of Eugene whether he desired to learn additional details about the hunter aspect of his younger sibling. Upon rising as a hunter, the now formidable Hyuna Moon was compelled to abandon her athletic pursuits and assume the role of a guild leader. Nevertheless, she was merely suited to be the figurehead, while the genuine leader was the benefactor of her guild. The only two individuals who effectively governed their guilds were Hyuna Sung and another, who posed slightly more challenges. This individual was none other than Yu Yun Han. The young man had recently declined a proposal regarded as exceptional by the benefactor. In reality, this was not the initial occasion that he had engaged in this behavior, portraying him as a teenager with an inflated sense of self-importance for aspiring to accomplish tasks independently. Inevitably, this resulted in him acquiring numerous adversaries, with a few even attempting to poison him. That evening, the woman was unaware of the consequences and chose to enter upon discovering that an individual was present with intentions to end his life. Once she was inside, she cried out that the actions of the wrongdoer were completely audacious, for despite Yu Yun Han's haughtiness, he remained a student. At that time, she deemed those attempting to murder Yu Yun Han as truly contemptible, considering he was merely a youth. However, the blazing devastation she witnessed that day transformed her perspective for eternity. It appeared as though a beast had wreaked havoc in this exact space. It was only at that moment that the two nearby perceived an individual pleading for his existence. Amidst the turmoil stood the teenager she had come to rescue. The terrified mobster pleaded for his existence and vowed never to trouble him again. However, the butcher remained indifferent and concluded his existence without a moment's hesitation. Worried, the woman moved closer to him. Yu Yun Han was taken aback and swiveled to deliver a crushing strike, merely to be swiftly obstructed. It was at that instant that she comprehended she was not preoccupied with an ordinary kid, but a callous beast. The narrative was concealed as a gas leak incident, with each individual implicated vanishing one by one. Ultimately, Yu Yun Han subdued all those connected to this matter and seized their assets to form his own guild. The leader of the guild was acutely conscious that this reality was difficult to accept, still insisted that she was being truthful. She then highlighted how, based on the gossip, there was a period when the relationship between the siblings grew somewhat distant. Our protagonist was subsequently inquired if he observed any changes in his sibling following his transformation into an awakener. Consequently, she encouraged him to refrain from deceiving himself. She sought to persuade the main character that he was erroneous regarding his own sibling, and even though circumstances appear to be idyllic and cheerful at present, it was impossible to predict when the creature might strike its guardian. However, while she continued her monologue, her phone unexpectedly began to ring. The individual making the call was none other than the very one being talked about. In that instant, Hunamoon provided Yu Jun with safeguard from his own sibling. In light of this, our protagonist was reminded that his sibling had endured hardships too. He swiftly seized the phone from the giant's grasp. Yu Jun was taken aback to witness his sibling responding to the call. The youthful genius was eager to find out if Huna had spoken disparagingly of him in his brother's presence. Yu Jun started to contemplate how his brother was a fiend who had to construct his dominion upon the remains and lifeblood of others. Still, he felt utterly indifferent. It was indisputable that the conduct of the youthful guildmaster was quite peculiar. Nevertheless, our protagonist endured 5 years in the harsh realm of hunting. Moreover, he was not entirely virtuous himself. Indeed, failing to defend the younger sibling who sacrificed himself for him would be an inexcusable offense. Consequently, he highlighted over the phone how the tall woman had misjudged him. In that instant, Yu Jun resolved to seek retribution for his sibling by disparaging the woman herself, and commenced spreading rumors about the most humiliating episode of her existence. However, as he began to elaborate on the exact moment and place of the occurrence, the phone was swiftly seized from his grasp. She subsequently swiftly obliterated it. Huna insisted on discovering how our protagonist had acquired such knowledge. As she began to jolt him for a response, he merely asserted that he had caught wind of it from somewhere. Initially, the woman contemplated eliminating him. However, that would entail robbing herself of an exceptional steed. Yu Jun held her responsible for initiating this turmoil by mentioning his sibling. Consequently, as he indicated that they ought to remain quiet to avoid causing discomfort to one another, the woman was thoroughly exasperated. She began to accuse herself for ever believing that the two siblings were dissimilar. However, she was unaware that her concealed truth was merely 4 years from being revealed to the world. Ultimately, she asserted that she endeavored all of this believing he was entirely different from Yu Jun. Nevertheless, the woman felt a sense of relief, as it indicated that Yu Jun would be capable of standing his ground against the other guild leaders. This enlightened our protagonist to the realization that his involvement with the abductions was far from over. Once they emerged from the confines, Urim yelled at the abductor. As the adolescent yelled at the lady, believing she had harmed her caretaker, the kind gentleman elucidated that they merely engaged in a brief conversation. She subsequently murmured into her ear to ensure she remained silent at all times. The adolescent recognized that the woman was menacing the man and immediately rushed towards her. For some inexplicable reason, while observing them, Yu Jun perceived his bodyguard and abductor to be surprisingly intimate, as they constituted the sole pair of female S-ranks in the nation. This caused him to speculate whether his young apprentice would decide to affiliate with the Breaker Guild once her agreement with Huna concludes. Nevertheless, this would be unfeasible, as the Breaker Guild was barely hanging on. Neither Huna nor Sukwon Choi possessed the tolerance to be directed by executives. That is the reason both of their factions would be disbanded subsequently. At that instant, the notion of enlisting enlisting Hyuna into their own faction occurred to our protagonist. Ultimately, her considerable might would render her an excellent match for Urim, and the system additionally desired him to mentor other S-rankers. Upon reflection, having a formidable female figure as a guide would be far more advantageous for the Ice Witch than having someone like himself. Only to come to terms with how mistaken he had been, as Urim emulated Hyuna and referred to herself as his respiratory companion. Consequently, when whispers began to circulate about him in the minors, he implored her to distance herself from the negative influence. Regarding his television appearance, R25, the year-old champion was branded as Beast Father. This rendered him rather disheartened, since the appropriate designation was Monster Tamer, and just like that, our beloved mind manipulator obtained yet another title. Several days afterward, Myung-woo was astounded to discover that he would be employed in a secluded area within the armory. Yujin had to maneuver some arrangements to extract his knife sharpener from the kitchen. Noticing that he was beginning to be troublesome, Myung-woo would benefit significantly from forging friendships in the armory. As the employees there could potentially become his associates in the future. It was fair to assert that he wasn't the ideal marauder for pillaging, nor did he have an affinity for it, yet plundering was entirely futile in light of the imminent SS-rank blacksmith he was destined to become. For that reason, the vagabond was in a more advantageous position laboring at the armory rather than decaying within a prison cell. The moment the door was ajar, our champions sensed the warmth surging forth. This vast atelier was the armory. It was packed with large-scale machinery. One had to possess a minimum E rank to secure employment in the armory. Myung-woo became fascinated by the nearby stone man. He was subsequently yelled at as he was prohibited from handling it. The individual clarified that this was not a communal space, prompting our protagonist to remark that human resources must have already reached out to them, since they were present for the exclusive area that they had consented to provide to Myung-woo. At that instant, the massive blacksmith inclined his head in deference, as he explained that he had already been informed, as the protagonist began to ponder whether his slender companion might transform into a version of himself. When inquired about his familiarity with knife sharpeners, the vagabond clarified that he had utilized a few during his youth. The moment he beheld the industrial knife sharpener, the man was filled with astonishment. However, just as the enthusiast was on the verge of caressing the remarkably swift device, the employee alerted him that he was prohibited from making contact with it, as his playthings were located over there. Our champions were subsequently left captivated, as they stepped into a chamber that was in utter disarray. Within was the knife sharpener designated for Myung-woo. The blacksmith subsequently continued on his journey, as there was no necessity for him to elucidate the operation of the device. At that instant, Yujin attempted to contend that this location was an utter wreck. It was only at that moment that he observed something fascinating. Every employee was directing ominous stares at them. All acknowledged the drifter as the companion of Yujin's sibling and asserted that he arrived solely through advantageous relationships, as he was merely an F-rank. Nevertheless, their new colleague did not hold them accountable for their opinions, as he likely appeared to be a puppet master in their perspective. In reality, the individual was merely appreciative of having obtained some specialized instruments and chose to strive for excellence in his new environment. In that instance, Yujin began to reproach himself, as he had essentially cast his friend into a refuse container. He subsequently inquired of his companion whether he would be capable of managing the situation independently, noting that he had not utilized a blade sharpener for quite a while. The moment Myung-woo pressed the accelerator, both F-ranks were astonished to discover that the apparatus truly functioned. Having stated that the 9th honing procedure has ultimately commenced, the champion felt thoroughly satisfied, as the involvement of a device did not diminish the significance of the blade honing. Yujin even hypothesized that this indirect honing was significantly more effective in unlocking his talent than relying on a massive apparatus. Having stated that, the vagabond secured his hair. Initially, the protagonist intended to caution him against injuring his fingers, but it was only at that moment that he was unexpectedly enchanted by something different. As glimmers erupted from the honed edge, the caretaker was utterly amazed, since it was the inaugural occasion that he had observed his companion exhibiting such concentration. In reality, he primarily recalled him as a timid individual lacking any distinctive character, an individual who could scarcely manage his own affairs. However, at this moment, the individual appeared entirely transformed. At that instant, the alarm sounded, prompting our protagonist to bid his companion adieu, as it was now time to head to training in tranquility. Yong-woo was astonished, believing that his companion had departed quite a while ago. He subsequently proposed to escort him to the entrance, but Yujin requested that he not concern himself with it and to concentrate solely on his tasks. The monstrous father figure couldn't take his gaze away from the small duckling. It seemed as though he had returned a fish to its habitat. There was no doubt about it. Yong-woo was an innately gifted gifted metalworker, with having stated that the caretaker was now convinced that he no longer had to worry about his companion. However, with the arrival of tomorrow, it swiftly demonstrated his error. Yong-woo despairingly wept over his inadequacy in the bedroom, as after just one day of labor, his muscles ached throughout his entire body. In the armory, the laborers promptly observed the lack of the individual with affiliations. Upon discovering that he had called in sick, one of the workers asserted that he must be feigning illness. They even asserted that he must have absconded, realizing that this position was not as uncomplicated as he desired. However, as the towering blacksmith voiced his uncertainties, everyone was left perplexed. He tallied 1,000 swords. Within a span of just one day, the sole occupant holding an F rank in the establishment, who was now confined to his bed, had honed 1,000 blades by himself. Following a week of diligent effort, his endeavors were no longer overlooked. All eyes were on him as he continued honing his blades. Yong-woo was now midway to divinity. Later that evening, the table was adorned with appetizing dishes. Upon witnessing this, Yujin inferred that the knife training had also enhanced his companion's culinary skills. The cuisine was so exceptional that even the frugal adolescent regarded him as her older sibling. Urim desired to relish these treats to the fullest, as there was nothing of this caliber within the dungeon she would be exploring today. She then began to express dissatisfaction that her existence as a seeker had become monotonous recently. Considering her status as a minor, she was restricted to B-rank dungeons, significantly hindering her aspiration of acquiring new abilities and attaining wealth. Consequently, she began to strategize embarking on several raids within one day, only for the main character to confirm that this was a poor decision. It was simple to discern when their health points were diminished, but Mana didn't exhibit the same clarity. There was a significant threat of her losing consciousness during her raid. Upon inquiry regarding the quantity of mana she possessed initially, the young woman disclosed that she had 102. For her guardian, he merely accumulated 2 points independently and 29 from apparatus. Consequently, as our protagonist commenced to lament his inadequacy, the young woman inquired of the chef regarding his forthcoming venture. She asserted that he could garner substantial profits if he participated in an expedition as a culinary expert. However, she emphasized that someone with his culinary prowess ought not to be concerned with the pursuit of hunting. The protagonist observed something captivating. Yujin conveyed his concerns regarding his friend's fatigue, as he was toiling extensively at his job and preparing elaborate meals daily at home. Consequently, he opted to present him with his mittens. The metalworker was taken aback, observing that these were costly possessions. However, our protagonist consented to lend them to him until he completed his 10,000 blades. At that instant, the gaze of the blacksmith was brimming with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried to hug his caregiver, who implored him not to wear the gloves in the restroom. Following a prolonged and gradual advancement, one day he declared that he had sharpened sufficient blades for the afternoon. The blacksmith comprehended just how sweltering the forge genuinely was. It was only at that moment that he received something. One of the laborers handed him a cloth infused with a mana crystal to ensure his physique remained unaffected by the temperature. Myung-woo was profoundly moved by this. His professional life was gradually improving. At one point, after he ultimately completed his tasks and declared the day over, upon inspecting his phone, he recognized that he had worked beyond his scheduled hours. Having acknowledged that, he ultimately departed from his chamber. As he became aware that everyone had departed, he observed something fascinating. The individual discovered himself enthralled by the mana gem from earlier. However, as he became engrossed by the mineral and gradually drew nearer to it, someone shouted at him to distance himself from it. That individual was the smithy from earlier. It was subsequently clarified to Myung-woo that this was an S-tier mana crystal valued at nearly 800,000. These substantial, superior-grade minerals were quite uncommon, which is the reason it remained in reserve while they examined it and identified an appropriate application for it. Indeed, it was quite disheartening, as although the guild boasted numerous blacksmiths, none possessed the requisite expertise to manage the demanding item. The gentleman then courteously elucidated that this was the explanation for why his colleague was unable to handle it, since he was an F-tier individual who struggled to cope. The blacksmith subsequently mentioned that numerous people present regarded him with peculiar expressions, witnessing how he gained access to the armory through manipulation. Myung-woo experienced embarrassment upon discovering that all of his associates had truly deserved their positions in the arsenal. Nonetheless, the blacksmith refuted a straightforward truth. Certain individuals required a bit more encouragement than others to uncover remarkable potential. Recently, Myung-woo had honed all of the team's implements. As per the metalworker, they appeared as pristine as ever. No one could contest that Myung-woo was a diligent worker, which is why he encouraged him to demonstrate his capability as something beyond a mere puppet master. The F-rank severely lacked power, yet this issue could be effortlessly remedied with the appropriate equipment. In that instant, the future Divine Smith revealed an expansive grin, believing that circumstances would become significantly simpler henceforth. Yet, just when it appeared he would enjoy a blissful existence, a fresh dilemma arose. An individual hurried to the arsenal in search of Myung-woo. The pair of hunters appeared to be rather apprehensive. As they asserted that they had come to retrieve Myung-woo, one of his colleagues requested clarification. It was subsequently disclosed that an inquiry was underway. European Han had vanished. Upon discovering his companion's vanishing, the blacksmith was rendered completely astonished. Myung-woo struggled to comprehend, as the main character was ostensibly meant to be occupying his time within the guild. He even highlighted that he had not received any messages that could be considered unusual, just as Urim burst into the chamber. The young woman who was anticipated to be trapped within a dungeon arrived just in time. Upon discovering the absence of her caretaker, the operatives subsequently disclosed to the ice sorceress that Yupian had recently made his entrance. Myung-woo wished to accompany them to assist, but the man clarified that it would be preferable for him to remain there. Ultimately, his collection of abilities proved to be nearly ineffective for the situation. Several hours prior to the calamity, the currently absent individual was relishing the shared tranquility. Yet, as serenity was dismantling the surroundings, he started to contemplate how he had accomplished all his desires, signifying that he was now quite liberated. Observing the distress of the fire manticore, its proprietor opted to provide it with some space to frolic. Consequently, he chose to visit the fitness center so they could exercise in unison, and he swung open the door and conveyed to the individual lingering nearby that he wished to exit. A wave of overprotectiveness emerged once more. Subsequent to endorsing the agreement, the guilds resolved to alternate dispatching champion protectors to cultivate his goodwill. When inquired about it, the main character clarified to the current B-rank hunter that they were required to descend to the second sublevel. At that instant, an astonishing occurrence took place. Yupian felt immense satisfaction and began to commend the tiny cub for independently pressing the correct button. He glanced at his bodyguard, anticipating a compliment for his companion, only to discover him utterly mute. The individual preceding him was considerably more loquacious. This led our protagonist to contemplate that not everyone held a fondness for pets. Only at that moment did individuals step into the lift. They expressed regret for congesting it with their large baggage. Fascinated by them, the caretaker employed his extraordinary vision. Ultimately, it became evident that none of them held a position elevated enough to be associated with Hyan. Additionally, thus, when questioned regarding it, they clarified that they hailed from the Bricks Guild, which was affiliated with Hyan. It was subsequently clarified that minor guilds released rewards and resources in this location, which is the reason they utilized the training area to experiment with it. The gentleman even made light of the reality that they were all spotless, noting how they had successfully navigated the security examination. At that instant, they ultimately reached the second underground level, and just like that, each of them departed on their individual paths. Yupian couldn't shake the impression that there was something suspicious about them. The primary cause was that none of them had commended his adorable animal. Nevertheless, he resolved to dispel any uncertainties from his thoughts. By the conclusion of the day, there remained individuals who perceived tranquility as a beast. The moment they reached the fitness center, the small companion seized one of his cherished playthings, a particular item for a game of tug. However, while he was donning his gear, Yu-hong discovered that peril was looming just behind him. The moment he pivoted, he was taken aback, as he was abruptly doused with an enigmatic dust that was none other than the guardian fruit. And although his resistance to toxins protected him from its consequences, tranquility was not as fortunate. The powder had an instant effect on the small companion. Its proprietor was subsequently appalled as it collapsed senselessly to the floor. Before he had the chance to respond, his lips were concealed by a cloth. The abductors were rather fascinated, observing how the watchman fruit ought to have rendered him unconscious as well, as they speculated that he could possess certain specialized apparatus that enabled him to remain alert. Yu-hong identified them as the individuals from the elevator. Consequently, he chose to take immediate action. Yu-hong swiftly dismissed the numerous inquiries swirling in his thoughts and propelled the one tethered by the rope. All were taken aback by his extraordinary power. The main character subsequently liberated himself and hurried towards the entrance. However, just as he was on the verge of fleeing and alerting his protector regarding the abductors, he was taken aback when he was subsequently struck in the abdomen. This was a direct strike, as he lacked the time to defend. The bodyguard implored his associates to treat this matter with greater gravity. In his opinion, Yu-hong must have provided him with some premium equipment. Therefore, the initial step was to remove it from him. Upon losing both his belt and gloves, Yu-hong began to conjecture that MKC were betrayers, since they designated designated him a covert agent rather than a protector. However, as he endeavored to fortify himself in an attempt to flee once more, one of the abductors speculated that his earrings were the cause of his resistance to the substance. And with that stated, they were torn from his ears, and in an instant his mana vanished. Upon recognizing that he had employed his abilities repeatedly throughout the day, he remembered informing Yuharim that depleting one's mana could lead to unconsciousness. Consequently, as he succumbed to his exhaustion with his resources fully drained, the abductors chose to cram him and his companion into a suitcase and discreetly vacate the premises. At that instant, Yuhong reproached himself for overlooking all of the indications, as no virtuous individual could withstand the allure of tranquility. Eventually, water was doused upon his visage, and with that declaration, he was abruptly roused from slumber. Our protagonist was captivated as he discovered himself bound. Before him stood a sinister-looking individual adorned with a scar and a malevolent smirk upon his visage. Yuhong swiftly utilized his skills to assess the attributes of the individual. The abductor was a B-rank hunter recognized as Woo-jae Kim, a title that our protagonist had never encountered previously. At that instant, the offender clarified that he has no interest in tormenting F-rank individuals and opted to be direct. Woo-jae seized our protagonist by the hair and insisted that the insignia of the master, which granted our hero dominion over the fireman at his core, be surrendered to him. The individual asserted that no one was arriving to rescue him, which is the reason he ought to acquiesce quietly. Given that the abductions were motivated by a desire for the master's emblem, it was reasonable to conclude that tranquility was still existent, albeit imprisoned. The protagonist attempted to assert that the 5 major factions would be approaching him at any moment. However, the gentleman was not entirely convinced regarding that. Following, he had been communicating via messages with the champion's protector, who remained on alert in front of the training area. In other terms, no one is aware that the main character had been abducted. Woo-jae clarified that by the time they comprehended the situation, it would already be too late. Observing that they were enclosed within one of numerous containers that appeared identical, and that their departure for Japan was imminent, Yujin presumed that the Japanese were involved, prompting the man to explain that this was not entirely accurate and that they had been assured a substantial recompense. Upon discovering that he was additionally being offered at a sale, Yujin swiftly assessed the circumstances. Noticing that he was exceptionally safeguarded within the nation, the captors who collaborated to seize him resolved to traffic him abroad. There was no question that the major guilds would employ any tactics required to retrieve him. However, circumstances would become challenging beyond Korean waters. In other terms, Yujin needed to endeavor to conserve as much time as he could. Suddenly, he began to laugh softly. With a smirk on his lips, he clarified to the abductor that he was no simpleton and that he would not be easily intimidated by him. Woo-jin had erred by disclosing to him that he was significant enough for them to require him intact. Yujin even began to ridicule the B rank, asserting that he was outwitted due to his own ineptitude. At that instant, the individual could endure it no more, and while the main character continued to prattle on about how they were prohibited from making contact with him, he abruptly experienced a cruel blow to the abdomen. Woo-jin believed that the target had not recognized the peril, yet Yujin was acutely conscious of the predicament he faced. He even asserted that he had been kidnapped by individuals who were too wretched to abide by the regulations, and as he continued to ridicule the individual, he hit the inappropriate chord. With that, the B rank crushed the F rank with all of his might, causing him to wail in torment. Woo-jin merely seized Yujin's ankle. The individual subsequently disclosed his frustration over not being permitted to handle him more roughly. The protagonist's true objective was to prolong the torment, as he was frantic to delay the inevitable, irrespective of the suffering involved. Having acknowledged that, the abductor recognized that he could benefit from assistance. Yujin was subsequently hurled and crashed into the metal bars. Immediately after the man began to elucidate that he was a pet proprietor, our protagonist discovered something gelatinous around his neck. His cries immensely delighted Woo-jin, as he was finally experiencing fear. That serpent-like being distinguished by maledicted poisonous appendages was a C-tier creature recognized as a reviewer. Its affliction was so agonizing that nearly everyone would yield to it after 30 minutes. The most advantageous aspect of this was that even if contaminated, Yujin would remain sufficiently whole to be marketed. With that noted, the abductor chose to grant the abducted individual 30 minutes of solitary time with his beloved animals and shut the door behind him. In the meantime, at the guild, Yurim burst into yet another chamber. She had ultimately located the guild leader, and just as he was on the verge of updating her on what MKC had conveyed, the young woman abruptly seized him by the neck. Yurim insisted on an account. She sought to understand how her guardian was abducted in the initial instance, if the protection of their faction was purportedly unattainable. Consequently, Yurim disclosed that under usual circumstances, circumstances, this would not have occurred. Guild hunters, particularly those who embark on expeditions alongside their guild leaders, develop an innate bond with their authority much like wolves do with their alpha. Consequently, the guild leaders opt to dispatch several of their most trusted hunters to act as protectors for the creature handler. However, the individual designated to protect him today was substituted with another at the 11th hour. This exchange occurred in the final moments. MKC was divided into two groups, with one led by the guild leader as its chief and the alternative being inundated by its affluent benefactors, who desired Urim for their own. Urim highlighted how this served as an ideal illustration of Sukwin's incapacity to manage his own faction, and that even though a conflict between the groups was anticipated, the youthful prodigy failed to anticipate that the backers would connect with his own lesser-tier affiliates, which remained more formidable than his F-rank sibling. With that, Urim inquired whether the guild leader of MKC had disclosed any information regarding Urim's whereabouts. Urim clarified that this was the motive behind his desire to meet her, as her ability Pale Corpse was now required. With that revelation, Urim finally grasped the reason behind the pervasive stench of blood in this location. The guild leader desired the ice sorceress to harness her abilities to delve into the recollections of the deceased bodyguard in order to uncover a clue regarding his sibling. He had previously notified the guild about the bodyguard that he would be managing his retribution. Ultimately, harvesting the equipment from a cadaver was significantly more effective than an inquiry. In the conclusion, both fire and ice consented to conceal this from Eugen. In the meantime, at the storage unit, Wooch found it fascinating that the bodyguard ceased communicating with him. This led him to believe that they had been uncovered earlier than anticipated. Nevertheless, this aspect was now insignificant, as they would become extremely wealthy the moment they received the insignia of the expert. With that stated, the B rank opted to observe the tormenting procedure. Nevertheless, what he discovered left him quite astonished. Observing that there existed a hex intended to prevent the presently unconscious Eugen from dozing off, Wooch then began to chuckle, believing that the young man was merely exhausted from wailing in agony. He was subsequently even more amused as the main character signaled to an individual named Sally, and before the individual could fully comprehend it, he discovered himself under assault. The B-rank hunter evaded the ambush at the final moment. Nonetheless, the presently bewildered individual remained ensnared in the appendages. It was only at that moment he comprehended the situation, leaving him utterly astonished. Eugen ought to be capable of subduing only young creatures. With a smile on his lips, the protagonist elucidated that all seekers retain certain abilities as concealed trump cards, and commanded the reptile to assault. The individual struggled to accept this. Nobody had notified him that the champion possessed such a skill in his arsenal. He was taken aback that a lowly F rank possessed such a clever maneuver, and unbeknownst to him, his resources extended far beyond this. At that time, when the torment procedure commenced, the main character felt repulsed by the numerous appendages of the being. Owing to his resistance, the lizard's hex ought not to pose a challenge. However, consistent assaults remained a danger to him. In spite of his wounded ankle, he exerted every effort to regain his footing. He subsequently extracted a diminutive knife from his collection and liberated himself from the tether. However, while the champion endeavored to devise a method to remain alongside the creature for 30 minutes without perishing, he observed something fascinating. For some inexplicable reason, the C-rank creature was filled with dread at the sight of the F-ranker before it. At that instant, Eugen comprehended that his Dragon Conqueror and Rashida's nemesis had been activated, and as the system notified him that all of his abilities would be doubled in combat against the reptile, he finally grasped what was occurring. Eugen recalled that he was a dragon exterminator possessing 2 prestigious titles that empowered him to prevail over dragons. Observing that he had acquired this power by vanquishing the Tier 1 three-headed dragon, it could be considered accurate to assert that he possessed a certain edge over his smaller relative. Nonetheless, Eugen remained devoid of any offensive skills. Consequently, he relinquished his knife while contemplating how his janitorial expertise ought to have been augmented by the designations. The moment the blade struck the earth, the creature was taken aback. The handler subsequently named the salamander Sally and presented it with a C-rank mana crystal dust as a reward. Returning to the current moment, he indistinctly conveyed to his captor that he could regard this as either a stroke of luck or an immediate connection between himself and the creature. Eugen needed to express his gratitude to Wuji, who had supplied him with a formidable new accomplice. Consequently, the salamander was commanded to launch an assault. The B-rank hunter swiftly extricated himself from the appendages. Even though his skin was harmed, he asserted that such a feeble toxin couldn't influence him. However, before he could even comprehend it, he was pierced in the arm from the rear. Wuji was now suffering and extremely enraged. Thus, he swiftly dislodged the cunning little creature. Even if the toxin was feeble, with a sufficient quantity, even the resilient physique of a B rank becomes penetrable by metal. The man was now seething with rage. At that instant, Sally received the command to assault him once more. Now positioned before the being that held a lesser status than him, Wuji resolved to take swift action. He swiftly called forth his armament. Soon after, he asserted that he required merely one hand to manage such a behemoth. Thus, with a single arc of his armament, the salamander Sally was vanquished. Wuji paused momentarily to regain his composure and began to ridicule the protagonist for believing that the reptile stood a chance against him. Indeed, he emphatically stated that even through deception, a rank F individual can never defeat a rank B opponent. Yet just as Wuji believed this was his triumph, everything abruptly began to whirl. Ere he could fully comprehend it, he collapsed onto the earth. The toxin continued to advance within his system. This ought to have been unfeasible, as the accursed creature, which also held a lesser status, had been vanquished. It was at this instant that the ultimate gratitude was evoked, bestowing upon our protagonist twice the attributes and abilities of the recently departed Sally. And due to the title he had obtained as a dragon vanquisher, the potency of ultimate gratitude would be amplified twofold. Although the creature was classified as C rank, amplifying the potency of its toxin fourfold was still sufficient to surpass the B rank. Eugene asserted that Wuji had no authority to cast such glances at him, as this was merely retribution. The caretaker articulated that he merely desired to relish a tranquil existence, yet individuals persistently intruded to disrupt him. He subsequently advanced to seize the head of his abductor. Our protagonist insisted on discovering the location of his small companions. The berated hunter was trembling in his footwear, yet he declined to respond and pledged to end the life of our protagonist upon uncovering the truth behind the situation. Eugene realized that he would receive no replies from this individual and considered him worthless while still breathing. And suddenly, a peculiar gelatinous substance was splashed onto the head of the mobster. This was the force of an ability referred to as toxic sludge that was dissolving Wuji into nothingness. As the individual before him howled in agony, Eugene unemotionally clarified that this was a necessary action he had to undertake to preserve ultimate gratitude, and the remainder of his abilities concealed. Retribution had befallen the B-rank hunter for abducting the main character. Our protagonist sincerely wished to avoid claiming any additional lives in this altered timeline. He even desired to abandon a physical form to be placed within a casket. However, with a young girl and her lifeless body manipulation in motion, this would prove unattainable. Eventually, the grip shattered. The main character was now to blame. Due to the advantage he had received from the ultimate gratitude, he was now struggling to manage his own power. In contrast to the earlier timeline, the enhancement would endure for a full week, indicating that Eugene needed to exercise greater caution to maintain this as a confidential matter. Our protagonist subsequently resolved to ascertain whether he had acquired any additional beneficial ability from the salamander. Two skills instantly captured his attention, with the initial providing him concealment and the latter endowing him with an intuition to sense and elude anyone more powerful than himself. In that instant, agony surged anew. Notwithstanding the enhancement, his ankle remained fractured. Furthermore, in spite of lacking any therapeutic ability, his strength bestowed upon him the capacity to persist in his journey. With that stated, the concealment ability was promptly engaged. In an instant, the caretaker vanished from sight. At last, the moment had arrived to begin the quest for tranquility. After a while, the betrayers of Hyrule were relishing their moments beyond the confines of their chamber. However, while they continued to argue about the feasibility of this strategy, they were abruptly seized by unseen appendages. The whole team was now being tormented without even realizing what was assailing them. At that instant, a deafening crash resonated. The individual insisted on discovering who had intruded, merely to find before him the individual who was meant to be at their disposal. Eugene swiftly realized that this man was the commander of the vessel, as he was the sole survivor. When inquired about his means of eluding capture, the protagonist declined to respond and merely insisted on discovering the location of his route. Out of the blue, an object was hurled towards him. Had he been struck, it would have resulted in significant harm. The scoundrel asserted that the guardian must have fled out of sheer luck and berated him for not taking the opportunity to escape when he had the chance. He subsequently clarified that tranquility was confined within a barrier and that he possessed the key. The man exuded such assurance, considering he was a C rank facing an F rank. However, as he continued his soliloquy, he was abruptly struck across the face. He fervently endeavored to grasp what had befallen him, as the main character insisted on the key. His absence of prompt collaboration garnered him yet another setback. And just like that, the C rank found himself on the receiving end of a thrashing, completely unaware of the origin of the blows. At this juncture, the perpetrator was now persuaded that our protagonist had permitted himself to be abducted. Eugene once more declined to respond and insisted on obtaining the key, having stated that he subdued the individual on the floor prior to retrieving his armament shortly thereafter. With a pure grin, he clarified that he possessed numerous additional talents to employ. He even employed one of them on the axe to cause it to liquefy. The individual was swiftly appalled by the implicit menace. Now filled with dread, he consented to provide our protagonist with the key and even revealed the location of the enclosure. However, prior to acquiescing, the criminal requested that the guardian endorse this agreement. In this manner, the scoundrel would guarantee his security following the relinquishment of the key. Eugene consented and included a stipulation asserting that the offender was prohibited from discussing this with anyone. Having stated that the C rank was ultimately liberated from the grasp of the tentacles, the caretaker subsequently resolved to liberate his route immediately. At that instant, the rogue opted to capitalize on this chance. In an instant, he unleashed one of his abilities and surged towards the champion, seizing him by the throat. The thief exerted as much pressure as he could. He was now assured that the assailant wouldn't harm him. Breaching the agreement he had just executed would impose a potent blinding curse upon him. The individual even reproached the main character for lacking vigilance and presumed him to be an amateur who had never ventured into a genuine dungeon. Nonetheless, to his complete astonishment, the document was torn in two. With the agreement having been obliterated, the system would subsequently condemn him to sightlessness. Nevertheless, Eugene's immunity to curses shielded him from the most severe consequences, as he began to elaborate on his status as no novice, asserting that he was likely the most seasoned individual aboard this vessel. Thus, having articulated that, he ultimately delivered the excruciating final strike. Eugene had anticipated the treachery of the scoundrel for quite some time. Nonetheless, he had initially intended to eliminate him from the outset. No one could ever imagine that an F rank was responsible for all this devastation, which is why individuals would presume that a dispute erupted among the abductors. Regarding the betrayers, he resolved to spare their existence and entrust them to the guild, considering they had not observed his abilities. Nevertheless, there remained one additional issue to address. Eugene was faced with the remains of his deceased companion. He couldn't refrain from feeling compassion for the unfortunate being. The protagonist was fully cognizant that the C-rank creature would be severed into two halves and marketed if not monitored. Consequently, he resolved to dispose of the remains. Eugene employed Sally's inherent strength to bring her to peace. Had it not been for her, he would not have escaped this predicament. Thus, following a brief exploration, the fearsome father ultimately discovered his tiny offspring. Peace appeared to remain unaware from the influence of the powder. The simplest course of action would be to seize the creature and flee the location. However, this would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Consequently, he deemed it wise to merely await the assistance. Now back together with his companion, he couldn't resist finding it charming and encouraged it to savor its slumber until assistance eventually came. Following the perpetration of numerous acts of brutality, Eugene gazed upon the innocent being with affection. He felt a sense of joy to witness it unscathed, and he genuinely hoped that it would endure for a greater duration than he would. Eventually, assistance arrived. Once the hero and his route were identified, the agents who discovered him promptly communicated their location. Squandering a moment, the individuals resolved to unseal the enclosure and reach out to the younger sibling. The protagonist, who had only recently regained consciousness, sensed a formidable entity nearing. He swiftly came to understand that the powerful individual in question was, in fact, his younger sibling. At that instant, Eugene ultimately discovered his absent sibling. The guild leader hurried to inquire about his well-being. Noticing that all of his protégés had convened in this location, Eugene deduced that the entire cavalry had been mobilized for his benefit. This was only to be expected, considering his significance to the guild. However, as he attempted to rise, the discomfort in his ankle surged once more. Upon witnessing this, the creatures inquired about who had harmed him and resolved to procure a healer immediately. The youthful individual attempted to clarify that he was capable of moving independently, merely to be embraced like the royal he embodies. Eugene was deeply moved to have such a compassionate younger sibling, yet being transported in that manner utterly demolished his sense of pride as an individual. Following considerable exertion, he was ultimately situated in the vehicle. Eugene vowed to visit him immediately after completing the inquiries and encouraged him to look after himself. Eugene swiftly comprehended that she was on the verge of delving into the recollections of the deceased and started to ponder how she remained too youthful for such an occurrence. He was promptly brought back to reality when his sibling instructed the chauffeur to take them to a medical facility for a thorough examination. The champion attempted to clarify that the medical practitioners had previously assisted him. Nevertheless, Nevertheless, Eugene was resolute in his intention to have him consult specialists. Consequently, he was required to devise a pretext. Eugene asserted that following the distressing occurrences of today, he would feel uneasy being anesthetized in the presence of numerous unfamiliar individuals. In that instant, he managed to convince his sibling that he was being thoughtless, securing himself an immediate return home. Nevertheless, Eugene remained apprehensive about the well-being of the janitor. The main character was subsequently irritated by the extraordinary olfactory abilities of the guild leader who detected an Italian aroma on him. Thus he asserted that the fragrance was reminiscent of the sea and employed his camouflage ability to conceal it, and just like that, the lengthy day ultimately came to a close. Owing to its ineptitude, MKC was briefly prohibited from supplying bodyguards. Hyon significantly bolstered security, whereas the remaining guildmasters opted to personally dispatch one of their members as a protector and monitor him closely. Regarding our main character, he started to envision himself within a confinement where he encountered a peculiar individual, an unfamiliar person who generously displayed a grin and even presented him with some delicacies as a gesture of camaraderie. Upon witnessing his new companion in peril, the protagonist resolved to take immediate action. Nevertheless, this display of courage compelled him to confront an adversary more powerful than himself, ultimately resulting in his demise. At that instant, the hero ultimately regained consciousness. Eugene frantically endeavored to reclaim his breath. Once he managed to settle his nerves, he came to understand that this was not a typical nightmare. Indeed, those were Sally's final recollections. A comparable event had transpired for him in the initial timeline. Regardless of lacking recollections of it, it allowed one to comprehend that it had merely been a few days since he had journeyed back in time. During that period, the lower-ranking individuals were effortlessly eliminated. Occasionally, their recollections would be so profound that the afflicted protagonist would confine himself with a bottle, compelling others to pull him into rehabilitation. The main character subsequently reassured himself that none of the S-ranks in his charge would be effortlessly eliminated, apart from Myung-woo. It was only at that moment that he became aware of something fascinating. The sole F-rank under his supervision was not in his quarters at such a late hour. In the meantime, in the arsenal, blades were being honed. The metal worker was committed to his trade. As soon as the edge was entirely honed, Myung-woo grabbed yet another uninspired blade and started to contemplate that he merely had to hone 20 additional knives. And although he ought to have been experiencing elation, as he was now nearing the attainment of 10,000, he was unable to shake off his irritation. The forge worker was uncertain about how to perceive the situation. In his perception, he was assisting no individual. As everyone was searching for the caretaker, he was confined to his workshop honing culinary tools. Myung-woo held himself accountable for feeling worthless. He recalled how at the onset of the event, he volunteered his assistance, only to be instructed to remain in the armory as it would be more beneficial for all involved. The representatives further elucidated that, following a background investigation, they uncovered that Myung-woo and Eugene had never engaged with each other previously, contrary to their assertions of friendship. Although they had no skepticism about the bond between them, the guild simply could not permit an utter outsider to manage affairs related to Eugene's sibling. In addition to coming to the understanding of his own ineffectiveness, Myung-woo wept, realizing that there was ultimately nothing binding him to the main character. The following day, the guild master's phone began to ring. As he was tending to his affairs, he noticed it, only to discover his sibling on high alert as the blacksmith had vacated the location. Our protagonist was convinced that his companion had not stepped out for a task, but had entirely abandoned the residence. He even asserted that there existed an enormous cauldron of beef bones as evidence to support his statement. That is the meal that mothers in South Korea cook when they anticipate being away from home for an extended period. Consequently, Eugene was extremely anxious about the housekeeper, fearing he might be abducted once more. In the interim, Myung-woo started to contemplate his deficiency in bravery regarding confronting the main character. At the pinnacle of his ineptitude, it emerged that he wasn't even his boyhood companion from the outset. Having stated that Myung-woo was essentially without shelter, it was only at that moment that he observed his shoelaces were untied. As he stooped, his satchel unexpectedly sprang open, causing his belongings to scatter across the floor. His misfortune befell him once more. It was only at that moment that he was approached by a pair of young children. They were utterly astonished when they observed his prestigious Ian insignia. The youngsters instantly became enthusiastic, believing he was one of their trackers, and declared that their aspiration was to become one as well. All eyes swiftly turned to Myung-woo as the children inundated him with inquiries, believing that he was some sort of exceptional tracker. Under the overwhelming strain, the individual disclosed that he was merely a domestic caretaker, and that, notwithstanding being an initiator, he was an F-tier with a minor gear enhancement. The remarks of the youngsters pierced sharply sharply as they abruptly deemed him uninteresting. As per the boy's mother, F-ranks held no genuine value, as they were deemed too ineffective to earn a livelihood by plundering dungeons. In that moment, Myung-woo discovered he was being subtly harassed by children, who asserted that he likely did not make much money and labeled him nearly worthless. In his view, the children were accurate in their judgment of him, for he was convinced that the new ability he would acquire upon completing the honing would be completely insignificant. Myung-woo began to envision the response of his companions when this occurred, notably the keeper, who would assert with a grin that he was completely disheartened. The individual began to tremble in terror, as Yujin might lament ever investing his faith in him, and suddenly, seemingly from thin air, the adult male collapsed in the center of the road. When interrogated regarding his juvenile behavior, he began to lament about his perceived ineffectiveness. In that instant, the youngsters resolved to mimic the grown-ups and started to devise a strategy to assist him. They seized him by the hand and asserted they possessed an extraordinary technique that would enable him to master a novel ability. However, it soon became evident that the approach was not as effortless as anticipated. The youngsters initially nearly submerged the man, followed by urging him to leap from the second story. At one moment, Myung-woo began to feel even greater sympathy for himself, as even youngsters were tormenting him. The youngsters subsequently introduced their third trial, which involved traversing an 8-lane thoroughfare. However, as the lad intended to showcase something to the gentleman, he was swiftly interrupted. Myung-woo began to yell at the youngsters for their carelessness and insisted on understanding why they consistently endangered themselves. The young woman clarified that they were merely attempting to assist him. The sole method for an individual to attain exceptional combat prowess was to rouse it while facing a perilous situation. At that instant, the gentleman reminisced about an occurrence that transpired in his life and verified that he genuinely did activate his ability following a perilous circumstance. Nevertheless, the smith remained uncertain. It was only at that moment that he comprehended something genuinely terrifying. It appears that the youngsters had been jeopardizing their safety each day in the aspiration of rising as hunters. Myung-woo attempted to convince them to concentrate on their education instead of engaging in these activities, but the youngsters deemed it absurd. In their view, attaining a degree would not lead to securing a decent job, and as they emphasized that solely becoming a hunter was the genuine method to generate income, the man was appalled. The past was now echoing itself. Historically, society compelled him to persist in his education. Now it was instructing these youngsters to become hunters. However, while he was absorbed in his musings, a tremendous blast occurred. A declaration was subsequently issued stating that a dungeon breach had occurred in the vicinity and that individuals were urged to proceed to safety shelters. Judging by appearances, the dungeon breach was quite close to their position. The youngsters did not hesitate to investigate the dungeon breach, believing that this was their opportunity to gain expertise. At that instant, the grown-up ultimately resolved to take action. He pursued the youngsters while shouting that they were behaving irresponsibly. In the interim, in a location close by within the metropolis, webs were being spun. As the entrance was ultimately violated, a colossal arachnid creature began to wander the thoroughfares of the metropolis. The media began to report on the occurrence at the earliest opportunity. The thoroughfares were teeming with enormous arachnid creatures that were casting their silk in all directions. From the specialist's viewpoint, this dungeon breach occurred due to a gateway in the shopping center being neglected for an extended period. At that moment, the cinematographer observed something chilling. Two youngsters and a vagabond surfaced on television. It was revealed that this region was not entirely devoid of civilians. The smith profoundly loathed the arachnids. To exacerbate the situation, all other individuals in the vicinity had already perished. Thus, while the man and the lad were in a state of turmoil, the young girl reminded them that their purpose was to acquire new abilities. In that precise instant, they were ultimately discovered by the adversary. Merely, the young girl rose to confront it. She had amassed all of her strength and steadied herself to unleash her recently awakened S-rank ability. However, after enduring an extended wait, the arachnid ultimately dislodged her. Merely, in that manner, the young girl was propelled into the sky. She was left heartbroken. Even in the midst of peril, her attention was solely directed towards the realization that she had not acquired any S-rank abilities. At that moment, the blacksmith moved her aside. Just in the nick of time, young Woo resolved to escort the youngsters upstairs. He emphasized that they had to ascend the stairs to obtain assistance. The boy inquired if he was genuinely able to lift his sister. However, the individual insisted that he had limited choices. At that instant, the young woman asserted that there was no purpose in continuing to support her. For some unknown reason, she appeared to have relinquished her will to live. The youngster had roused, yet to her dismay, she was now classified as F rank. It was only at that moment that the boy alerted them to the impending peril. The arachnid had had swiftly pursued and reached them. In an instant, the trio found themselves utterly appalled. Having stated that the blacksmith's legs had nearly succumbed, the young woman held herself accountable for the whole predicament and insisted on being abandoned to perish. She elaborated that they would fare better in her absence, considering she was merely a wretched F-rank lacking any combat abilities. And as the youngster started to wail that she was a disappointment, young Wu discovered that he could no longer endure it. Consequently, he resolved to release her onto the earth. He subsequently removed a knife from his rucksack. Young Wu resolved to stand firm and assert himself. Nonetheless, he couldn't refrain from quaking. His strategy was to create sufficient time for the children to flee. He yelled that ultimately they remained youngsters, thus they had no authority to relinquish their own potential. Significantly less be overlooked. In reality, their journeys had just commenced. In his view, even if an individual does not succeed as a hunter, existence remains splendid enough to be discovered. Consequently, he pressed them to set off promptly and return with reinforcements. Young Wu urged the youngsters to stick together and to be as swift as possible. With that stated, the youngsters began their departure. They vowed to return with assistance and implored the man to remain alive until that moment. However, circumstances were considerably more challenging than that. Young Wu's emotions had overwhelmed him, which resulted in him now confronting a being that significantly surpassed him, and in an instant he was effortlessly brushed aside. The individual had been ejected from the structure. He had anticipated this result. In that instant, the blacksmith believed he had arrived at the conclusion of his journey. As the illumination was close, he presumed that his imagination was conjuring images of his closest companion. Nevertheless, he felt pleased that the final sight he would behold was a portrayal of Eugene's tender visage. Suddenly, the apparition approached him closely and began to communicate. As it appears, this was not a mere illusion whatsoever. At that instant, the smith was unable to restrain his tears. His companion had at last managed to reach him. Youthful, Wu was at a loss for words. In some way, Eugene consistently stood by him during his times of greatest need. Subsequently, the blacksmith's recollection grew rather indistinct. He solely recalls his companion protecting him from the arachnid creature. Amidst the turmoil, he observed something captivating. There was undoubtedly something unusual about Eugene. Young Wu attempted to mention the appendages emerging from his companion's back, merely for him to manipulate his perception into believing they were figments of his imagination. The final memory young Wu had was his companion rendering him unconscious and administering drugs to him due to his incessant inquiries. Soon thereafter, he at last roused from his slumber. The individual swiftly recognized that he had returned to the residence hall. Based on what he had observed in the news, the youngsters he was accompanying had been saved. In other terms, the spider occurrence was entirely genuine and not a mere fantasy. It was only then that he was faced with an irate lead character holding a steaming dish of cuisine. Young Wu desired to inquire about the tentacles, but like any caring partner, he led him to believe that he must be mistaking reality for his fantasies. Soon afterward, the housemaid was seized by the collar. Eugene was enraged with him for placing himself in such peril and asserted that if he hadn't appeared on live television, he wouldn't have even realized that he was present. Our protagonist resolutely prohibited his companion from fleeing in such a manner again, as it brought him significant distress. When he discovered that his friend was anxious about him, the weeper was unable to contain his emotions and began to well up. Eugene became alarmed, fearing that his companion was suffering, and proposed to fetch a healer, but he was unaware that those were tears of solace. Young Wu inquired of the custodian whether they could sustain their camaraderie in the event that he acquired a lamentable talent upon concluding the knife sharpening. Nevertheless, this deeply angered Eugene. Upon learning this, he understood that his companion had fled in vain. The champion elucidated that the magnitude of the talent was insignificant, noting that he had even been extended a permanent employment proposal at the armory. Indeed, Eugene disclosed that it ought to be him requesting young Wu to remain with him. He even asserted that everything diminishes in comparison to his culinary skills. Consequently, he requested that young Wu occasionally prepare a meal for him if he ever chose to relocate. Eugene asserted that he would consume anything and even proposed to compensate young Wu, who couldn't suppress a grin. Following the discussion about urban life, the blacksmith ultimately reached a revelation. It would be futile for him to belittle himself. In reality, there was no cause for concern. Returning to his studio, he secured his hair, adjusted, elevate the abrasive disc, and commenced the procedure. As he honed the blades, he started to reflect on his companion. Eugene was consistently present for him when the day came to a close. At that time, when he had reached his lowest point, young Wu ultimately experienced his revelation. He had obtained his singular E-rank ability within a shadowy and overlooked location. On that day, he intended to conclude everything. Subsequently, upon enrolling as a hunter, he received 700. He didn't anticipate much, as even the front desk clerk advised him against entering the hunting grounds, recognizing the ineffectiveness of his abilities. Several days had passed since he last beheld the sun. Now, with the funds available, young Wu aimed to settle his obligations, as he had never envisioned himself as anything more. On that particular day, Korea was graced with yet another prodigious S-rank hunter, not one to mingle with the masses. He opted to enter through the rear entrance. Young Wu genuinely felt that it was his fate to dwell in obscurity. He loathed himself and regarded himself as a squandered life form. His reawakening had empowered him to survive for a few additional days. Nevertheless, he was firmly persuaded that there was no purpose in prolonging his life when, in an instant, everything transformed. Young Wu was unexpectedly seized by an unfamiliar individual. He had at last encountered the main character. Initially, the gentleman harbored uncertainties. In reality, he did not consider himself deserving of any of this. He consistently experienced a blend of gratitude and apprehension, as he lacked significant expertise regarding dungeons, nor did he possess the capacity to attain S-rank status. And even when requested to hone 10,000 blades, the individual lacked the courage to envision himself acquiring a formidable ability. However, upon discovering that the young girl had roused as an F-rank and wished to bring her life to a close because of it, young Wu experienced an epiphany. After listening to his mindset emerge from a child's lips, he recognized the extent of his misconception. He also grasped something that was quite significant. Young Wu neither was nor ever concerned himself with his position. Indeed, the main character had never compelled the blacksmith to engage in battles he wasn't suited for. He merely permitted him to engage in what he excelled at. There is no doubt about it. Young Wu had not always been supported, even during his bleakest moments. The main character maintained his trust in him. Observing how his grin served as a beacon that led him out of the shadows, the individual resolved to set aside all his concerns. Finally, young Wu understood who he was meant to become. He desired to attain the same strength as his companion. Even if he may never evolve into a formidable fighter like the Ice Sorceress, young Wu was determined to persevere. His ambition was to fully accept the magnificence of his unique journey. Immediately after he completed honing the 10,000 blades, young Wu let the knife fall to the floor. He was astounded by what he saw. At last, the SS tier ability, Sovereign of the Golden Forge, had been activated, and the esteemed craftsman had emerged, poised to repay his closest companion. The following morning, cries echoed in the armory. One of the employees was in a frenzy, as an incident had occurred involving the SR-ranked Man of Stone. She presumed that someone had taken it, but her colleagues comforted her by explaining that it was the excitement surrounding the fact that their treasured mineral had ultimately discovered a deserving proprietor. Noticing the lavish appearance of this armament, its new possessor presumed that all SR-rank weapons must exhibit an extravagant design. Your limb was now suspended above a body of water, captured on film by drones. She had arrived to conduct the initial field evaluation of the Parnamai Frostwood Trident, which was fashioned by the caretaker. The chosen practice objective was the lake. At that instant, the adolescent became enthusiastic. She was on the verge of witnessing the true strength of the trident. The outcomes astonished her. Observing that the whole lake had turned to ice, Yoram discovered that she was rather content. It was only at that moment that she observed something fascinating. The ice had solidified far beyond just an ordinary lake. Consequently, it was determined that the weapon indeed possessed SR-tier ice elemental abilities. Now, wielding the trident, Korea possessed 16 SR-tier weapons, with this particular one forged by a blacksmith rather than unearthed within a dungeon. The examination further validated that this was an SR-grade armament, and Myung-woo had been granted the rights to his creation. When inquired about the extent of his weaponry's potency, the blacksmith assuredly responded that he could forge them as robust as he desired. Everyone was left astonished. It became evident that following a bit of rehearsal, he would have the capability to produce SS-tier items. At that instant, it was conjectured that Myung-woo ought to be assigned his own protector. However, as per the report, this would be superfluous, as he was no longer the delicate vagrant of the past. It then surprised Sunggun Kim greatly to discover that upon activating his ability, the individual grew as formidable as a C-rank. The capacity for a person to enhance their own strength was quite uncommon. Indeed, it could be asserted that there was no one comparable to the esteemed blacksmith. Several hours prior to the demonstration, Eugene was utterly astonished as his companion, immediately after discovering his newfound talent, forged an SR-rank weapon. Myung-woo elucidated that to achieve it, he combined the figure of stone from the counterfeit with the resources within his repository. The repository alluded to a pocket realm housing innumerable SR-rank and SS-rank resources. Observing how they effortlessly emerged with the the ability, the expert blacksmith had incorporated frostwood into it and fused it with the figure of stone. Additionally, Myung-woo was bestowed with a manual that instructed him on the creation of the trident. While the blacksmith acquired an exceptionally potent ability that was straightforward and user-friendly, Eugene received merely a lesser-tier skill accompanied by humiliating terminology. Thus, as he began to weep over the injustices of the world, Myung-woo extended an invitation for a tour of his personal workshop. This profoundly captivated the main character. It became evident that the designation Master of the Golden Smithy was not merely a straightforward appellation. Following, as he swung open the portal to the illustrious forge, Myung-woo disclosed how he could extend invitations for others to step inside. At that instant, the caretaker understood that in addition to no longer needing to fret about being abducted, Myung-woo now possessed all the possibilities to emerge as the protagonist of his own story. Upon arrival, the champion was welcomed by a radiant glow. However, after examining closely, he was completely astonished by the vastness and grandeur of the forge. The duo discovered it quite intriguing that, although the workshop was constructed from timber, it remained unscathed despite the surrounding heat. Myung-woo also observed that the blaze was not consuming without a source of sustenance. Nevertheless, as he approached to gain a clearer glimpse, the flame transformed and arose from its slumbering position. Myung-woo defended his companion, who reminded him that he had now outstripped him in statistics. The entity before them was subsequently unveiled to be a flame elemental. The entity that addressed the blacksmith as master identified itself as Ismor, a being fashioned by its creator in his final moments. The protagonist was perplexed that such beings genuinely existed. Thus, Myung-woo has disclosed that he was the joint originator of the trident, whose previous master had arranged everything for him. This piqued the custodian's curiosity significantly. This implied that Myung-woo was not the sole hunter on the planet possessing this S-rank ability. The previous proprietor additionally assigned the new one blossoms in a greeting card. Myung-woo once more employed his skill to interpret the archaic script inscribed on the card. It was a greeting message from the authority preceding him, extending wishes for his success. Certain catacombs harbor remnants of societies that appear both akin to and distinct from those on Earth. Observing how sentient beings could have thrived in this realm previously, it was entirely plausible that a master craftsman of metalwork existed in history. The artisan in question may have bequeathed his expertise for subsequent generations to receive. However, as the protagonist was absorbed in his musings, he was unexpectedly presented with a bouquet of blossoms. Eugene was swiftly jolted back to reality. Myung-woo asserted that all of this was attributed to him. Consequently, the master blacksmith chose to entrust his confidence to his closest companion, asserting that he would comply with any instructions given to him. The exterior youth appeared bewildered. Nevertheless, internally he was hosting his own small celebration. By enlisting Dr. White and the premier blacksmith, he was now truly prepared to retire early. Nevertheless, for some unexplained reason, he appeared not to be particularly pleased about it. As he indicated that this was a poor decision, his companion was left curious. Eugene clarified to Myung-woo that he ought not to compel himself to be tied to him. In that instant, the main character resolved to disclose a hidden truth to his companion. And just like that, he finally revealed to him that they had never genuinely encountered one another before. Eugene asserted that he had approached him due to having confused him with another individual, only for him to reveal himself as an utter unknown. Consequently, as neither party was certain of what to express, the protagonist endeavored to convey his remorse. Ultimately, he was an utter unfamiliar who had explicitly compelled him to assume the role of his domestic servant, which is why Myung-woo ought to concentrate on pursuing his own existence from this point forward. At that instant, Eugene recognized that he was jeopardizing his sole opportunity for an early retirement, yet witnessing his friend's flourishing was providing him with all the solace he required. In the opinion of our protagonist, the most advantageous course of action would be to allow the blacksmith he influenced to ultimately take flight. Myung-woo found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he remembered his friend's remarks about this ability being so formidable that it would render him more powerful than the major guilds in Korea. Consequently, Myung-woo asserted that he was conscious of the necessary actions to be taken. Initially, he presented him with the blossoms, which could ignite if left in the studio. The skilled blacksmith resolved to embrace a life of his own choosing, prioritizing his own desires without concern for anyone else. Returning to the present, Myung-woo chose to unveil his inaugural masterpiece as a present before an audience. He had kindly bestowed it upon the youngest S-rank hunter in the nation. The blacksmith clarified that since the elite guild had demonstrated considerable backing even prior to his triumph, it was only fitting to award them the inaugural S-rank artifact. In the meantime, our protagonist found himself quite disheartened, having squandered his opportunity to attain millionaire status. Thus, this would lead to an improvement. With the master blacksmith in the limelight, individuals may ultimately allow him some peace. In that instant, the protagonist was unable to refrain from conveying his pride in his companion. The rabbit subsequently clarified to the bear that Manhwa likely intends to forge his own path rather than remain in the residence. Everyone would desire him, witnessing how he was the sole pursuer on the planet proficient in crafting such superior quality products. In other terms, the individual had no justification for squandering his capabilities by remaining alongside Eugene. Our protagonist came to the understanding that he and the highlight of the occasion had not truly been companions for quite some time before softly savoring his beverage. At that instant, the youthful competitor expressed gratitude to all for the apparatus, particularly to its inventor. Unexpectedly, Eugene overturned his beverage while receiving gratitude on live television. He was especially astonished as the duo commenced discussing him. As the blacksmith elucidated, among all, it was Eugene Han's backing that held the greatest significance. The individual in question frantically sought to conceal himself. Sung-gun was unable to suppress a grin, as the gentleman was now being appreciated like a guardian who was oblivious to the significance he held for his small ducklings. Sung-gun, Myung-woo, and Yerim all shared the identical sentiment. The trio regarded the hero as kin, and by expressing their gratitude to him on live television, they elevated his status to that of a significant figure not to be trifled with. The subsequent days following the ceremony proved to be quite tranquil. Amidst the stringent security measures and feeling unoccupied, Eugene confined himself within his residence. The skilled blacksmith devoted all of his hours to his forge, yet emerged occasionally to prepare delectable treats. With that, merely one minor aspect was left to be addressed. The creature had become lethargic and declined to practice. This was quite unusual since Tranquility was in excellent condition. His mentor speculated that the young one must still be affected by the abduction they had endured, even though it had been unconscious throughout the ordeal. And with that stated, he resolved to take him out for some recreation. Thus, the youthful Kong, the designated protector of the day, was exceedingly pleased to escort the two of them to the training facility. She was a prodigious 19-year-old A-rank individual who had been directly enlisted by Sisong's guild leader from the United Kingdom. It is equally significant to mention that in the future, she garnered attention alongside our protagonist's younger sibling. In other terms, the striking blonde was essentially Yoo Hyun's prospective spouse. While the A-rank was guiding them to the lift, the hero could solely contemplate how he wished for her to marry his sibling. Thus, Young subsequently disclosed the astonishment he felt upon discovering that he had been abducted. She even disclosed how she held lofty expectations for him, leaving him rather perplexed. So Young elucidated how she held an SS rank ability, referred to as Dragon Rider. Among the creatures, dragons were among the most unmanageable species. It was nearly unfeasible to tame a dragon, which was quite unfortunate, as it would be ideal for the A-rank hunter, who would benefit immensely from it. The young woman then began to articulate how frustrating it would be to squander her formidable talent. She subsequently elucidated how Sisong occasionally discovers dragon eggs within the subterranean chambers, and how she would possess a dragon of her own if they could induce it to hatch. Her desire was to possess her very own baby dragon, which she would nurture with immense affection as if it were her own offspring. Yoo Hyun considered his younger brother's prospective girlfriend to be quite charming. However, the occasion was spoiled when she subsequently referred to him as her procreation companion. The phrase that our protagonist despised immensely had now become the talk of the town. He began to hold the towering woman accountable for this entire predicament, as the expression gained traction as popular vernacular after being broadcast on television. Subsequently, inside the gym, the manticore declined to budge. It appeared remarkably lethargic. Its proprietor was gravely ill, while the bodyguard speculated that it was likely still affected by the abduction episode. Yoo Hyun attempted to engage his being in play, lamenting how unfortunate it was that they couldn't take Tranquility for a stroll. Noticing that he remained a beast, Yoo Hyun abruptly conceived a thought. She clarified that there existed a secure location where Tranquility could finally experience a breath of fresh air. However, to our protagonist's astonishment, the young woman was alluding to the garden atop Sisong's roof and hurried to notify the guild leader. The individual in authority chose to promptly dispatch a vehicle for them. He even asserted that they were not required to seek approval for their visit. Consequently, the guild leader resolved to prepare himself to receive a highly significant visitor. Eventually, they reached the splendid garden. As our protagonist articulated his astonishment at discovering that this was the summit of Sisong, his guardian elucidated that it had been set aside for him for the day. It was the inaugural occasion that Tranquility had ventured beyond. Consequently, he implored it to release. Yoo Hyun further calmed any concerns by asserting that the A-rank hunter was an acquaintance of his. To substantiate her claim, the girl drew near and wrapped her arms around him to demonstrate her connection with the being. This surprised surprised the protagonist, as he hadn't anticipated his prospective sister-in-law to behave in such a manner. He presumed that this was likely a prevalent occurrence in the UK and started to wish that it wouldn't lead to any familial discord in the future. Serenity was ultimately experiencing greater ease within the garden. It was the inaugural occasion that he had come across this variety of bloom. Thus, the tiny being enchanted by the outdoors resolved to set itself free, leaving its proprietor concerned about the expense of the harm. The girl clarified that this wasn't a significant issue and expressed her hope that the fire manticore would eventually develop into a close companion of the baby dragon that the hero would ultimately bring forth for her. When inquired about the type of dragon she was to obtain, the young woman clarified that it was the Tier 3 spiky-winged shadow dragon. This being, reminiscent of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, was among the most formidable dragons, featuring robust dark scales and a multitude of spines adorning its physique. Nevertheless, for some inexplicable reason, the bodyguard asserted that these beings were charming. The protagonist even began to feel concerned for her. In her gaze, the reality that they were toxic rendered them all the more adorable. The European subsequently encouraged the representative to frequent the garden more regularly, as it would benefit both you. Yahello was not opposed to the notion. Since he had reversed time, he had never been afforded the opportunity to serenely appreciate the outdoors. Observing, given that it had become too perilous for him to stroll through the forest, this location served as an excellent alternative. It was quite bothersome that he had to visit a different guild to accomplish that. Nonetheless, he was assured that there was no possibility of encountering the guild leader. It was only at that moment that his adept hunting intuition alerted him to the approach of an S-rank threat. The bodyguard was captivated by the arrival of the guild leader. The main character couldn't be more exasperated. It was evident from the appearance of things that Hang Song wished to warmly greet their esteemed visitor. He was the proprietor of the premier guild in the nation, which was presently broadening its presence in the global market. And until his vanishing a few years subsequently while abroad, that individual was regarded as the foremost Korean hunter, unmatched by anyone. Regarding the present circumstances concerning the formidable tracker, it left our protagonist perplexed. As the protector opted to step away, Hang Song found himself on a date with him. He fervently attempted to persuade himself that this was not a narrative. As the guild leader resolved to present the manticore as a tribute, he subsequently extracted a dragon wing bone from his collection. In his view, this was a premium object cherished by predatory beasts. Judging by appearances, the fire manticore was no exception. Tranquility swiftly developed an affection for the fragment. As our protagonist attempted to assess the individual, an unforeseen interruption occurred. As he sank his teeth into the cookie, he recognized that although it was enjoyable, it was significantly inferior to the blacksmith's culinary prowess. The guild leader articulated his concerns upon discovering that the champion had been abducted. Eugene expressed her gratitude for his consideration with a smile. However, upon being designated as the guildmaster's literary companion, he once more began to curse Huna Moon. Huna asserted that he was expressing himself sincerely. Eugene had evolved into a highly significant individual as the protector of an S-rank, the Soul Beast Father. In addition to being the closest companion of the renowned metalworker, he clarified that, apart from MKC, every one of the guilds fervently sought to draw nearer to him, and observing their eagerness to win his favor, they would be more than willing to bestow upon him any request he desired. In other terms, Eugene Han was at liberty to be as haughty as he pleased, hence he was encouraged to experiment with this. The protagonist courteously declined and started to contemplate how the guild leader was subtly suggesting that he now possessed the authority to trample on others. While he attempted to clarify that he remained a feeble F-ranker, Eugene pointed out that with a formidable beast protector, he would not be vulnerable. At that moment, it was disclosed that the guild leaders were discussing whether it would be more advantageous to assign a second-tier creature to the hero as his personal sentry. Eugene was captivated by the hero's astonished expression, indicating that Eugene had not revealed it to him. As per the top tracker, MKC was accountable for financing everything. Observing that it was in error, Eugene found this quite astonishing, for despite the younger sibling's excessive protectiveness, he ought to have communicated at least that much to his elder. He then swiftly expressed his regrets, realizing that his words were beginning to mirror those of the guildmaster of the Breakers. Recently, Eugene had been concealing an excessive amount of secrets from his elder sibling, to the extent that he provided a dubious response when questioned about the kidnapping incident. Eugene was now convinced that he would have been oblivious had he obtained his extraordinary abilities during his previous existence. It was undeniable that the guildmaster of Hea Han had been operating in enigmatic manners. Hea Han subsequently highlighted that Eugene had now gained sufficient significance to establish his own guild, which could potentially pose a challenge to the prominent figures. Numerous influential individuals came to admire him following the discussions, and and he even possessed the capability to assemble an army of creatures. Eugene noted that this could potentially contravene legal statutes, prompting the guildmaster to clarify that nothing was certain. Ultimately, laws could only be enacted by nations and communities, which were presently undergoing a significant transformation but still succeeded in regulating the dungeons. Nevertheless, dungeons were rapidly escalating in number and caliber, hence the sanguine individual postulated that it would require the planet 5 years to witness a significant transformation, and in a realm where hunters would sacrifice their lives for a companion creature that could aid them in enduring the labyrinths. An individual capable of subduing them, as our protagonist does, would be of paramount significance. Ultimately, he possessed the ability to subdue S-rank and A-rank creatures. As Eugene recommended, Eugene ought to engage in a candid discussion with his overly protective younger sibling, who was squandering his capabilities as if they were of little value. The main character couldn't shake the sensation of being a worker subjected to an evaluation by his supervisor. In the meantime, at Heian, Eugene expressed her uncertainty about a disconcerting aspect related to the caretaker. It all began when she employed her abilities to access the recollections of a departed merchant's remains. Subsequently, she utilized this ability in an attempt to uncover hints. This enabled her to understand how the abductors speculated that Eugene, who was unaware at that moment, managed to remain alert due to an object from Heian. Nevertheless, Urim was convinced that no such article had been bestowed upon the caretaker. Consequently, she began to ponder the possibility that Eugene harbored his own mysteries. At twilight, it was assured that a hunter of A rank or higher would accompany the hero back to their residence. From a technical standpoint, the S-rank guild leader satisfied the requirements. Eugene started to believe that a guild leader ought to be too occupied to assume the role of a bodyguard while contemplating the monetary gain. However, as he pivoted to address the individual, he abruptly discovered a foreboding hand extending toward him, only to swiftly discover that it was, indeed, a cordial act. In accordance with the S-rank, an individual as delicate as the beast handler ought to remember to fasten their seatbelt. Eugene was striving to make amends for his absence during the hero's abduction. Eugene, who fervently endeavored to soothe his racing heart, responded with a grin. He demonstrated to the individual that MKC were solely accountable. Eugene remarked that had circumstances taken a turn for the worse, he may not have experienced this particular day in which he visits his guild. Setting that aside, it was irrefutable evidence that MKC was a dishonest institution, indicating that it was the most dispensable of the factions. Eugene was rendered voiceless. This led him to ponder that, in this altered timeline, MKC could conclude earlier than anticipated, notwithstanding being the inaugural major guild to exit the market in the original version. Eugene subsequently glanced at the chauffeur. The temporal voyager had only just come to the realization that he scarcely possessed any knowledge regarding the present most formidable hunter in the nation. Eugene, who was thought to be foreign due to his looks, was virtually a phantom prior to his awakening, lacking any known connections. Consequently, the protagonist began to contemplate whether he ought to evaluate his abilities. Eugene became intrigued by the abilities that the most formidable hunter in the nation could possess. That is the reason he opted to take a covert glance. Nevertheless, it required a significant amount of bravery for him to proceed. He opted to create the illusion that he was gazing out of the window. However, as he attempted to employ his expertise in the most subtle manner achievable, a frigid hand was encircled around his throat. Similar to the arrangement, his heart plummeted to his soles. At that instant, tranquility prevailed within the vehicle. Eugene was completely unaware of what had just transpired. Even with his fear-resistance ability engaged, he couldn't dispel the sensation that he was nearing the conclusion of his journey, and that a mere squeeze from the S-rank hunter would suffice to conclude it entirely. His demeanor appeared remarkably unfazed and at ease. It was a surprise for Eugene to witness his own revelation even prior to harnessing the ability. Even the creature adopted a protective posture. In that instant, the creature handler inquired of his protector whether he was genuinely planning to betray him. Eugene responded with a quick grin and released the champion's neck from his hold. The identical hand was subsequently employed to gently pat his back. Eugene professed to be bewildered as the pair merely remained in quietude. The protagonist, uncertain of how to respond, felt quite irritated by the extreme suspicion of the most formidable tracker. In the interim, at the entrance of the guild, two men in their midlife settled into their chairs. Eugene was delighted by their hearty reception. However, the moment he swung the door open, his companion hurried out of the vehicle. Eugene remained astonished that he had returned home. As the gentleman attempted to return the floral arrangement, the director clarified that it was necessary to declare his presence at their association. Now confronting the head of human resources, Eugene emphasized that his equipment ought to have informed him about a bodyguard of a rank or superior being allocated allocated to him, utterly misinterpreting the circumstances. Director Seoki clarified that guilds functioned almost as military forces, rendering it exceedingly uncommon for an S-tier guild leader to travel to another. And as it was elucidated how these infrequent visits culminated in discord, Eugene started to contemplate the reasons behind his determination to transport him home. It was only at that moment that he understood Eugene merely intended to playfully tease Hyen. The gentleman subsequently extracted a blossom. He presented it to the director while vowing to consistently care for Eugene. In addition to the floral arrangement, he resolved to offer him yet another gift. Eugene received earrings that contained a B-tier shield ability infused within them, which were intended to serve as a symbol of gratitude for the desire to collaborate with Su Young. The protagonist was utterly perplexed, as items possessing abilities essentially bore an exorbitant price. It subsequently grew more unsettling as Eugene highlighted that this served as a substitute for the earrings that Eugene had ceased to wear. Eugene urged that Eugene embrace this gift. Ultimately, it was intended to demonstrate his eagerness to forge a strong friendship with him. Subsequently, while in the washroom, the container holding the studs was cleared out. Their recent proprietor had opted to experiment with them. In that instant, he instructed his companion to propel itself toward him with maximum velocity. Tranquility swiftly collided with the barrier. Eugene found himself quite satisfied with the practicality of his newfound ability. It was only at that moment that he recognized his pet reeked following their excursion to the garden. Thus, he resolved to provide it with a thorough cleansing. It was reasonable to assert that the fire manticore had little affection for baths. Eugene started to believe that his journey to Sizung proved to be advantageous, as he had acquired new accessories and his companion rejuvenated its vigor. Nevertheless, following a deserved reprimand, Eugene questioned his capacity to undertake the journey again in the near future. Director Suk harbored a strong aversion towards Eugene and insisted that if his superior were present, he would have obliterated the entire area, a notion that the hero deemed absurd. However, the individual was not fooling around and was profoundly apprehensive about the encounter with the two S-ranks, as Eugene had previously faced legal issues following a visit to another guild. The elder sibling was profoundly astonished by this. He started to contemplate just how bothersome his younger sibling genuinely was, and how he would have to secure 50 additional insane S-ranks under his supervision. Eugene profoundly despised the system for imposing such a duty on him. In that instant, the animal could no longer endure it and attempted to escape. However, its grooming session was not yet complete. However, upon seizing it, the protagonist discovered something captivating, as he was now gripping a type of stuffed toy. His initial conjecture was that Tranquility had acquired a form of duplication expertise. However, it appears that this was merely a gift from the entity that had come back to his side. It seems that this was a sought-after fire manticore merchandise that he had transported from Japan, and although they were not intended to resemble Tranquility, these items valued at $75 still possessed their allure. Eugene, the program synonymous with Tranquility, was now gaining popularity, a fact unbeknownst to our protagonist, who was presently steering clear of the web. The apparition subsequently assured its master that it had indeed fulfilled its duty. Thus, as Eugene concentrated on Tranquility, Eugene commended it for its efforts. It was captivated by the notion that he omitted any descriptions of the dungeon's interior. It appears that the Doka infant is unable to access dungeons. As per his account, whenever he attempts to access one, he merely gets pushed away from it. Eugene realized that because the entity could traverse dimensions like a dungeon, he would undoubtedly be prohibited from accessing another. It was only at that moment that he comprehended something about the essence being regarded as a labyrinth. Thus, to swiftly evaluate this hypothesis, he swiftly hurried to embrace the Doka infant. Eugene requested that he not deny his affection. He implored him to cease being so miserly, and to initiate teleportation while he continued to grasp him. Ultimately, Eugene consented to extend this kindness, and in an instant the teleportation commenced. Eugene swiftly positioned himself atop all the structures. It was unmistakable. The apparition's translocation was akin to the experience of traversing a dungeon portal. Eugene subsequently established a stance in the atmosphere and began to race across the metropolis utilizing his teleportation abilities. His teleportation method was indistinguishable from entering a subterranean chamber. That evening, while a motorist was quietly attending to his affairs, a specter clutching a young boy suddenly materialized before him, prompting the thin individual to express his regrets. Eugene aimed to replicate the occurrence from his previous venture into a dungeon. His hypothesis proved to be accurate, as the status window promptly began to change. The sole occasion he received a notification from the system was while he was within a dungeon. In other terms, ongoing teleportation could ultimately enable him to partake in dialogue. At that instant, the essence could no longer restrain itself. He He ultimately succumbed to his impulses and seized the young man by his trousers prior to slamming him into the adjacent pavement. In Korean folklore, Dakobis were recognized for their passion for grappling. The entity was untroubled by having harmed his superior, who endured the tumble thanks to his protective ability. Nonetheless, Eugene wished to have obtained a notification from the system, observing how he was executed with a suplex. Upon accessing his status interface, he received a somewhat impartial notification, with certain letters appearing in differing hues from the rest. This was clearly a concealed message. The protagonist realized that the system wasn't expressly permitted to interact with him, and communications could solely be transmitted while within dungeons. He subsequently understood that the system could solely track him when he was within a dungeon, indicating that even the system had its own boundaries. The apparition, who volunteered to fetch some elixirs, was subsequently stroked on the head. Eugene expressed gratitude for his assistance, which enabled him to validate his hypothesis. The main character chose to explore a subterranean chamber while disregarding the apparition. He subsequently attempted to subtly incorporate the keywords as a means of admiration towards the mischievous spirit. At that instant, Eugene found himself especially perplexed, as his youthful employer inexplicably brought to mind the elderly woman who once possessed his watermill many years prior. Consequently, he proposed to transport his superior back to their residence, as the former started to contemplate whether the terms could potentially affect his essence. The following day, Eugene secured a successful bid and became the proprietor of an F-rank dungeon situated near the guild. To avoid being identified, he donned a masquerade. He had to act immediately, as the stealth ability from Final Thanks was on the verge of vanishing. Eugene was in urgent need of some clarifications, which was the reason he sought to communicate with the system within a dungeon. Additionally, in a similar manner, shortly thereafter, his scheme to discreetly exit finally commenced. Eugene exerted every effort to remain inconspicuous by executing the most superfluous and ostentatious actions. The initial phase of his strategy had at last commenced. As corroborated by his accolades, he relied on his talent gecko upon the wall. The unseen individual did not escape attention when he activated the elevator button independently. However, only at that moment did it unveil. In an instant, the champion swiftly stepped into the lift as the attendant departed. All was proceeding as intended, considering that his method transition was 4 times more efficient than Sally's. Not even A-rank hunters could detect him. Stealth abilities were exceptionally uncommon and exclusively possessed by creatures, with the singular exception of Yun Yun. In other terms, no individual would even contemplate the presence of an unseen figure within the structure. The moment had arrived to initiate the subsequent phase of the strategy. The instant one of the employees positioned themselves for their examination, Eugene sprinted toward the entrance. He executed it flawlessly, creating the illusion that he was not the individual who triggered the alarm. Moreover, in an instant, he sprinted outdoors, abandoning the unfortunate employee to handle the chaos he had caused. Eugene was fully cognizant that his behavior was distressing everyone. This is the reason he chose to conduct himself appropriately after he forfeited his reptilian abilities. Subsequently, at the sight of the stronghold that was shielded by an obstacle, Eugene started to ponder that the journey to the dungeon could prove to be more challenging than the dungeon itself. It was a comfort to observe that there was no stringent security surrounding F-rank dungeons. The objective of our protagonist was to delve into the dungeon for a brief conversation with the system before ultimately heading back home. Eugene conducted a final examination to ensure he wasn't overlooking anything. He even ensured to bring a gate stone along with him. This was the identical item that his sibling had bestowed upon him when they were confronting the chief in the previous dungeon. For the benefit of his younger sibling, the protagonist desired to lead a tranquil life after resolving matters within. However, he remained uncertain about this aspiration, and just like that, he at last stepped into the F-rank dungeon. Eugene swiftly began to advance through this Amazon-like wilderness. However, in his view, this location resembled a jungle more than a forest. The protagonist began to search for the rendezvous with the system. As he started to grumble that they ought to have provided him with the coordinates, the indigenous creatures noticed him. At that instant, the golden primates commenced their surprise attack. However, events did not unfold as they had anticipated. Eugene was more anxious about the system's prolonged search for him than the primates. Moreover, in an instant, before his serpentine power, the mammals commenced to fall like leaves. As he advanced through the labyrinth, he attempted to connect with the system. He subsequently relied on one of his serpentine abilities, prior to releasing a corrosive precipitation on the F-grade creatures. Soon thereafter, he ascended a heap of corpses and insisted on explanations. Eugene conjectured that he would swiftly navigate the dungeon while acquiring the insignificant F-rank mana crystals. Only at that moment did the window pane suddenly appear, nearly shocking him. The mechanism had commenced communication utilizing symbols. The protagonist swiftly realized that this was a communication from the system urging him not to hold himself accountable. As he started to contemplate all of this, yet another alert appeared. This was the window section of the desired gem. Nevertheless, Yoon-jin struggled to grasp the connection of this object to the entire situation. At that instant, something captivating started to unfold. The notification indicating that this stone was unreliable, akin to the deceased, was being erased. And before the protagonist could fully comprehend it, it was substituted with an expression of regret. Initially, Yoon-jin was perplexed, but it was only afterward that it dawned on her. It appears that the wish stone genuinely possessed the ability to resurrect the deceased. Yoon-jin exclaimed that he had consistently harbored skepticism about this, as reversing time was undoubtedly far more challenging than bringing the deceased back to life. Consequently, he sought clarification regarding the falsehoods. However, the system declined to respond. Observing this, he resolved to adopt an alternative strategy. Yoon-jin retrieved his portal stone and clarified that, despite a formidable creature breaching this location, he possessed the ability to flee. Thus, following a brief pause, the system ultimately began to communicate. Yet what our protagonist did not anticipate was that his window display was on the verge of being inundated with communications. The system commenced to articulate how they comprehended his suffering and how they genuinely wished to provide him with a thorough clarification. It even asserted that arrangements were essential. From the communications, the main character grasped that the system intended for him to come back here after a week to enable it to complete its arrangements. This complicated matters, as the influence of Sally was on the verge of vanishing. Yoon-jin would revert to being an ordinary F rank, and observing how the system seemed apprehensive about an issue, it appeared that there was an additional force at play that must also be responsible for the southern behemoth in the final crypt. In other terms, the greater the system endeavored to convey its message, the more tumultuous the situation would become. At that instant, an eerie occurrence began to unfold. Before the champion could even respond, the system had been shattered into fragments. Yoon-jin recognized that this was problematic, observing how the system had inundated him with an excessive number of notifications. There was a slim possibility he would have to confront something even more terrifying than the Firebird from before. Consequently, something began to emerge from the fracture in the system. Before such a dazzling spectacle, Yoon-jin perceived that his adversary could be even more formidable than the three-headed serpent. It was only then that he averted his gaze from the beast. He examined it closely. Yoon-jin was fascinated by the sight of the cotton ball. He questioned whether this being was a monster in the first place. It was utterly charming. Nevertheless, Yoon-jin resolved to remain vigilant, as the tiny chick could easily transform into a dreadful creature. His abilities disclosed the fledgling avian to be of F rank. However, for some unknown reason, there appeared to be a malfunction in the system. And just as he started to contemplate the prospect of lying in wait to surprise the bird and eliminate it, he observed something terrifying. The avian creature was on the verge of consuming a boulder tainted with its venom, prompting him to step in at the final instant to rescue it. It was only then that he was struck with terror upon understanding that he had touched the beast. Yoon-jin swiftly developed an affection for the adorable fluffball that began to weep. He endeavored to soothe the small being and clarified that he was attempting to rescue it. However, as Yoon-jin resolved to delve into his inventory to locate some mana stones for his newfound companion, the two of them were swiftly identified by a creature. Nevertheless, the danger was swiftly eradicated. The diminutive cotton sphere was now safeguarded by our protagonist. Judging by the circumstances, he would have to resort to widespread slaughter once more. Consequently, the caretaker assured the avian creature additional mana stones if it remained silent. Eventually, the egress was at last unsealed. Yoon-jin inadvertently succeeded in vanquishing the dungeon chief. Throughout the tumult, the cotton orb had successfully consumed every mana stone that he had acquired from the creatures. Nonetheless, it appeared to crave additional sustenance, as it was now gazing at the boss's formidable stone, which was thrice its dimensions. Thus, as he requested it to pause until he fragmented it into more manageable portions, the system notified him of his most recent accomplishment. Yoon-jin, possessing fewer than 3 items, had successfully completed an F-rank dungeon alone, while being an A-ranked individual himself. This bestowed upon him the designation of Wonder Novice. Initially, he was merely astonished by the existence of individual accomplishments. It was only at that moment that he discovered something far more breathtaking. By vanquishing an F-tier dungeon, he had secured an S-tier designation that multiplied the dungeon loot. This fresh designation proved to be highly profitable, yet the spoils from an F-rated dungeon held no worth, and the serpent-like abilities were on the verge of vanishing. The avian creature employed this diversion to swiftly consume the enormous mana stone aperture. Yoon-jin began to contemplate whether tackling more formidable dungeons alone would yield him superior titles, and how he might presently conquer a D-rank dungeon independently. Having stated that, he resolved to cease squandering any additional time and to vanquish as many dungeons as he could prior to succumbing to frailty. It was at that moment he comprehended that the avian creature had ingested the mana stone, rendering it appear as though it were a black void. After an exhausting day, Yoon-jin arrived home to unwind. Tranquility promptly welcomed its fresh companion. The household abruptly transformed into a realm of greater tension than the depths of a dungeon. Our protagonist's feline companion had now spiraled into chaos. He began to reproach himself for not understanding that a cat would quickly perceive the nestling as a morsel. He also wished to avoid leaving the voracious creature in the cell by itself, as it remained a mere fledgling. Consequently, the main character began to contemplate whether he could instruct Tranquility to become more tender once it settled. As he started to contemplate that matters would become significantly more challenging in his absence while the two were by themselves, an individual unexpectedly came near him. His S-tier detector promptly activated, for it was none other than his sibling. Yoon-jin promptly spotted the feather orb, and as he declared it to be charming, the champion disclosed to him that this was a subterranean beast, which left him utterly astounded. Yoon-jin rapidly inundated his elder sibling with inquiries that he fervently attempted to dodge. Yoon-jin asserted that an individual had forsaken the bird in the corridor, and that he resolved to take it in as he felt compassion for it. Yoon-jin attempted to convey that there was a pressing matter they needed to discuss, but she was swiftly cut off. Yoon-jin required his assistance with his Tier 1 fire creature immediately. Subsequently, it encountered its greatest adversary once more. Yoon-jin attempted to elucidate to him the appropriate way to care for the small bird, as though it were their sibling. Thus, as the protagonist fervently endeavored to remove the feline from the avian, his sibling opted to get right to the point. He was present to discuss the abduction occurrence, a topic he wished to evade as it could be a delicate matter. Given the pressing nature of the situation, he seized Tranquility by the throat and hurled it across the room. Yoon-jin believed he had achieved the required tranquility for a discussion. However, to his astonishment, this deeply distressed his sibling. Yoon-jin promptly erupted in fury at the guildmaster for his actions. The S-rank hunter was reprimanded for disrupting Tranquility. To exacerbate the situation, he appeared oblivious to the gravity of his mistake. Yoon-jin attempted to clarify that a C-rank creature would not sustain damage from that extent. His sibling was utterly indifferent. The pursuer fervently endeavored to soothe the caretaker, who asserted that impressive statistics were not a justification for treating the cat in such a manner. Yoon-jin was irate and commanded both mischief makers to take a seat. He subsequently began discussing how the British huntress desired to care for her future steed as if it were her own offspring, while her guild leader presented the manticore with a prestigious offering. Conversely, the S-rank hunter, who should rightfully possess the beast, had the audacity to manhandle it. Yoon-jin sought to devise a justification. Ultimately, he expressed regret and vowed to treat his steed with the utmost reverence, which infuriated his sibling. He clarified that the sole reason for his poor stewardship was his tendency to objectify his companion. As the young man attempted to assert that their shared battles forged a deeper bond, the tamer insisted he needed to adopt a more amiable approach. Furthermore, he highlighted that he had contributed nothing towards harmony. Yoon-jin elaborated on how he was shouldering all the expenses. Yoon-jin shouted that this was inconsequential and that he had to take action for the animal on a personal basis rather than solely relying on him. Yoon-jin expressed his regrets once more, but his sibling remained convinced that he still failed to comprehend the circumstances. He had consistently been oblivious to his environment and the individuals nearby since his childhood. Consequently, the main character encouraged him to convey affection through embraces rather than verbal communication. However, noticing his brother's enthusiasm, he specified that it was the cat he needed to embrace. Both the legitimate proprietor and the animal companion harbored a strong aversion to the circumstances. Additionally, once the caretaker was content, they swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Soon thereafter, Tranquility shifted towards its rightful possessor. Judging by its appearance, the tiny being seemed anxious that it had provoked the ire of its owner by harassing the avian named Peep. Yoon-jin swiftly displayed the feather bundle and inquired of the furball whether it intended to conduct itself appropriately moving forward. Initially, it appeared that Tranquility was resolved to select Peep as its forthcoming morsel. However, it appears that the cat had grasped its lesson. As the handler was engrossed in his creatures, his sibling attempted to convince him to undergo a medical examination, just to be cautious. At that instant, he recalled something and inquired of his sibling whether he had any arrangements for the upcoming week. Yoon-jin intended to embark on an expedition, just the trio of them, to evaluate his sibling's recent talent and foster a connection with his impending steed. Yoon-jin consented. Consequently, as his brother began to depart, the guild leader found himself perceiving him as a deceiver attempting to conceal a mystery. Subsequently, our hero successfully navigated 2 additional dungeons independently, the initial one being an E-rank dungeon that appeared to be a stroll in the park, and the latter resembling a D-rank dungeon that appeared more akin to a fishing expedition. During each incursion, the system would attempt to communicate with him, and each time he would be granted items and elixirs as a reward. He even obtained a new S-rank designation by successfully navigating the E-rank dungeon, referred to as Veteran F-ranker, which amplified his assault capabilities. Yoon-jin sensed that he was being deceived, as he possessed no offensive abilities to start with. His grievances appeared to have resonated within the system, as the designation he obtained from the D-rank dungeon was marginally superior. The designation and advantage would grant him the capability to become difficult to detect, alongside the authority to share a title with an individual ranked lower than S-rank. He endeavored to devise the optimal approach to utilize his novel abilities, yet each occasion the strategy would necessitate putting himself at risk. Yoon-jin subsequently observed the avian creature attempting to pilfer the sustenance and started to contemplate that its actions were a result of system glitches. He even enlisted a tracker with a taming ability to attempt an evaluation, but it proved fruitless, as neither the twig proficiency nor the super nanny expertise appeared to influence it. Only the passage of time would reveal the true potential and essence of Peep, who appeared to be in our hero's care, observing the depth of his affection for him. At that instant, Peep observed something unsettling. The additional animal was attempting to scale atop him, and the instant the bird perched on its head, the owner hurried to capture the occasion for posterity. Peep endeavored to strike a pose for the photograph, merely to forfeit that well-proportioned nose, and plunge headlong onto the earth. Yoon-jin, who ultimately resolved to establish a social media account, chose to utilize the inaugural image as his profile picture. Upon creating his account, his charming animals garnered him an impressive number of followers. At that instant, the specter made its appearance. While lauding its master for his recently acquired renown, he elaborated on how these animals had become the sensation of the internet and hurried to introduce himself to the glutton bird. Yoon-jin even presented it with a costly A-rank mana stone as a reward. Yoon-jin began to yell at him, claiming he was indulging his bird excessively. The reality that the apparition had confused his master with the elderly woman of the watermill indicated that he was now in his charge. All was unfolding as our protagonist had envisioned. The day had arrived when the substantial agreements commenced the construction of Yoon-jin Han's breeding facility. As per the reports, all personnel were awakeners, and armed with a substantial budget, they anticipated completing the endeavor within 2 weeks. Yoon-jin understood that the guilds were not trivial investments concerning the construction, based on what he had gathered from television. He began to contemplate how hectic his schedule would become once the construction was completed. The initial move involved convincing the blacksmith and Dr. White to align with him. Additionally, he would be obtaining an agreement involving juvenile creatures for him to domesticate. In that instant, the main character understood that he had utterly overlooked his scheme to achieve wealth and early retirement. Nonetheless, he opted to concentrate on what awaited him and re-establish communication with the network within the dungeons once more. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake the impression that something was lacking. In addition to the truth that the system had deceived him regarding the genuine abilities of the Wishstone, it was also cognizant of our protagonist's deeds in the initial timeline. The most captivating aspect of it all was the request for him not to hold himself accountable. In other terms, a problem had arisen. The mere reality of direct interaction with him indicated that there was indeed an issue at stake that could have arisen due to temporal displacement. Ultimately, the protagonist resolved to let it go, recognizing that fretting over it would accomplish nothing. Consequently, he resolved to reserve his inquiries for their subsequent encounter with the system. However, Yoon-jin was naive, as he ought to have adequately prepared for that occasion. All descended into turmoil, and the obsidian flames engulfed all. Yoon-jin, who was now confronting the edge of his own younger sibling's weapon, came to a realization. Had he been more truthful with him from the beginning, he may have been able to circumvent all the impending chaos. Returning to the present, where the main character ought to have anticipated the calamity ahead, a banquet was being arranged. He expressed regret to the blacksmith for being limited to preparing only eggs, to which the latter clarified that he takes pleasure in culinary endeavors. And with that stated, amidst an unusual ambience, the 4 of them gathered for a meal. Yoon-jin had summoned his young companions to foster a sense of camaraderie among them. Upon savoring the initial morsel, Yoon-jin promptly began to commend the master smith for his culinary skills. Yoon-jin encouraged Yu Hyen to sample one of the culinary creations prepared by Myung-woo. Nevertheless, this individual chose to remain with the eggs prepared by his sibling. The protagonist discovered it quite paradoxical. As As the fire seeker was displaying indifference, the ice was attempting to exhibit warmth towards them. Yoon-jin attempted to reprimand his younger sibling for being disrespectful. Thus, the smith elucidated that the pair scarcely conversed and would seldom require communication once he accompanied him. Yoon-jin regarded those expressions as somewhat frigid from a bygone era, however. Upon inquiry, it was disclosed that the esteemed blacksmith desired to accompany his closest companion, having opted for him instead of Hyan, who implored him to remain. Yoon-jin was captivated, as this indicated that the new structure would feature a breeding area along with a forge. Yoon-jin's ambition was to bring his sibling and the renowned blacksmith, to whom he had pledged a penthouse, nearer. Ultimately, Myung-woo was the type of individual who understands how to pamper his companions. To his astonishment, Yoon-jin was as frigid as ever. He stayed silent. As they washed the dishes, Yoon-jin started discussing how uncomfortable the ambience during dinner had been. The protagonist was fully conscious that his sibling wasn't precisely a social butterfly, yet he was taken aback by his displeasure at the realization that he could now defend himself. His initial impression was that his tall and attractive sibling harbored envy towards him. However, Yoon-jin was confident that this was not true. As per her observation, Yoon-jin felt a touch of sorrow witnessing his caretaker becoming self-sufficient. Yoon-jin speculated that Yoon-jin was apprehensive about the reality that his connection with his sibling was growing more distant. However, when prompted to provide further details, she clarified that she was merely speaking for the sake of conversation. Yoon-jin subsequently highlighted the immense pressure the guildmaster was under. After all, the security apparatus of his guild had been persistently displaying malfunctions for the past 3 days. Yoon-jin began to accuse himself for this. Yurin made it clear that this was the guild leader's error and encouraged his sibling to forsake him and ally with her, as she had overlooked that he was her superior. Subsequently, the hero endeavored to uplift his brother's spirits, believing he was the cause of his frigid demeanor. Yoon-jin chose to present his sibling with blossoms, only to encounter a blank visage. Events did not unfold as anticipated. He wasn't as polished as Yoon-jin's melody. This is the reason the endeavor was unsuccessful. His aim was to elicit at least a chuckle from his sibling. Nevertheless, for some inexplicable reason, the young man had not displayed any feelings over the last few days. Yoon-jin was confident that a sincere dialogue would rectify all issues. However, events started to escalate before they could even communicate effectively. Subsequently, Peace began to examine his environment. Yoon-jin inquired whether it recalled the subterranean chamber from which it originated. He was pleased by the notion that the fire manticore had overlooked all knowledge of its beginnings. Thus, while they continued their conversation, tranquility was abruptly taken aback. Suddenly, Azure primates surged forward to launch an assault. Peace resolved to maintain his position, and just like that, he commenced to slaughter the approaching primates, leaving his proprietor satisfied. As per Yoon-jin, this was entirely normal. Creatures were instinctively hostile towards individuals of different kinds, which is the reason it was customary to have them battle one another prior to eliminating the fatigued victor. Yu Zhao believed this was an excellent method for tranquility to advance, but the guild leader needed to concentrate solely on himself. This frosty demeanor was beginning to become irksome. Subsequently, as we advanced through the labyrinth, one of the Azure primates leaped toward our main character. Yet, before he could even extract it, it became ensnared in the crimson cord. And just Dronzer, it was grilled to shreds. The identical event transpired with the subsequent creature. Regarding the third, it was engulfed by the obsidian inferno. During the fourth endeavor, it was struck in the visage by a flurry of azure plumage. Yu Zhao could endure it no more. When questioned regarding the matter, Yu Zhao clarified that he was merely assisting him in navigating through this perilous location. Yu Zhao then confronted the unspoken issue and highlighted that something appeared to be troubling his sibling. He sought to ascertain whether he was in any way responsible for it. Nevertheless, Yu Zhao asserted that he had no desire to expend his effort on an individual who wouldn't divulge his secret as well. Yu Zhao was astonished. He subsequently highlighted how the entire clandestine affair was initiated by his sibling from the outset. Ultimately, he had learned of all the wrongdoings his sibling had committed during their separation from individuals he recalled. Strangely, thus, as he persisted in shouting at his sibling, his blade sword just passed his ear to pierce a monkey in the heart. Yu Zhao asserted that this confidentiality was essential to ensure the custodian's safety. In the interest of expanding the guild master could not overlook the reality that his sibling possessed a narrative of his own. As per his account, the sole course of action remaining for him was to come to terms with the reality that his sibling no longer required his safeguarding. Thus, after grasping the situation completely, Yu Zhao conveyed to his brother that it is entirely normal for an individual to be concerned about their loved ones. However, Yu Zhao was not compelled to shoulder the weight by herself. Ultimately, he possessed sufficient clout that the majority of guild leaders would hesitate hesitate to cross him. However, as per the S-rank hunter, this was not the problem. Consequently, when inquired about it, the guild leader summoned his formidable Dark Inferno and inquired of his sibling whether it was conceivable for him to savor his existence in tranquility. Yu Zhao desired his sibling to be lazy while he catered to his every requirement. In return, neither party would scrutinize the conduct of the other. Yu Zhao merely wished for his sibling to cease venturing into dungeons. Yu Zhao reminisced about a comparable experience he had received from his sibling in the initial timeline. However, just as he was preparing to discuss his sibling's hidden matter, the system was primed for dialogue. This profoundly astonished the main character, and before he could fully comprehend it, he began to fade away. Yu Zhao, drawn by the illumination, pivoted. To his astonishment, his sibling was diminishing, and before any action could be taken, the main character vanished, leaving merely his armament in his wake. The system couldn't have chosen a more inconvenient moment to begin behaving suspiciously. A lance was all that remained. The formidable S-ranker found himself completely perplexed. Before he could take any action, his sibling had abruptly disappeared. Concurrently, on the opposite side of the barrier, the champion continued to descend, and as he began to express his grievances about the poor timing, his descent abruptly halted in mid-air. It was only at that moment that the entity revealed itself, embracing its nectar. It resembled a pink grin emoticon. The additional virtual beings emerged shortly thereafter. The main character quickly came to understand that he was engaging with the system directly. The emoticons validated it, and as they persistently referred to him as darling, the main character found himself captivated. Just as he intended to elucidate that his name was Eugene, his lips were swiftly sealed. The being declared that once a specific quantity of information was disclosed, the link would be instinctively severed, and identities constituted a substantial volume of information that was ideally concealed. And while the emojis asserted that they had to keep him hidden from the adversary, Eugene inquired about their designation. However, as the system asserted that they were prohibited from uttering it, Eugene started to hypothesize that he was confronting Voldemort. The emoji seized the moment to express remorse for having deceived him regarding the desired gem. Eugene encouraged them not to worry. Ultimately, this proved to be advantageous for him and everyone involved. He subsequently resolved to cease squandering time as his sibling was anticipating his arrival, and inquired of the emojis how they were aware of the initial timeline. He also sought to determine whether time travel had resulted in any complications. At that instant, the cheerful visage indicated that the significant segment was still to unfold. As per their assertion, it was merely the planet's chronology that had been reversed. To simplify matters, they materialized trees, asserting that they were depictions of dimensions, and directed him towards the one that illustrated his domain. They subsequently showcased the impact of the desired gem on it, and just like that, the colossal tree diminished to a petite plant. It was merely Earth that was propelled years into the past. In other terms, the temporal journey did not influence the alternate dimensions, signifying that the dungeons remained unchanged in both number and caliber compared to the period prior to the chronological reset. Consequently, Earth would experience an acceleration in its dungeon dilemma as the beings attempted to mitigate the progression. Moreover, with the adversary striving to enhance its strength within the dungeons, the system urgently required the expertise of the Guardian. In an instant, the yearbook came into existence, and it swiftly commenced to transform its shapes. To preserve his native realm, the Guardian needed to assemble 50 S-rank champions under his charge. After ultimately comprehending the purpose of the picture collection, the emojis clarified that they desired to utilize a format that would be recognizable to him. For that very reason, they designed the system to resemble a terrestrial video game and dedicated considerable effort to its intricacies. However, upon discovering that the status window was destined to vanish eventually, the main character was thoroughly astonished. The system was essentially a type of instructional framework that would constrain human creativity over time. Consequently, individuals held the belief that F-rankers lacked any means of acquiring influence, despite their existence serving as undeniable evidence to the contrary. The emojis vividly emphasized that it is inherent to humans to transform and develop. Upon discovering this vital intelligence, the exasperated protagonist swiftly seized the emoji. Realizing that transformation was feasible, he insisted that his keyword be altered. He began to express dissatisfaction, claiming that his keyword was far too absurd for a task of such significance. Observing how he was compelled to assume responsibility for 50 S-rankers who had essentially transformed his existence into a peculiar dating simulation, the beings clarified that they merely entered the name and details, asserting that he bore the responsibility for this. Nevertheless, he held them accountable for the lack of clarity in the system. Eugene subsequently mentioned that they had provided his companion, the Vagrant, with a catalog brimming with unusual treasures, along with an exceptionally detailed instruction guide. It was discussed disclosed that the ability Golden Smithy was infused with a save file from its previous realm. Eugene was already cognizant of the presence of other dimensions beyond Earth, and the Golden Forge was a workshop established in one of those alternate realms prior to being transported to Earth. An entity of such magnitude as the Forge was seldom relocated. However, its former proprietor exerted every effort in consigning it to the afterlife, irrespective of the elevated expense, since this was the sole method to support forthcoming generations. The organization subsequently clarified that similarly to zoologists, they utilized information from recognized species to complete the gaps regarding newly identified animals, leading to precision. They subsequently described how they had never witnessed anything akin to our protagonist's exceptional stewardship ability. As it was their inaugural experience with such a capability, they needed to make numerous conjectures to document its characterization. The typical custodian ability was quite uncommon, as it required one to serve as the protector of a naturally gifted S-ranker to obtain it. The protagonist is already aware that, prior to their awakening, formidable hunters possess the capacity to achieve either A-rank or S-rank status, and in unfavorable conditions, they could emerge at a diminished level. However, there are individuals who can solely emerge as S-ranks. These individuals are exceedingly uncommon anomalies that swiftly set themselves apart from the remainder of their kind. Consequently, they struggle to integrate with the remainder of society, which would begin to both revere and dread them as deities. And as they indicated that this was the cause of the custodian designation being exceedingly uncommon, Eugene started to reflect on how he had never once let his brother down. No custodian had enjoyed a prolonged existence, as they transform into the vulnerability of an S-ranker who could inadvertently harm them out of excessive guardianship. Nevertheless, observing how the mechanism desired the individual to execute his tasks securely, they granted him a full 5 years to accumulate the required 50 S-ranks. At that instant, this formidable visage began to malfunction. The communication had attained its maximum quota of data transfer, which is the reason the system opted to return the hero after 30 minutes of dialogue. Nonetheless, Eugene still possessed numerous inquiries. When inquired whether he could inform his sibling about his undertaking, the emojis requested that he refrain from disclosing every detail. When questioned regarding the dungeons, they elaborated on how the regulations remained unchanged and how they would manage any dungeon that surfaced earlier than anticipated. As the hero persisted in inundating them with inquiries, the being clarified that all would be unveiled in due course, prior to ultimately reinstating him to the subterranean prison. In that instant, the protagonist ultimately regained consciousness. He promptly rose and began searching for his sibling, only to promptly observe some peculiar landscapes. Eugene was utterly bewildered, realizing he was meant to be in a woodland labyrinth instead of a nightmarish pit. The main character speculated that he had been dispatched to the incorrect dungeon. It was only at that moment that he became aware of something approaching him. When confronted by a colossal crimson cat, he became persuaded that this was no longer the same thundering cavern as before. In an instant, the main character dodged the approaching talons. Eugene began to feel anxious and opted to examine the statistics of the adversary. However, after examining it with his expertise, he was especially fascinated, as the creature before him was none other than his companion, Peace. And prior to the caretaker being able to grasp it, he was unexpectedly seized and transported like a bag of potatoes by the burly gentleman. That individual was none other than his sibling. Eugene requested a clarification, since they had exited the woodland prison, only to subsequently discover something captivating upon observing the remains. Eugene allowed his fires to engulf the whole area. The protagonist attempted to soothe his sibling and implored him to release him, merely for him to assert that he was not upset whatsoever. Eugene attempted to seek assistance from Peace, but was swiftly disregarded. As he attempted to express his remorse, his sibling could no longer endure it. Eugene berated his sibling, departing him rather bewildered. Eugene merely aimed to clarify what had just transpired. However, his sibling was unwilling to entertain any of it. Initially, the anxious guild leader, who recognized that his brother was venturing into the realm of hunting, chose to grant him some distance to allow him to explore his potential. However, at this moment, he found himself struggling to maintain his composure, observing that circumstances were not improving. At that instant, Eugene hurled his sibling to the earth. He subsequently directed his sword toward him and asserted that he would inform everyone that his guardian had succumbed within the underground cell. As per the S-ranker, there was an excessive hazard in maintaining his sibling confined and breathing. Eugene aimed to assert that his sibling perished at the hands of the formidable boss creature, which would incite skepticism in certain individuals since he was accompanied by an S-rank guardian, after all. Consequently, he would showcase the remains of his late sibling as evidence of his demise. At that instant, the main character remembered how, as per the system, certain guardians could suffer due to their overly protective S-rankers. Consequently, as Yujin vowed to mend his sibling following the amputation, this individual was left completely alarmed. Only at that point did the safeguarding capability of the studs activate. Yujin seized this opportunity to flee for his survival. Yujin, who could slice through the barrier with ease, paused. The champion asserted that he had no desire for such safeguarding, and that he would scold his sibling if he ventured to injure him. The guild leader swiftly deflected the daggers hurled at him. He subsequently seized his sibling and highlighted that he had been concealing several matters from him. Yujin subsequently turned to his signature of expertise. In an instant, tranquility emerged amidst the conflict. It swiftly sank its teeth into the limb of its rightful guardian. However, the nip of such a youthful cub was inconsequential to the S-rank, who rapidly assumed command of the circumstance, and in an instant he executed a suplex on the fiery manticore. Serenity had been rendered completely unconscious. Yujin berated his sibling for audaciously inflicting harm on his beloved animal once more, merely to be swiftly restrained on the earth. Yujin was certain that this was the sole method, and just like that, he lunged for the strikes. He disclosed how initially he experienced joy, believing that they would be as intimate as they once were. Consequently, the guild leader, who was now insisting on uncovering the reality, had been disregarding numerous matters. He found it difficult to accept that his sibling had achieved the rank of tamer at level 10, and he wasn't the kind to uphold tranquility after discovering how costly it would be. Yujin subsequently mentioned the chief metalsmith and took a glance. The situation intensified further when Yujin ventured into a labyrinth. The guild leader subsequently highlighted his impotence in the face of his disappearing elder sibling, and just like that, he started to weep over his vulnerability. Ultimately, Yujin lacked the fortitude to sever his brother's limb. Consequently, he opted to merely extract a portion of his own skin instead. As he prepared for the incision, he assured him that he would provide healing soon after. Anxious for his safety, the main character urged the system to reveal itself, and just like that, a novel variety of window panel made its appearance. Yujin was rendered speechless, as he had never encountered anything of this kind previously. Yujin swiftly distanced himself from his tiny troublemaker and assured that he would provide clarifications. He disclosed how he ultimately resolved to rear the manticore upon witnessing it, given its capability to attain S-rank status. Yujin additionally disclosed that he had been clandestinely traversing dungeons independently, one of which was the location where he encountered the cotton ball. At that instant, the champion proclaimed that he had been assisting the architect of the framework. Yujin was rendered speechless, and as he emphasized that he wished for his sibling to refrain from any actions that might jeopardize him, he was struck in the face as this double dealer sought to sever his sibling. For a brief moment, Yujin had overlooked the resilience of S-ranks. Yujin subsequently disclosed that it was not his deficiency in faith that prompted him to conceal this matter, and ultimately, his sibling was the individual he relied upon the most in the entire vast universe. The caretaker subsequently requested a elixir to restore his vanquished Pokemon. He could not refute the reality that he had instigated considerable concern for his sibling. The protagonist subsequently highlighted that the peculiar actions of the security apparatus were attributable to him and his ability to move undetected. As he disclosed his resistance to toxins, hexes, and terror, the guildmaster deemed these abilities to be quite exceptional. From the appearance of it, the system seemed to deter him from disclosing any information regarding final gratitude, his guardian designation, and the timeline restoration. Yujin subsequently encouraged his sibling to approach him should he have any further inquiries. He was acutely conscious of how perplexing all of this might appear and held himself accountable for concealing it. Consequently, the protagonist urged his sibling to promptly join him should any issues arise, rather than confining it within himself and restraining him. In an instant, the lunatic intent on severing his own kin expressed remorse like a timid puppy. It was during this instant that Yujin came to understand that he needed to undertake far more than merely assist his sibling to ensure his contentment. Ultimately, the caretaker would have also incinerated a dungeon had Yujin vanished. In an instant, the two siblings hurried to embrace one another with heartfelt regrets. Concurrently, tranquility relished its position nestled between the two Han siblings. At that instant, the dungeon creature diminished to its initial dimensions. It turned out that it was intentionally reducing its size to be embraced by its owner, which left him astonished. Nonetheless, Yujin would have valued it if tranquility had suggested its development. Ultimately, the individual who derived no benefit from the dungeon prompted his sibling to express remorse to the feline he had just struck. Yujin was subsequently appalled, as he had instructed Yujin on how to express remorse correctly. Observing this from a distance, the architects of the system felt a sense of relief that the most severe outcomes had been averted. The lambs started to fret that disclosing their secret secret to Yujin might be a grave mistake. As the siren highlighted that he was Honey's greatest supporter, who had already sacrificed his life for him, the individual behind her noted that the blacksmith possessed greater promise. And given that Munwoo lacked sufficient time to harness his complete strength, there were strategies devised to evacuate him from the planet should it face annihilation. The lamb indicated that they ought to endeavor to rescue the main character as well. However, as per the siren, there was no manner in which a guardian would consent to abandon everyone, signifying that this would ultimately result in an abduction. The young sheep sensed that their actions were misguided. Ultimately, everyone concurred that this was preferable to inaction, and that minor concessions were necessary to attain success. The peculiar-looking vessel was subsequently conjured. The siren conveyed to the lamb that this was the ideal beginning for her as the newest addition, and that they ought to simply adorn Yujin's chamber while they wait. And in that moment, as I awaited the fated day, the wayward offspring in banishment raised a glass in self-celebration. The subsequent days proved to be rather tranquil. The Han siblings had made amends. Yujin felt a significant sense of relief upon discovering that his journey had been progressing as expected. Subsequently, while showcasing the information obtained by the Phantom to Dr. Bite, our protagonist inquired whether she required additional assistance, only for her to assert that this surpassed her anticipations. It was the inaugural occasion that an individual had amassed such significant information and in record time for her benefit. Furthermore, she emphasized that her uncle intended to construct a research facility for her to gain a competitive edge for the guild, as information was challenging to obtain. Yujin resolved to extend a proposition to her. He aspired to provide her with her own autonomous laboratory, a fresh structure bearing his name, and even proposed to render its research accessible to the public. The protagonist would also furnish her with a proficient team and emphasized that as soon as they entered the global marketplace, information investigation would become significantly simpler. One inquired about the motivation behind his extensive efforts to invest in her. The avaricious deceiver asserted, as a component of his retirement strategy, that he was undertaking this for the benefit of humanity. Dr. Bite subsequently requested approval to invite a few of her companions, since the 5 of them had been exploring dungeons and awakeners collectively for a duration of 2 years. While she continued to chatter about how they would promptly dash to Korea following a single phone call from her, Yujo remained stationary. He had identified the scientists as the Dungeoneers team who would unveil the principles governing the labyrinths. Several years afterwards, he assured the investigator that she was more than encouraged to bring along her acquaintances. And in an instant, the agreement was finalized. This represented one of the custodian's most advantageous investments. Should the emergence rate of dungeons increase as predicted by the system, the mere breathing facility would not suffice for our protagonist. Consequently, he had to concentrate on Dr. Sayok and her studies. Yujo also resolved to launch his entry into the stock exchange. He had exhausted all of his funds on a firm that aimed to develop a remedy for hair loss in the imminent future, only for it to reveal itself as the most regrettable choice he had ever taken. Yujo AL's present focus was on assembling additional S-rank individuals. At that instant, 3 elite hunters appeared at the location. It appears that the trio was enjoying a day out for women. Hyuna offered Yoram numerous recommendations concerning the finest local eateries. The trio of creatures had reached Korea yet remained confined aboard the vessel. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Hyuna went to Yujo AL's to inquire about his well-being. He asserted that nothing extraordinary had occurred, even though he had faced mortality numerous times since their last meeting. Ms. Moon was delighted to hear this and promptly seized him. She was curious if he could provide her with one of the 3 new creatures. As she proposed to enhance the creature's abilities for him, Eugene endeavored to soothe his younger sibling, who was on the verge of incinerating a prospective nominee for the yearbook. Thus, while he was engaging in discussions with the client, Young tenderly took hold of his hand. She endeavored to draw him nearer while inquiring if he would continue to nurture her baby dragon even after acquiring 3 new creatures. Consequently, as Eugene was endearingly tormented, Yoram found himself unable to resist likening him to a sort of goo. The protagonist was convinced that he was incapable of managing 50 excessively powerful S-rank individuals like those 3. At that instant, Yuhun advanced towards his sibling. He desired to bestow upon him a present. This was a translation tool that would prove beneficial for the janitor once he began accommodating overseas clients. Yuhun announced that he would no longer interfere in his sibling's matters, but insisted that he should not put himself in jeopardy. To him, his brother was the most significant individual in existence. As the elder sibling was captivated by such adorableness, the women were completely repulsed. Consequently, having now established a stronger bond with his brother and feeling more inspired than ever, the champion resolved to give his utmost effort as the enclosures were taken off the vessel. Yuhun Hyun then began to contemplate how he could not merely remain passive and allow the world to disintegrate. At that instant, the receptacle was unveiled. From the perspective of the main character, this was his opportunity to attain an even more fulfilling resolution alongside his sibling. However, he understood that matters were considerably simpler to articulate than to execute. The employee subsequently presented the new custodian with the emblem of the overseer. He elucidated to our protagonist how the newly arriving creatures would bring him numerous difficulties. En route to Korea, they encountered their fair share of difficulties. At that instant, a creature broke free from its enclosure. A forceful gust erupted from the vessel, and just like that, the enigmatic creature ultimately manifested itself. It was a mythical creature resembling a griffin, a creature that is part lion and part eagle, which only existed in myth, has now become a tangible being, summoned forth by the subterranean realms. Hyuna desired a pet griffin, as they were unparalleled in flight. However, Urim thought the creature was charming, and thus asserted that dragons remained superior. At that instant, the being chose to gaze downward. Due to the guardian designation, the authority of the emblem of the master had been significantly enhanced. This ignited an unexpected surge of fondness for the protagonist within the soul of the griffin. Yuna was taken aback as the creature lunged directly at him. Appalled, his sibling interceded at the 11th hour to strike the beast and inadvertently fractured its neck. In an instant, the main character was rendered unconscious. Consequently, as all eyes turned toward him, the griffin observed something that it cherished, and just like that, it swiftly lunged towards the approaching parcel. Hyuna chose to intervene. She conjured a minor tempest to halt the griffin in midair. However, to her profound astonishment, it eluded her grasp with remarkable simplicity. Observing that the creature appeared to possess resistance to wind-oriented assaults, the ice sorceress resolved to intervene. The powerful Seagrinker swiftly overtook the young griffin. However, the adolescent female was swiftly struck by its wings. The girl, who had never attempted to get close to a pigeon previously, struggled to capture the bird with its enormous, fluttering wings. The simplest option would be to immobilize it. However, they could not afford to jeopardize the creature's life. Observing this, the youthful individual resolved to ensnare it utilizing a fabric crafted from dungeon resources. And just like that, she initiated her assault. Soon thereafter, having wearied all around it, the young griffin felt remarkably content with its snug encasement. At long last, the fury had ceased. It would have been considerably simpler to end its existence. At that instant, the young girl began to comprehend that if her future dragon exhibited such conduct, she would face considerable difficulty in training him. Ultimately, humanity and creatures had been deadly adversaries, which is the reason some regarded the idea of keeping them as companions to be an unattainable aspiration. Observing how it had nearly assaulted his sibling, the guild leader proposed to set it aside immediately, yet to be swiftly halted. Eugene stirred awake. He clarified that while it had no intention of injuring him, the griffin could have inadvertently inflicted some harm. Ultimately, this diminutive being, possessing the capacity to attain S-rank and unveil abilities, should not be permitted to associate with lower-tier awakeners who are less formidable than itself. For that purpose, the handler encouraged the young woman to set the creature free and requested his sibling not to interfere. His intent was to instruct it on how to conduct itself in the presence of others. Eugene was ideally matched for this role, as he was the most vulnerable individual present. Having stated that, the caretaker elevated himself, and so he requested the griffin to come closer. The infant creature hurried to envelop its newfound guardian, fondly digging its talons deep into his skin. Eugene endeavored to suppress the agony. However, he ultimately alarmed the creature as he began to hemorrhage profusely and wail in torment. He had intentionally done this to demonstrate to the creature how feeble he was. Eugene subsequently recuperated and afforded the creature yet another opportunity, and just like that, a breathtaking slaughter commenced. With immense fervor, the protagonist revealed his vulnerability, and while his sibling was profoundly touched by his bravery, the young woman considered this display to be completely foolish. Eventually, the griffin gracefully descended onto the palm of its new possessor. It was subsequently lauded for its ingenuity, observing how swiftly it mastered the regulation of its power. Eugene subsequently requested Urim to restrain the griffin and shield its eyes. Although she was concerned they might once again lose mastery over it, the champion clarified that dazzling it and maintaining distance would suffice. Ultimately, it had functioned in that capacity due to the contents of the adjacent enclosure. Upon unveiling it, 2 infant shadow unicorns were disclosed. These were the 2 additional beasts aboard the vessel, and since griffins subsist on horseflesh, it was evident why the hunter had behaved in that manner. Regarding the infant griffin, consuming a specific quantity of it would enable him to acquire a new ability. Noticing this, Hyuna seized the chance to trade some of the formidable steeds possessed by her guild as sustenance for the griffin in return for a flight upon it. At that instant, Hunamoon was captivated by the F-ranker. At that instant, the individual drew nearer to the frightened beings. Due to his caretaker designation and the seal of authority, they quickly developed a bond with him. Huna was astounded. Eugene showcased remarkably distinctive abilities and skills that she had never encountered in anyone else. She was enthusiastic to observe his character evolution, not merely as the sibling of the opposing guild leader, but as an individual in his own right. Prior to dispatching the unicorns to the training facility, Eugene resolved to bestow upon them names. However, considering that the finest he could devise for them was monochrome, it was reasonable to conclude that he was an ineffective namer. In the meantime, in a location that has been obliterated, a savage massacre had transpired. The investigator sought to acquire additional information. Observing how Brix had acquired her agreement, given that she was inexperienced in this field, she was eager to understand how an individual managed to circumvent the formidable rank-binding enchantment on her contract. Nonetheless, the individual being throttled lacked a response. Observing the demise of his guild leader amid the abduction event, he was unaware of who had obliterated the agreement. Consequently, upon witnessing this, the woman clasped her hands firmly around his throat. Observing that the individual was entirely ineffective for her purpose, she resolved to sever his head from his shoulders. In an instant, the earth was soaked in crimson. Observing that her purchaser had succumbed and the remainder of his faction was nearly ineffective, the fierce woman chose to interrogate the individual they had abducted. The beasts swiftly acclimated to their new abodes. Following much grumbling, Eugene had no choice but to permit the adolescent to christen the unicorns, Salt and Pepper. The griffin was dubbed Blue and brought its own considerable mischief. The whimsical creature reversed the situation simply by fluttering its wings, and as it persisted in creating turmoil while its proprietor was compelled to rectify its havoc, Tranquility casted a solitary glance. In that instant, Blue commenced to tidy up after itself, as Tranquility assisted the owner in maintaining a semblance of order. The moment the manticore encountered the griffin, he asserted dominance by demonstrating his authority. Ultimately, all three animals peacefully drifted off to slumber. The champion felt a sense of relief. Managing infant creatures was, after all, a formidable endeavor. Observing how merely a handful of them was exhausting his vitality, he started to ponder whether he could genuinely gather 50. With that noted, he commenced tallying the creatures beneath his designation. He initiated the enumeration of the 5 juvenile monsters within the establishment: Gate, Venom, his dragon Dio, and Valthysis, and the one that the system has just identified. In that instant, the protagonist recognized that he had never possessed such a creature. One of his Dragon Slayer accolades was triggered, permitting him to amplify his statistics when confronting the dragon. Initially, he presumed that a dungeon rupture was occurring in the vicinity, which was fascinating considering he didn't get any notifications on his phone. When unexpectedly something materialized from the wall, Eugene was struck with terror when a woman with the predatory gaze seized his device. As he stood astonished, the woman was astounded. She began to converse in French about how fascinating it was that she had been observed. At that instant, the French woman ultimately activated her translation device. The main character had an abundance of inquiries and began to contemplate whether the individual before him was the dragon in question. He swiftly glanced at her statistics and recognized that she was an S-ranker named Lee. This individual was inherently an S-ranker, similar to his sibling and the guild leader of Sisung. Nevertheless, even in the former timeline, the protagonist had never come across such a hunter. He swiftly realized that he was perusing something. With fierce determination, she thrust him onto the mattress. She had observed the motions of his eyes and recognized that he was in the midst of a lecture. It didn't take much time for the hunter to comprehend that Eugene was perusing a certain display regarding her. Similar to Eugene's melody, this woman, who managed to circumvent the stringent safeguards of the guild, was capable of detecting his evaluative talent. Eugene swiftly realized that he would face fatal consequences if he failed to offer a credible justification. Consequently, he explained to Leet that it would have been more advisable for her to contact the office to arrange a meeting with him. At that instant, the hunter couldn't refrain from grinning at her victim. She highlighted how this would have been quite difficult amidst the stringent safeguards implemented by the 5 major guilds. And with Eugene revealing to the world that his sibling was not to be trifled with, it nearly turned unfeasible. Thus, the clip concludes at this point. To ensure you don't overlook the upcoming segment, enable the notification bell, and we'll catch you next time on Tab's channel.